All right, good morning. Taiwan Semi's up a few points today. Okay, futures rising a bit. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, January 15th, and we got about 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy my coffee and get ready. Okay, S&P is up this morning. Spiders are trading 694, up about 4 points from the close. 38 handles on the futures. All right, futures are on the move. Still have the call side of the S&P long iron condor. All right, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Future's still rising. Okay, we got some positive gamma overhead that'll probably slow things down. 1 day that's now a 0 day. Got support down below 69.50 now as prices continue to move higher. Okay, so let's get ready for the opening bell. Taiwan Semi had really good earnings. That's up quite a bit this morning. Taiwan Semiconductor. Let's see. S&P is on the move right here. S&P. Okay. TSM. Okay. Taiwan Semi, you can see over here, is trading at 341. I have a couple of spreads here. Let's see. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. 335, 337.50. So we're above that by 5 points, 337.50. So that's above max profit. So those are expiring tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and take those off at the open. Taiwan Semi. And I have the 350s for March. Okay, so Taiwan Semi, I have 350, the 350 call, 360 spread, 350, 360. So we're approaching 350. We'll see some profit taking most likely. So I'll take the 335s off. Okay, we got 2 minutes to go. 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. Okay. Semis most likely will be in play today. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA's up. NVIDIA's up on TSM. Okay, Apple. All the New York Fangs look good. We got an hour, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Almost at an hour. Jeez. Need more coffee, Vinny. Okay, TSM. New York Fangs. Okay, let's go. LETSGO. All right, I'm going to take these calls off. Taiwan Semi. Okay, a little fade here. A little fade. Ten seconds. Stupid commercials. Okay, and we are open. Okay, Taiwan Semi just took off the 335s. Let's see what the S&P, a little drop there, S&P. All right, S&P. Taiwan Semi looks good. 350s are up nicely. I'll hold on to the March calls, 350s. S&P. Okay, what's Nokia doing? I see Nokia's up. Nokia gapping up. All right, so no big deal. Nokia. All right, futures pulling back a bit. Nokia. All right, Nokia is still consolidating. No, nothing to see there. Hedge flows. Keep an eye on the hedge flows. All right, Taiwan. Tesla up a bit this morning. Tesla. Okay, give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. All I'm doing is taking things off the table that are up big. Let's see, S&P looks good. Wells Fargo. Okay, Wells Fargo. We have a Iron Condor. All right, so WFC. Okay, so we're moving back up. Need to get back above 90 over the next week or so. Nothing to see there. Chevron dipped pre-market. It's starting to see some short covering, a bounce on Chevron. Chevron. Okay. Bitcoin looks like a doji perhaps today. Doji. Maybe time to take a little bit off the table if your short-term options that are expiring tomorrow or next week for that matter, and reassess, look for a little dip to buy back again. If you're up to that, I'm only talking about short-term options that expire tomorrow or next week. Wells Fargo looks good. Okay, that looks good. So far, so good. Okay, so some things I looked at. Some things I looked at last night. Let me see. Where are those? That was a scan, right? Scan 60-minute. There we are, right here. Okay, so these are 60-minute scans. I'm just going to look at these as we start the day. DNA. These are 60-minute charts. 20 EMA is up and to the right, so we want to be long on dips. Fastenal, this is one that I was looking at last night. Fastenal. Okay, you got a 20, 50-day cross a couple of weeks ago. Fastenal breaks above 43. You can see there's a line right along in here, a pivot resistance. So we get above that, you could see 10, 15% on this one if you were just buying shares. All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Okay, Tesla, let's look at the 60-minute. Let's look at the 2-minute, 5-minute. Tesla gapping up. Tesla. Tesla. All right, NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA moving higher. Big gap up on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is on the move. Big gap up on NVIDIA thanks to Taiwan Semi. Okay. Let's see. NVIDIA. Okay, already starting to see a little profit taking. NVIDIA, that looks good. Okay, so I have Jan 16 calls. All right, I'd like to see 190 on NVIDIA. Okay. And the market's settled down, looking for a trend. Let's look for a trend. Hedge flows for now. We got support right at 69.50 on the S&P cash. S&P cash. 69.50 gap up. Okay, so far so good. So we held the 21-day. Okay, yesterday we bounced. The buyers came in. Rotation being the name of the game. Rotation. There was a lot of things that looked really good. So the fear that the markets were going to melt down this week negated. NYA, New York Stock Exchange making new highs. Hard for the markets to roll over with the New York Stock Exchange making new highs. Okay, let's look at breadth and junk bonds. Junk, JNK, junk. Oops. Okay. Junk. Okay, junk is just riding the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes. So you know with the 20 EMA, when we're above the 20 EMA, we want to stay long, buy dips. Junk bonds are looking pretty good. S&P looks like it might fade. The gap up. Okay, Apple's going, so it's kind of hard to fade too much with the New York Fangs all moving higher. Here we go with Apple. Tesla. of course, Tesla, Nvidia, we know. Netflix needs to get back above 90. Can't believe this is below 90. Yeah, we know that. Netflix. Okay, let the market settle down. Let's get a trend. I like to wait until after 10 o'clock for a trend. CRML's turning up. Okay, so we got some nice trend on junk bonds. Let's take a look at breadth. Let's see, that needed to improve. Everything's turned up. Okay, S&P 500 looks the best. We got rotation to look for into materials, XLB, energy, XLE, even financials if we get a bounce. Industrials more so. Okay, so S&P seeing a lot of rotation. New York Stock Exchange is at highs. Breadth looks good. S&P 500, let's see what the equal weight looks like. Okay, that'll tell us the rotation. If it's strong, S&P equal weight, hard to argue with the S&P equal weight. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get, let's see. Okay, so that looks good. All is good. Okay, Netflix, nice bounce. Nvidia still going. Okay, Nvidia, big gap up. We're back above the 50-day. Going to take us a couple of weeks for the 50-day to turn back up. That's the blue line, giving us a 50, 200-day cross. The energy stocks look okay. Let's take a look at breath real quick. Let's do it this way. Okay, and then we'll focus on some stocks that we might want to take long. Okay, market carpet. Looking a little better today, market carpet. You can see where the strength is, the dark greens. A lot of the technology group. Dark green is good. All right, so future's starting to bounce. Okay, we already have some calls. Let me just grab some more, put it in my active trader window. Got to get into a rhythm where I do that first thing in the morning. Okay, today's the 15th, so we'll look at some 30 deltas. I like to fill my active trader window with 30 deltas, puts and calls, one click entry. Okay, I already have some of those. Okay, can we get a follow through? All right, so we'll watch that. Let me grab some puts just in case. Put in my active trader window. That's all I'm doing right now. 69, 50. Let's see. Put that in my put side. Okay, let's see what we're going to do here. S&P looks like it wants to go. Okay. All right. It's not quite 10 o'clock, so I'm looking for 10 o'clock. A signal, get us to trend. We got positive gamma all the way up to 7,000 plus, and positive gamma down below. All those purple bars going to make the price action a little bit more sticky. Okay, Bitcoin had a great start to the week. It's starting to see a little profit taking. Bitcoin, Chevron, inside day, energy. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors again. Okay, we looked at the market carpet. Tech is getting a lot. Tech is getting the bid here. XLK. All right, it looks like it could break out. Semiconductors breaking out. Thanks to Taiwan Semi, Nvidia, of course. Still in the range. We could see that move a bit higher. Okay. We're still chopping around here. Need to wait till around 10 o'clock so these options prices will settle down. Okay, so sector-wise, we're still looking there. XLK, SMH, XLB, XLC. XLC, we had some weakness in Meta. That's starting to turn up a little bit. Meta is still sitting on its descending. A little concerned about Meta because it's sitting on its descending 50-day to start the week, and then we drop below it, running the lower bands. RSI is down there near 20, 30. MACD stochastics, all right. It might set up here shortly. Nothing yet. Nvidia looking the best. Actually, Taiwan Semi looking the best. That broke out to new highs. Taiwan Semi. Futures. Okay, CRML. All right, that's pushing a bit higher. CRML. CRML, looking for that to get back above 18, 19 yesterday. Okay. All right. CJMB, we got 25 million. And let's see, where'd it go? All right. Volume is 26.6 million so far. What is the float? CJMB, the float is, we don't have any for the float. CJMB. All right, we'll watch that one. CRML, CJMB, Charlie, July, Mike, Bravo. Charlie, July, Mike, Bravo, CJMB. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's got a bid. Cheap stock, big pop. Don't chase these. The way to trade them, if that's what you're going to do, is to watch MACD. When MACD crosses, you don't want MACD to be headed down when you enter. You want MACD to turn back up. So it's settling right now. So we got profit taking up at the highs at the moment. Okay, these cheap stocks, widowmakers for a reason. Okay, let's see what's actually working the market. We got Applied Materials, KLAC, SNDK. I see a pattern, chip and memory stocks, LRCX, Western Digital, AMD. Okay, AMD, we've got a call fly on AMD. All right, so this is moving really fast. Now, call flies, you want prices to grind up to your price and stall right around the middle of the fly. So oftentimes, like with the SPY end of the month call flies that are centered around 69.75. I said I didn't like the way it was working. That's what I'm referring to. It should be a grind. Okay, let me just see what that's priced out as. S&P call flies now. 30th. 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 Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see what these are going for. Buy a call fly, 69.50, 69.75, 7,000. Let's see what these are going for now. 7,000. These are only going for $1.70. 230 offer, $4 offer. Yeah. All right, futures pulling back. Futures pulling back. Okay, what if we continue here? All right, S&P. S&P fading at the moment, fading into the gap, looks like. Okay, S&P. CRML is trying to push a bit higher. Chevron inside day, catching a bid. Chevron, Wells Fargo, Doji inside day. It's just below the 50-day. Let's see what JP Morgan's doing. JP Morgan, we were looking for a 3-candle reversal on JP Morgan. Morningstar, so far so good. Okay, so we want to see this fill out. We want to see this candle become more green. You got the first day, that's the big down day. Then you get a doji where there's indecision. You get a pivot. This creates a Morningstar doji. Think sun rising, prices reversing, sun rising. Evening star doji is the opposite. It's up here at the high. Right now we got a Morningstar doji potentially on JP Morgan if you're still in it. I have calls, long calls left from before earnings. The Iron Condor took the call side off. And yesterday I exited the rolled put side. Okay, now S&P is starting to rally back up. S&P. Okay, let's see what this is going to do. S&P. Okay, all-time highs over here. We bounced at the 21-day. Okay, so we don't have a trend per se. Hedge flows, technically we could start to see lower highs and lower lows drop down into the gap. Watch for bear flags if you're trading the S&P at the moment. Okay, Wells Fargo. CJMB catching a bid. Charlie July Mike Bravo. Charlie July Mike Bravo catching a bid. Futures turning back up. All right, so this is a chop session to start out. Hedge flows. We need to break out of this sideways sinuous pattern, so we'll come back. We're not expecting big moves on the S&P. We do have the New York Stock Exchange at all-time highs, so this is telling you that for the most part, just think bullish, buy the dips, sell the rips. Okay, that's what the institutions will be doing. Dealers, rather. Dealers will be buying the dip, selling the rip. So we got a dip just now. They're buying it for now. Okay, inside day. All right, trying to establish what we want to do today. Semiconductors, SMH. Okay. 60-minute. Okay, back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. We're a little extended there, thanks to NVIDIA, the chips, AMD. AMD, nice move on AMD. Let me see what that call fly is going for right now. AMD. 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 Okay, the call fly is up quite a bit, actually. I have a lot of these call flies. We're getting near 240. I'm going to take some of these off. I got 25 of these things, so I'm going to take off 10. Okay, that'll leave me with 15 of these. AMD. Ideally, you want this price to grind up towards 240 and stall. So I just took some of the AMD call flies off. I have some 250s calls. AMD, those are a ways away. We got a ways to go, 15 points. Maybe AMD, now that it's above the 50-day, right? Maybe we start trending. Okay, so you got a triple bottom basically on AMD. Let me see if I have a chart. Probably do. Pretty popular stock to follow, AMD. Okay, so let me annotate this. Obviously, we've got support along this area. You got the gap, okay, and this zone here. Okay, let's see. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so you have this zone below. Nice bounce. And we're going to have some resistance overhead. Okay. So that's what it looks right now. Looks good, AMD. 240 is the center of the center strikes. I'm going to let the rest of these run. Hopefully we get no fade today. They continue to buy the dips. That's what we're looking for. USAR, that dipped a little bit. USAR. Actually, you know what? Let me do this so it's obvious what I'm looking at. Okay, so AMD looking really good here. AMD, what's Tesla doing? Keep an eye on Tesla. AMD. Where did my Amazon, Broadcom? What's Disney doing? AMD. AMD. AMD looks good. Okay, there goes Chevron. Chevron catching a bid. So we got the pre-market, some selling. Now Chevron's catching a bid. Chevron going now. Chevron is going now. All right, so if you missed an opportunity to get in, if you missed an opportunity, this is where you want to buy the dip. Okay, so let's take a look at Chevron. Okay, why don't we? Chevron. So two different sectors. This is looking good. Inside day. Okay, nice reversal. Let's see, the 60-minute. Okay, so 60-minute. This is probably one of the best techniques or strategies I think you can develop is pay attention to, obviously, if a stock's on the weekly time frame above the 10 EMA, all right, that starts your analysis, right? So you're above the 10 EMA, so okay, that looks good. We're breaking out multi-year breakout. You look at the daily, it's trending above the 9 and 21 day. Where do you want to buy? You want to buy on dips like this morning. Okay, if it drops below, you got to stop underneath 165. It's only $1.50 away, $1.60, so that's not too bad, right? But if it starts to go, you've got a great entry. Okay, entries on the dips here. Since we moved above the 20 EMA on the 8th of January, this was we added on Wednesday, I believe, Corey. I think it was Wednesday. We added on Wednesday. We started on Monday 2 weeks ago. Monday 2 weeks ago on the the Venezuela Maduro issue. CVX gapped up yesterday. They were saying that Chevron's got new licenses or renewed licenses or something like that. So do a little research, but this looks pretty good. Chevron is going. Just one stock, one sector, XLE. XLE is doing the same thing. XLE dipped down to the 20 EMA, so that's a valid analysis. Everything's bullish here. XLE, yep. The daily 20, 50-day cross, 20. Okay, that looks good. So XLE is a good sector. Just don't buy the high, buy the dips, okay, like the 60 minutes showed you this morning. Okay, that's going. All right, so XLE, let's look at XLF. Got a bounce in the financials, all right? Financials back above the 20 EMA. So this is building. You don't have to chase this. You don't have to jump into XLF. You can wait. Goldman Sachs is helping out. Goldman almost took a iron condor on Goldman. That would have worked out really well. But the premiums, we didn't take a position, did we? I don't know why it seems like we did. No, we didn't. Okay, good. But we looked at it pretty discreetly. So this looks good. Goldman Sachs, that would have worked out just fine. Okay. So we would have sold the 1,000 strike and bought the 1,100. 1,000, 1,010. Sorry, 1,000, 1,010 is what we were going to buy 10 strikes wide, and we were going to sell the 900 and buy the 890, right? 890. So that trade would have worked out if you took it. Congrats. I did not. Already have 2 banks for the week. Those weren't working too well. So a little cautious on the banks. That looks good. I'm glad that Goldman Sachs is doing something positive. All right, let's look at JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan is working. 3-candle reversal, working. Morningstar Doji. Okay, if you want to check out Tom, can't believe I forgot his last name. Bukowski. Tom, the pattern site. I'm having a senior moment here. Pattern site. Tom Bukowski. Okay. I know there's a lot of advertising, but go to his candlestick patterns. Okay. Candlestick patterns and look at 3-candle reversal. Maybe it's under here. No, it's going to be under Morningstar Doji. Morningstar. We just want to look at the statistics here. Morningstar Doji. Okay, Morningstar. He's got so much advertising here. Jeez, Tom. This guy retired in his 30s. He's written like a couple of dozen books. Morningstar Doji. All right, this is exactly what you're looking at on JP Morgan. You got a downtrend into a very bearish day. You get a doji, and then you follow through. That's exactly what we're looking at here on JP Morgan. 3-candle reversal. Looking really good. Okay, JP Morgan, for those of you who held on to the puts. JP Morgan. Okay. All right, so we're after 10 o'clock, we're going to look for some setups now. Morning Star Doji pattern. Day 3. Bullish. Through. Okay, that looks beautiful. I love to see these Morningstar Dojis, especially a position that we have or had. I have calls now left over from before earnings. JP Morgan, let me see what that looks like. All right, those calls are doing really well, actually. I have April. I have the April 330, 335. Okay, that's a ways out of the money, but we'll have until April. This is already back to almost break even. So up and away from here. The star of the day, though, is Taiwan Semiconductor gapping up, not showing any weakness. Okay, I have some 350s and also have Taiwan Semi. Also have some. What did we say? We have a March 350s. Okay, those are looking really good actually. March 350s, those are up a lot. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so Tesla, we're interested in Tesla. That's not bouncing. All right, the New York Fangs are seeing profit taking. All right, let's take a look at hedge flows. Hedge flows continue to move lower, so we could fill the gap. Okay, so we could go down and trade into the gap, S&P. So watch for weakness. We're near the lows right here, right now. Okay, so watch here. We're not out of the woods yet. Not expecting a big move, but if we drop down into the gap, we could see a little bit more weakness. S&P 500. Okay, let me see if my son woke up yet. Okay, so Taiwan Semi had earnings. Let's look at the chips. Right now, Applied Materials, that's up 8%. CLAC, KLAC's up 8%. SNDK, if you sold the put credits last week, that's doing really well. SNDK. Let's see what the implied vol is. I might want to do it again on any weakness. SNDK. Oh. Okay, who's got earnings tonight or tomorrow? I know I'm all over the place right now. Okay, we're looking for hedge flows to either hold here or turn back down. Okay, so earnings, we had Taiwan Semi, we have RF tomorrow morning. Taiwan Semi, okay, that looks good. Taiwan Semi. For Friday, got RF and MTB Bank, PNC Bank, 3% move on PNC. Okay, so we'll have to wait until next week. It's the beginning of earnings season. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, January 16th. It's a beautiful sunny day outside. What's the weather look like? Weather forecast survey says Myrtle Beach, 47 degrees and sunny in Carolina Forest. Okay, Chevron's still going. Chevron, that's looking good. We've got most stocks advancing. The majority of stocks are advancing on 2-to-1 volume, 2-to-1 up volume on the SPY, 2.8 on the Qs. This is jumping around. What's IWM look like? I have 265s on IWM. We're looking for more upside on IWM. All right, so I have 265s that expire in a week, I believe. Oh, end of the month. So IWM looking good. IWM. Got a pretty big position in IWM. Where are you? IWM. Okay, there you are. Okay, IWM. We're up $75 per contract. 75 per contract. Looking for at least 100% on these IWM 265s. Okay, have IWM 265s. I'd be interested to see what Mondo's trading. Have you bought any IWM? IWM have 265 call, January 30s. JP Morgan. You going puts? You going puts, Cayman? Okay. So we have some dissent in the trading room. Some people looking short. Okay, where is my... Oh, I don't have my mouse on. That's why it's not showing up. That might help. Okay, where's JP? There's JP. Wells Fargo. Okay, Goldman Sachs. I need to buy a new mouse this weekend. This friggin' thing is not working well. What the hell? Sorry. There we go. JP Morgan. JP Morgan. What? You hungry? You hungry, sweetie? There you go. Papa didn't feed you? My lucky kitty cats are in the office. Where's your sister? I don't see her. Okay. All right. So IWM looking good. Okay. S&P is turning back up. Chevron still rising a bit. Little profit taking right there. There goes JP Morgan's ripping here. JP Morgan. Morningstar. Doji. Day 3. JP Morgan going. Morningstar, Doji. Cayman is shorting this. Okay. All right. Very possible we get rejected at the 50-day. Okay, so left to be seen what the traders are going to do. Okay, so that's looking good. If you have the position, let's see, a little profit taking it to highs. Goldman Sachs. Let's see what they said. JP Morgan, just out of curiosity, if there was any mention of, I guess people talking about a short on silver. I find that hard to believe that JP Morgan, that Jamie Dimon would let too much risk on the firm. Okay, here's JP Morgan. Okay, so pretty much for banks, earnings growth. All right, price to book. What's the price to book on JP Morgan? Let's look at X. Okay. Grok. What is the current price book on JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Citi, BAC? Let's see. JP Morgan, price to book $2.42. Trading around 308 with book value 312 now. Okay, so strong premium valuation. Okay, so Goldman Sachs is pretty much the same. 256, 258 price to book. Wells Fargo's 168. So there is some price appreciation potential in Wells Fargo. That's why I like to trade Wells Fargo. Citigroup's 1. Price to book is 1. Bank of America is 1.37. But Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan definitely trading at a price premium to book. Okay, so that's good to know. Good to know. So what does that mean? It means that institutions may wait for this to come back a little bit. So Cayman's trade on JP Morgan may work out. Once we get to the 50-day, we'll see what happens. If it rolls over, I might join him with some puts. Right now I have some calls, so I want to take those off into strength. JP Morgan. And I have those expiring out in April. So I'll hold on to this for now. Looking good, looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day this morning. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. New York Fangs look okay. They're mixed at the moment with Broadcom trying to take the highs. NVIDIA just hit the highs and seeing some profit taking. Futures are just sitting here. All right, futures are just sitting here looking at hedging flows. Could be a sideways pattern. Stick between these two levels right here at 69.50 and 69.90. All right, so a 40-point range potentially. Okay, let me just grab this here. And, okay, let's see what Hero looks like. Hero or the S&P. Okay. Okay, so we want to see the blue line and the orange line both rising. That's producing positive gamma. That said, prices are just kind of sideways. The white line is S&P. All right, back to here. Okay, so we're holding up. Looks like we could just be a range. So this is where I would be paying attention to. Okay, which direction do we choose? Do we go up? Do we go down? We got a couple of wicks. I won't include those. Just the bodies of the candles right now. So this is the S&P. And whatever direction they choose out of this is the direction we're probably going to trade today. 21-day we held. Could be on the daily that we just jockey around in this area. That said, we do have the New York Stock Exchange giving us a bullish look. Okay, that's expanding, okay, from where we were this morning. New York Stock Exchange looking good. The 60-minute, okay. 60-minute, okay. New York Stock Exchange, composite. Just taking some notes, sorry. All right. Okay. All right, so when the 20 MA is rising, you want to be buying dips. This is probably one of the best things you can do. Once the stock is above the daily and the weekly, you want to be paying attention to the trend. On reversals, where the moving average, the 20 MA is dropping and prices move back above, that's your buy signal. You look for the first dip, watch for a follow through. You can enter here, put a stop underneath that low, 21.9, and just ride the trend. Okay, you can see over here we didn't come back and stop. You can take a position off if you've got a multi-day run. As you drop back below the 20 MA, wait for it to get back above the 20 MA. You can enter again. Okay, you can see the run up starts to move lower. You can take it off if it drops below the 20 MA. So you got 400 points there. Okay, back above the 20 MA. You're long again. Okay, stop is way down there. So you should expect there's 2,400 components here. 70% are stocks. About 25% are American Depository Receipts, ADRs, and about 5% are real estate investment trusts, according to the latest makeup. Um, Okay, S&P futures continue. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. S&P trying to break out, hit the top of the range again, got knocked around. So it needs to break out to go long. Okay, we're seeing the same thing on the hedge flows. Probably going to be a sine wave. So if you've been trading this for any length of time using the hedge flow line, you know that we need to see a trend. Higher highs, higher lows for a bullish trade. Lower highs, lower lows for a bearish trade. We can see that in previous days. We had a trend down for the most part yesterday, and we leveled off. On Tuesday, we had a trend down, lower highs, lower lows. Markets kind of went sideways. And then, of course, on Monday, Monday, I think we were rising all day. So nice trend here. This is what I'm looking for. This would be beautiful if that happens today, okay, or tomorrow. Looking for higher highs and higher lows. Right now, S&P is just stuck in this range. Okay, range bound. So, in other words, look elsewhere. IWM. Let's see what IWM looks like, actually. IWM. I want to see. All right, so kind of sideways, but we are at highs, IWM. I have 265 calls for January 30. Here's IWM. Okay, and what does it look like on the 60-minute? Came down to the 20 EMA late yesterday, bouncing off midday. All right, so that looks good. 2,000 small cap stocks. Let's see what the 10-year looks like. 10-year TNX. Okay, flat, basically range bound, the 10-year yield. Okay. Yields not doing much of anything. The semiconductors today, Taiwan Semi taking off to the upside. Let me just change this. Actually, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just looking at the length of time. Okay, when you get flat moving averages on a 60-minute, that's telling you don't do anything. Wait for the breakout. If you look at the S&P, we can see the same thing. Okay, basically flattening out. We just got to grind higher. We'd have to lose the 20 EMA to get bearish below 69, 68.90, I believe, is Brett's level. We're pressing up against 7,000. I do have the 69.95, 7,000 call spread. And when is that? For the end of the year? S&P. Where? There you are. S&P. 16th, Friday. Okay. JP Morgan at the highs. JP Morgan seeing a little profit taking. S&P just sitting here, staying in a range. Back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, watch this level right here. I tried Omaha steaks. They're okay. They're all right. Let's see what's going on in CNBC land. I know. CNBC. Nope, they're not on right now. Okay. Commercial break. Still range bound. Could be a doji day. Okay, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if we had a doji day on the daily. Okay, right here. Doji. New York Stock Exchange again is at the highs. Now that I beat that to death. NYSE. Compared to the S&P, look at the New York Stock Exchange, the composite. Okay, that's 2,400 components versus 500 components. Here's the S&P, just grinding along. But if you look at the New York Stock Exchange composite, 2,400 components, including 25% ADRs, American Depository Receipts. It's pulling away from the 21 days. So are you scared of the market right now? I wouldn't be. I would not be. Intraday is a different story. All right, Chevron pulling back. Okay. CRML pulling back. CJMB, that one's turning back up. CJMB. Market's kind of sleepy right now. Kind of sleepy. It feels like people are getting impatient. They're taking profits. Markets aren't moving. So let me take profits and get back to work. All right, so S&P equal weight. All right, so we'll look at that too. S&P equal weight. Taking the weight out of these New York FANG components. What's it doing? Same thing, pulling away. Okay, so that tells you right there what's happening. The top 10 New York FANG, the Mag 7, whatever you want to call it, those are lagging. So the S&P is not doing the same thing as the New York Stock Exchange composite or equal weight. So what does that say? That says we want to pay attention to the stocks that are leading. These are going to probably continue. Vistra Energy, Okay, let's look at the 6. Okay, this is just moving above the 20 and 50 days. So what do? All right, Vistra Energy. All right, I like this a lot, actually. Let's look at the weekly, back above the 10 EMA. All right, so we've got everything we need. We just need to see what the 60 minutes says. 60 minutes says, okay, we're popping above. We're probably going to start trending. Do I want to buy it right here? Not really. Buy it on dips. So right now we're probably going to see an A pivot up here. Look for an entry on BST. BST, look around 12 o'clock, I would guess. Vistra. Buy dips. Consistency breeds success. All right. So I've been using the 20 EMA on the 60 minute for, it's got to be 20 years. Probably the best thing I started doing, especially if you're trading options. Okay. Because options, the problem with options is that people they buy up here because they get excited. Yet the 20 EMA is way down here. The breakout level is 176. If you buy options at the high of the day, you're almost always going to be disappointed because you get your average true range, whatever the stock normally trades, the maximum of the day, and then it pulls back. That you want to buy the pullback. Now, Steven does this really well, buying the pullback. I don't even know what his handle is right now. Cat. I don't see Steven in the room right now. He's probably goofing off. All right, so buy dips, okay? Especially if you're trading options. If you're trading shares, you got more leeway. S&P is trying to break out of this pattern. Okay, we're breaking out of the pattern. S&P breaking out. Okay, so breaking higher for now. Out of that range. All right, so watch for MACD. MACD needs to turn up. Okay, MACD. MACD. Okay, so you got your breakout. Okay, there goes the futures. Watch MACD. Just remember, consistency breeds success. Whatever it is that you do, when you're at the end of the day, you're taking note of what traded well. Here goes Tesla. What traded well for me today? Whatever it is, whether it's a 60 minute, I like using a 60 minute for my initial analysis, and then I'll go into a trade. I usually won't chase unless there's a really good reason. Use that 20 EMA. All right, Tesla. Look at Tesla. Good example is Tesla, right? It's been in a downtrend. It's a double bottom. It's trying to get back above these moving averages. Looks like a good entry area with a stop underneath. Tesla, stop underneath, okay? Good entry. Stop underneath. Okay, if you're wrong, it'll take this out. Today's low.
I think overall, as we look at the price action here, Sam, that I think the market's going to continue to find some further upside. Maybe not in the levels that we did see early last year. I think there'll be a little hesitation here as this rotation continues.
Let's get it started.
Foundations there. If rates continue to move lower, I think you'll see the equity markets move higher. As we move
Okay, so here we go. Tesla looking good.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, particularly when you look at some of the Fed speak this morning as to, when those rate cuts that could potentially be coming, particularly if you listen to Bostic talking about, distortions to the data until at least April or May. I mean, this is a Fed that is dependent on the data. So let's wait and see. Really appreciate your insights there today, Dan. That is Dan Denny from PayPal. Thanks for joining us there. Coming up, we will take a look at TSMC earnings and the sectors on food this morning, rather, and the headlines moving markets overseas. We'll be right back.
Okay. Futures continue. S&P. Tesla looking better. Okay, Tesla. I already have a position in Tesla. TSLL shares as well as calls. Let me just check it out. See if I want to roll or do anything with Tesla. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day. Yeah, Tesla's looking good. Okay, I got some 450s and 460s. Okay, so we're trying to break out. Okay, haven't completely gone yet. You can see MACD, right? MACD. Looking at MACD, not there yet. Volume's not there yet either. Okay, there's your range on the 1 minute chart now. 1 minute. MACD. Yeah, MACD is not giving it to us yet. That needs to turn up and make some distance between the signal line, and volume needs to pick up. Volume needs to pick up.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions.
Remember the S&P 60-minute doesn't look as good as the S&P's equal weight 60-minute because the New York Fangs are not participating 100%. Microsoft is off. Apple is kind of sitting here. There goes Amazon bouncing. Google is off. So we got Tesla moving higher. Broadcom, NVIDIA looks okay. It's off the high of the day. All right, so maybe we get a higher low. Watch that MACD right there. Watch the volume looking pretty good. Volume starting to pick up. But equal weight is still outperforming, which is telling you what you need to know. New York Fangs are not 100%. Okay. 440, 450 on Tesla. Thank you, Corey. 440, 450. 450 is your first. It's above 440. You got 450 as your next call wall. It happens to line up with the 20 EMA on the daily as well. Okay, S&P not following through yet. Chevron with a bounce, higher low, Chevron. Okay, Bitcoin still easing back into yesterday's price action. It actually dumped a little while ago. NVIDIA, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. Okay, I got a Doji looking forward to get back above 50, the 50-day, Wells Fargo. We could take the call side off, I guess. Wells Fargo. Cash that in. Okay, before it gets too far. Create a closing order, call side. $2 debit. I don't think anybody's going to bid for it, though. Wells Fargo, the 100 strike. Yeah, we're not going to get above that. Microsoft trying to turn, Apple's trying to go. Let's see what Apple looks like here. Apple. Okay, Apple. A couple of people were saying some things very positive about Apple. I think it was barchart.com. I get a occasional email from them. Okay. Apple. Apple above the 60. This is a pretty decent entry right here on Apple. Actually, you know what? Apple, I might do that. Apple is just sitting here. I have a position. Those expire tomorrow and then the following week. Let's see, Apple. 265s.
Yeah, and then obviously the other thing that we keep an eye on is some of the China headline risk associated with what we saw in the performance yesterday. Just wanted to get your thoughts on what you were thinking about as far as the financials today, because a little bit of a different story to what we've seen in the last two sessions, particularly in reaction to some of the earnings. Obviously, a nice, strong asset and wealth management numbers out of Goldman.
Apple's still sitting here.
We got some record equity trading out of Goldman as well. I'm just wondering, as far as the reaction today, yeah, it's just a different picture. It looks like
Futures just sitting here. S&P, not much to go on yet. Top of the range. MACD turned down, so there's no follow through yet. Okay, Chevron looks like it wants to go some more. Chevron, JP Morgan. Okay, looks good so far. Micron recovery. Back up to the highs, Micron. I did reduce my position in Micron yesterday as we started to ease a bit lower because there was concern that we might continue to base. Looks like we're just going to hold in this range. Micron has 274% expected earnings from $8 per share in 2025 to $31 2026. That's what analysts are anticipating. So we talked about this. If you look at the box on the left, okay, so 2025, $8, almost 4 times as much, right? 274%. 274%. So $31 in earnings, which is telling you that Micron's pretty underappreciated. Let's see. I'm still sitting here though. S&P turning back down. S&P. Okay, S&P. Yeah, Trip.com was really bad yesterday. TRIP. Did you see that? Trip.com yesterday? Look at that move yesterday on the daily on the right. Okay, it's trying to hold. All right, puts are starting to catch a bid now. Puts, S&P. S&P. Back down into the range, S&P. Still haven't picked a good direction. MACD's turned down. If we break this, we're going to go into the gap more. You can see there's a buy order block, so we'll see if there's any supply, any liquidity here. Still very choppy day. Okay, you can see what the S&P has done so far. Apple down to lows. Microsoft at the lows. Nvidia pulling back more. Broadcom, Tesla Meta trying to hold on. Okay. Okay. Chevron trying to break out again. Okay, so we said we like Vistra. Vistra not giving it back. Continuous buying here. Vistra Energy. Okay, I have Valero too. Vistra. Let me see what Vistra looks like options wise. Vistra. Okay, do I have energy? XLE. Yeah. Let me add Vistra. VS.
Real-time access, data
VST.
from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
RGTZ.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth.
Here it is, Vistra.
And more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an educator.
49% implied vol. Relative vol 65%. Okay, if you're going to do anything, you'd have to do call spreads. Vistra, still going. 60-minute looks good. Very extended. Okay, so that risk reversal, talking about buying puts at the moment, that's because this thing is so extended right now. So you don't want to buy calls right this minute. Core 1M did jump back above 11. Core 1M on the daily. All right, it's back down again. Okay. Yesterday it got back to 11 and change. Today it's back down to 8. So calls are expensive again. Calls are expensive again. Very tough right now to. Okay, starting to test the low here. Okay, whoops. Still got hedge flows. We're starting to test the stops down below now and turning back up. Apple a bit lower. There goes Chevron. Okay, let's take a look at these again. Let's see. Let's go to what I'm looking for is are calls and puts expensive on the New York Bang? Yes, they are. Most of these are over in the rightmost quadrant, so these are expensive. Apple, you can see right here. Okay, Apple, 62% risk reversal. And it's showing weakness right now. So you don't want to buy calls straight up. If you're going to do anything when calls are expensive, like they're showing right now in the far right quadrant, then you want to do verticals, right? But the likelihood of these are going to move to the left is higher. You can see JP Morgan is here too. I put that on there yesterday. Let's see, JP Morgan. Can take that off. Goldman Sachs. Coin. These don't belong on here. All right, let me add TSSI. TSSI was up. TSSI. Okay, that's fairly inexpensive, TSSI, but it was moving on up yesterday. My averages are right around 10 for TSSI. Okay, so it's changing trend. So a cheap stock to consider is TSSI. RZLV. Thank you. Thanks, Grover. Brian. TSSI. Mondo. Cheap. TSSI.
you need to set the bar high to achieve those numbers. And this is a company not afraid to move that bar when they see the opportunity. So I think it's about having the institutional fortitude, certainly that GIA region.
Where do they find these people at? Oh man, what are they talking about? All right. Nice jacket. Very nice jacket. All right. So TSSI looking good. Cheap $10 stock. Look at the volume. That's telling you institutions are accumulating shares as it moves off the low. It's a smaller version of the liquid cooling systems that SMCI does. I don't know what happened to that company. That's just fell apart. All right. JP Morgan. Okay, it's JP Morgan. I don't see anything here. Okay. S&P still drifting lower. All right, S&P is breaking down. There are stops underneath, no doubt. Stops underneath this level. What are we going to do here, folks? What are we going to do? Chevron higher. Tesla pulling back in a little bit. I'd like to get the S&P moving. All right, let's take a look at the S&P equal weight. S&P equal weight. Oh, they don't have it here. Oh, SPX equal weight. Damn it. SPX equal weight. Why is it not? There you go. Equal weight. All right, daily still rising. Okay, so this looks good compared to the S&P. These are moving away from the 9 and 21 day. So it's telling you, with the exception of the New York FANG components, 10 stocks, everything else is working. And the New York Stock Exchange looking good too. So breadth is good. So your average stocks should continue to see strength. KLAC gapping up. Okay, don't chase these. Look for a B and C pivot now. Look for a B and C pivot. Okay, this is up here at the high. So wait for it to pull back into the gap. If it does, if it starts to take off to the upside, you can try some of these LRCX. Lamb Research. All right, that already gave you a B pivot. That's a potential there. Okay, 60 minute. 60 minute. Coming back to the 20 EMA. As long as it stays above the 20 EMA, that's a valid long setup. S&P turning back up, sucking some people in. S&P, they're sucking people in. Bears. So it seems. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. The markets are just chopping people up right now. I haven't done anything other than take a look at some potential positions. Vistra Energy, Tesla, potential on Apple. That just kind of faded. Futures turning back up, taking some stops out and reversing. Choppy price action. Let me just leave hedge flow lines on. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Talked about how AI will help consumers shop more efficiently, which arguably compresses margins. But here's another use of the tool that might arguably expand margins.
Yeah, exactly. And so the whole point is let's use AI with the human complement to make sure that we're not letting any instance of a potential fraudulent return, a decoy, get past us so that we can lower the retailer's cost of return and then ultimately, hopefully, save all of us. We go to checkout so we're not ending up paying for that further in the price of the goods that we pay for.
Pretty interesting. These use cases that continue to pile up. Appreciate it, Cody Reagan. When we come back, a can't miss interview next hour with Coinbase's Brian Armstrong. He'll join us to defend his opposition to this new crypto legislation that potentially derailed the key Senate markup today when he joins us on Money Movers after this.
THH. SPHL.
ZENA. TII. CWBX. RCAT.
TII. MLEC. AHMA.
BWAB.
THH.
NUKK. TII.
CJMB. AHMA.
RCAT.
CJMB.
CRWG. CWBX. STUB.
AHMA. CJMB.
CRWG. STUB. RCAT.
CJMB.
CRWB. SPHL may resume in less than a minute. CRWG.
CGTL.
STUB.
JL.
GLDD. UMAC.
CJMB.
RCAT.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today we're watching the Hill, where a landmark crypto bill is now on hold after Coinbase came out against it late yesterday. Co-founder and CEO Brian Armstrong will join us first on CNBC, explain the opposition.
All right, so it appears we're making higher highs and higher lows on the S&P hedge flow indicator for now. Let's see what Hero says. Calls are being bought, puts are being sold. Basket of equities turning up, so I'm not surprised there. Aside from the New York Fangs not participating. New York Stock Exchange looks good. NASDAQ, IWM. Okay, IWM a little bit of puts being sold. Following through, calls being bought. All right, so that looks good. We got Amazon turning back up. Apple, still like Apple. Let's look at Apple on the 60-minute. Apple trying to stay above the 60-minute.
And Max, I think you're pretty bullish on the year. You've got a year-end target of 7,500. Might get there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks for having me. Look, I think there is a risk actually that this might even be a classic sort of sell in May and go away year. We certainly feel like it is really appropriate to have such a bullish stance like we've got at the moment. So we're almost consumer bullish on equities, particularly in the US and emerging emerging markets. Also on the bank side of things, you guys were just talking about financials. I think, when you look at Japanese banks, you look at European banks, they look really, really strong, really benefiting from that steepening of the curve and the repricing of front-end rate expectations. The worry I have going towards the second half of the year, again, nothing that we need to deal with right now, but towards the second half of the year, the worry I have is that perhaps a lot of those impulses that we're getting right now, the positive fiscal impulse with the big beautiful bill, the positive capex impulse, maybe some even more upside surprises on the AI capex cycle, and even on the monetary side, all of those tailwinds that we're seeing right now might actually turn into headwinds then going from 2026 to 2027. Again, nothing that we need to deal with right now. That's something to be mindful of when we head towards the second half of this year.
Max, of the tailwinds you mentioned is starting to discount that maybe the monetary part doesn't happen like the way we thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is absolutely correct. We're very, very hefty underweight in rates, particularly in the US, but also particularly in JGBs. That is correct. So with the fiscal
Okay.
that we've got coming through
Apple.
in the US, but also think of places like Japan and
SPY.
Germany.
You can see SPY is above the 20 EMA. The most it could see is probably a pullback to the 20 EMA. For now, we got a double top potentially. Okay, stocks are reversing, starting to move higher now. New York, there goes Chevron breaking out. Chevron breaking out.
Merely pushing them out or pricing from 2 down to 1 cut. That is not enough. That just will continue to be good news being good news for risk assets.
Amazon's still going.
It will change only once we go from rate cuts to rate hikes, but that is still quite a long way off.
So you buy this idea
VST. Let me take a look. SPY looks good. VST. Breaking higher. VST.
Yeah, but let's look at the data from the last couple of days. So I want to say the same thing because it's kind of boring just to every week and every month say, well, it's still Goldilocks, it's still shortfall. Just keep doing the trades that you've been doing for the last 8 months. Kind of feels control C, control V behavior in a way. So it's kind of boring. I want to see, some things, something's going to give, something's going to go wrong. And then you look at things like the payrolls. Look at the payrolls last week. As Goldilocks as you can imagine, it's literally the kind of data set that we dream of when we talk about Goldilocks. A bit worse on the hiring, a bit worse on the revisions.
S&P back to the highs. Still potential to stall right here. Okay, got a sell order block from before. S&P. Okay, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to pull this up here and pull this down here rather than making it so hard to read.
There's good justification of lowering rates if you believe the power of AI. If you see the deflationary impact of China with $1 trillion trade surplus. These are all very deflationary trends, and the AI is deflationary, and so it may not show up as much in 2026, but out 27 you can see real.
Okay, Chevron shining like a superstar. All right, S&P at the top of the range. Vistra Energy. This was showing up on the most actives. Vistra Energy standing out. APH, that's from the watch list. APH from the watch list.
We're going to relentlessly continue QT, which is very different to the QE that we're all the non-QE QE that we're seeing from the Fed right now. So what would you guys were just saying to Larry think? One thing that it would add in the very near term, not for 2027, but for right now. Of course, yeah, you can argue that the data are running on, but at the
the same time, the Fed is buying more than $50 billion of
Mhm,
paper once again,
mhm,
just
mhm.
over a 1 month period. That just means it's almost impossible that really yields will break out viciously.
Okay, Applied Materials as well. A lot of stocks on the New York FANG on the watch list.
At all the long rate sensitive and high beta segments in the equity market in the US.
All right, very bullish. Max Kender, thank you for joining us. Good to see you from HSBC.
Let's turn to bank earnings.
SNDK looks good. Western Digital breaking out. WCDC breaking out. SNDK. Goldman Sachs.
What accounts for the turnaround, at least on these two names, versus the pre-market action?
Yeah, no, certainly you had a very robust capital markets environment this quarter. When I look at the
Okay, looks
US
good.
investment banks,
AMD
revenues up 10% year over year.
looks good.
Quarter, I think in history for trading revenues.
Chevron. Okay, everything is working right now. Coming into a little bit after 11 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Hope you're having a good day. I certainly am as well.
Our backlogs increased that consecutive quarter to a 4-year high. We think in 2026 you'll see continued strength in both M&A and IPO activity. And a lot of the tenants that drove, really strong trading revenues in 2025 should also continue to
Broadcom looks good. Okay, futures trying to break out here. Let's take a look at hedge flows. Hedge flows. All right, so buying a few puts there. Now turning back up. The very choppy price action is what I'm getting out of this. Higher highs, higher lows. Looking for price action to release and start to head towards the 69.85, 69.90 level. Okay, we've already tested or got close to testing this level, 69.50. Negative gamma, prices moving higher, faster, higher, faster. Looks okay. Oh boy. All right. Sun will be up here shortly. Looking for my keys. He's been driving my car to school. A good son. It's a good son.
Retail banking operations in the U.S. So I think both are actually doing quite well in capital markets activities. It's just not as a big contributor as it is for Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley.
Given everything we just talked about, what's the ladder of favorites? The investment banks, money centers, the regionals. Is there a clear winner coming into the quarter?
I think certainly, in a backdrop where, you do have investment banking revenues, kind of the big bright spot, that certainly feeds into the brokers and money center bank. The other theme is just this whole regulatory reduction theme, which certainly helps.
All right, we did hit the high and get rejected again. All right, just got rejected.
Basel III endgame capital proposal, which we think will be, favorable relative to what we thought a year or two ago, as well as kind of changes to the G-SIB surcharge. The biggest capital requirement. So while the stocks have had certainly good moves over the last couple of years, we do think there's additional upside as the things play through.
Finally, when clients ask you whether or not this credit card cap on APR has real momentum on the Hill, what's the answer?
RILY.
Out there, I think the banks are kind of working to kind of improve affordability for all their products. I think there's a general consensus that a 10% cap would certainly have a fair amount of negative repercussions, as it would likely stem credit availability to lower-end consumer, which is a big driver of overall spend in the life. So I think there's a hope that cooler heads prevail, and they come up with something more sensible about this.
Right. Jason, appreciate it. Big story of the week. Jason Goldman.
Still to come this hour, a blowout quarter from Taiwan Semi, plus new tariffs on chip imports impacting NVIDIA and AMD. That's next.
Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster is with us. These new sanctions just announced on Iran in the last hour. President holding off on military action. We'll get to all of that. And the president's meeting with Machado of Venezuela when we return.
AGQ.
Okay.
The deficits, which are actually going the right direction, but what does it then mean in the credit markets? Right now, the rates market, for example, is very benign. The 10-year is still sitting at 415. We are not in danger zone at all. Equities have done well. But to your point, though, the policy uncertainty is adding fuel to this dispersion we're talking about, where at the index level, things are relatively calm, including with the VIX. But at the single stock level, the volatility is very high. And if you look at each of these pronouncements, whether it is about credit card capping fees, whether it's about the ability of institutional investors to buy the housing market, with the defense companies being able to buy back stocks that pay their in compensation, each of these has caused a lot of volatility for a brief period of time. And the question is, how realistic is it and how likely is it that it translates? So in the case of financial, for example, we remain very optimistic. I think valuations are decent, capital market activity is humming, M&A activity is likely to pick up. The yield curve has already steepened. I think it will remain steep, which is good for the fundamentals. So I think we have to have a thick skin and be able to look beyond the chaos while tactically navigating the market from time to time.
A lot of meditation on the part of desk traders this year, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Venu. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Well, coming up on Morning Brief, we'll bring you today's top trending tickers and count you down to the opening bell. We'll also talk more tech.
AGQ.
If you've ever dropped your phone, wallet, or fries between the seats, you already know why I use the console catcher. It's a flexible insert that stops everyone from falling into that annoying seat gap. Scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the seat gap monster.
SPHL.
You know how we were talking about kitchen gadgets that make life easier? Well, have you seen that ad for the coffee?
I think so. What is it, like a blender?
No, it's for taking corn off the cob, like
Oh
stripping
God,
it.
this stupid commercial.
Well, let me tell you, this thing's a game changer. Like, I actually think it's a must-have.
Yeah.
First of all, the design,
It's so simple.
but it's really clever. So in the video, they show how it works. You run it down the cob, and boom, the kernels come right out.
No more mess all over the counter.
Exactly. And right now, you can get it per steal.
Sounds like a pretty
SPHL.
sweet deal, especially if you eat a lot of corn on the cob.
You can order it so easily with a QR code.
Right.
So really, like,
What are you waiting for?
what are you waiting for?
Go get your cob gobbler.
Is this the future of corn?
I think it might be.
Are we all going to be having cob gobblers?
AGQ.
Are we going to be
Welcome
having
back.
cob
Chip
gobbler
makers now
parties?
facing new tariffs
I'm
on
into
some
it.
imports.
This
Eamon
is the
Jeffers in
future.
DC with the story. Amen.
Scan the code.
Hey there, Sarah. That's
Bring
right.
the time off.
President Trump
If you're
said
tired of
yesterday he's
fighting with those
imposing a new
kernels and
Section
making a mess,
232 tariff on
this is
semiconductor chips that are imported to the U.S.
With its powerful
and then
telescope
shipped to
zoom,
other
the
markets,
Flash Force
citing a
tactical
national
flashlight
security need.
is always ready to light up the night.
Industrial base for those chips. The White House says it's setting up a two-phase process. The first is that semiconductors that are imported into the U.S. but are not used domestically will be subjected to a 25% tariff. President Trump described it as a win-win for the United States.
So we're allowing them to do it, but the United States is getting 25% of the chips in terms of the dollar value, and I think it's a very good deal. Great deal. They're taking billions of dollars, and they've done a fantastic job. But it's not the Blackwell or the Rubin.
Now, in the second phase, the White House said the tariffs could broaden out. The White House says that after trade negotiations have concluded, broader tariffs on semiconductors could kick in at a rate they don't specify in the language here, but they describe as significant. They also raised the prospect of tariff offset program to enable companies that are investing in the United States semiconductor production supply chain to obtain preferential tariff treatment. We don't have all the details on what that might look like, Sarah. So some question marks here, but an effort by the administration to stop transshipment of chips, or at least to slow it down and get a tariff line.
Yeah, I think that this has been, they've been talking about this for a while. Eamon also raises the question about a Taiwan trade deal. What's going on? That's one of the ones that has not been announced, any sort of framework. And I know Taiwan Semi has exemptions because they build in the United States, but it's a key question around all this.
Yeah, lots of reports swirling around about that, Sarah, but I've been asking officials at USTR here at the White House, whether or not we're close to a deal. No response from anybody on that. So
We just don't know. I mean, and that's a big question, right? I mean, where is that going to land, and then how does that relate to obviously the tensions with China? That's all still hanging out there. So we're not done with the tariff story for this year.
Not by any means, Eamon. Appreciate that. Eamon Javers outside the White House. Let's stick with the chips today and the sustained optimism for a rally following these results out of Taiwan Semi. Christina Partsinevelos back with us at Post 9. You can't blame viewers for trying to keep pace with the news about tariffs, export controls, capex guidance. There's a lot.
There's a lot, especially when you get a headline every single day from a different outlet saying, okay, the tariffs are on, they're off. China's going to buy, China's not going to buy, which really affects more so NVIDIA and AMD. And also why you don't see as much of a reaction in those two stocks, because their investors know they've become so tired of seeing this back and forth. But in regards to TSMC, Taiwan Semi, they delivered a report that should, at this point, put AI bubble concerns to rest. And I just mean at this point. Management called demand, quote, genuine, pointing to strong financial returns at cloud providers, even saying, and this is from the CEO, quote, I checked their financials, they are rich. That confidence is why the next 3 years of TSMC CapEx will exceed the prior 3 years combined at roughly $100 billion. The world's largest chip maker just crossed $100 billion, also in annual revenue for the first time, and is sold out through fiscal 2026. Customer engagement timelines are now stretching 2 to 3 years ahead for NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, seeing all of those names, especially AMD, higher, over 6% higher. That CapEx flows straight to equipment makers. ASML hitting a $500 billion market cap today for the first time, with Lam Research, Onto Innovation, Applied Materials, also rallying. TSMC is really just a bellwether for the entire sector. But on competition, last hour you asked me about this. Management dismissed concerns about losing share to Intel. They actually just said no, citing key customers like NVIDIA and Apple. In a market, though, where AI demand is accelerating and only one foundry can execute at scale, TSMC's position is, quote, unmatched, according to Susquehanna. And JP Morgan, just in a note just now, saying higher margins and stronger revenue could push 2026 EPS estimates up to between 7.
All right, trying to break a bit higher now.
TSMC shares may still have room to grow, especially if all of these sell-side analysts raise their estimates and their price targets.
Meantime, Intel, as we mentioned last hour, huge year-to-date gains.
But what are we attributing those year-to-date gains? Is it because of President Trump every time he puts out a tweet saying what a great job they're doing and my investment has made billions of dollars, or does it have to actually do with the fundamentals of the business? The other second driver for Intel over the last month would be this conversation around a CPU shortage. So these are the chips that are needed for even agentic AI, but on the background, right? You're constantly putting prompts in. You need GPUs for the front end to do the inputs and give you an answer, but on the back end, you need something to store that data. And so that's where the CPUs come into play. It is great for Intel, but you still need to see strength coming from their 14A.
Okay, we got stops overhead. Are we going to take these out? What are we going to do here? You watch your MACD down below.
Which is growing, but there's a good halo effect. The customers they are signing is a big question.
Yeah, good halo effect from being in the White House.
Still getting rejected for now.
On the tariff executive orders that were signed here, there were 2 of them, right? Widely expected. Part of it is getting a transshipment.
Okay, so buyers at the low of the day. That looks good.
NVIDIA has been incredibly positive about this because this opens the door for them to send those advanced chips to China, right? Because now they have to pay a 25% tax, which, from my understanding, so far AMD and NVIDIA have not paid that yet. So President Trump has put this forward. It's I guess official today, but we've known about this for quite some time. Again, also why you don't see as much of a negative reaction, knowing that there's a 25% fee that are going to hit these companies. The problem is China is the gatekeeper. We keep talking about these chips being able to go, but there's such mixed messages on what China's going to allow into the country. Yes, some of the larger hyperscalers, ByteDance, Tencent, can want these chips, but China wants self-sufficiency, and Huawei is not so far behind, especially when you put all the chips together and use tons of power. So I think it's really China's court right now.
Okay, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos, big rally today for the chip makers. Still ahead, the Senate's crypto bill facing a major roadblock as the CEO.
Okay, futures trying to break above this level. If we break above, there are going to be some stops overhead. Watch the stops overhead.
Plus, how competition fears are changing OpenAI's strategy, now welcoming back employees from a top rival. We'll get to that story when we come right back.
Okay. Futures about to go here. It looks like 5, 15, 30, and 60 are on buy signals. We got tick cumulative bullish. Here we go. We're starting to break higher. Futures breaking higher. Futures trying to break out. Tick cumulative is bullish. Okay, here is hedge flows. Hedge flows are bullish. Hedge flows are bullish, higher highs, higher lows. Okay. We all have opinions, but once you see what dealers are doing, I go with the flow. Go with the flow, literally. Flow is rising. Okay, here we go. Dun, 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 dun.
ALTS.
THH. CTNT. SPHL. SPHL.
KR may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, all right, a little pop and a little profit taking. They teasing the bulls right now, enticing the bulls to take it. Are we going to reverse it? Or are we going to keep going? All right, so got to keep an eye on hedge flows. Hedge flows, higher highs, higher lows. Oh, boy. Chevron at the highs. Micron looking for more upside. Consolidating. I'm probably going to do something else with Micron. Maybe out in June, something like that. What's Intel doing? Intel. Let's see what Intel is doing. Intel. Continuation, just grinding along. Intel. I want to adjust my position in Intel. Intel. INTC.
Today. We are getting a news alert on Warner Brothers Discovery. For that, we'll go to Julia Boyston. Morning, Julia.
Good morning, Carl. Well, a legal blow to Paramount in its attempt to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. Paramount had filed suit in Delaware to force Warner Brothers to release more information about its merger deal, especially how much it values the linear global networks business. But just this morning, the judge denied Paramount's request, saying Paramount has not proven it would suffer irreparable harm from omissions of information. The judge also denied Paramount's request to expedite the proceeding ahead of next Wednesday, which is the deadline for Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to accept Paramount's tender offer. Though Paramount can extend that deadline. Warner Brothers Discovery saying, quote, Paramount Skydance continues to propose a transaction our board unanimously concluded is not superior to the merger.
Okay, Julie, take care.
Thank you. Coming up next, we've got opening bid with our executive
Okay.
Brian Sasley. Saz, what's coming up on the show today?
So we're going to keep that theme going on TSMC. What does it mean to the Mag 7 trade? What does it mean? Also, why does investment banking result from Goldman Sachs?
Chevron still pushing.
My stock of the day is Salesforce.
Okay, tech stocks. Tech stocks doing okay. KLAC taking the top of the list now. SNDK following through. Applied Materials, energy stocks, Vistra Energy, more memory-related names, Western Digital following through, breaking out new all-time highs. Lam Research following through. S&P fading from the high. Amphenol, big breakout on the watch list. AMD, almost at 240 now. Interactive Brokers, IBKR, that's also looking pretty strong. Let's look at what's working on the Dow. Okay, Goldman Sachs, pretty obvious it's up today. Goldman Sachs, NVIDIA, Cisco. Ooh, Cisco looks really good, actually. Cisco. Okay, let's look at Cisco. All right, so the weekly, we want to see above the 10 EMA, back above the 10 EMA. So this is early. Cisco, that looks really good, actually. Did they have earnings? No, they don't have earnings yet, right? Cisco has earnings, I believe, in February, right? Yeah, February 16th, 2 days after Valentine's Day. They look okay. Cisco kid. Cisco looking good. It's got the 50-day overhead, Cisco. Okay, so that's pretty obvious. It's active today. Cisco. Chevron still going. Chevron energy names. I think that thesis is going to stay in play for a while. Vistra Energy, Valero, Phillips 66. They have to refine all of that heavy crude that's coming from Venezuela. I believe they're the only three that can do it. I think there's a firm in Texas that can do it too. I want to say Delek. Delek, is that right? Let me just take a look. Delek. Delek. Delek US Holdings. Do they do heavy? DK. Delek. Petroleum refining. I'm not sure if they can do the heavy crude. Let's ask Grok.
You just drop the console catcher in, no tools, no adhesive, it fits snug in just about any car. And when it's installed, that gap is gone. I've got the black ones that matches my seats, but there are plenty of colors to match your car as well. No more fishing for fries, earbuds, you name it. I've had mine for months now. It blends in, doesn't budge, and I've honestly forgotten how much I used to drive down there. It's one of those fixes that you don't really even think about until you finally stop.
It does have the capability to refine some heavy crude, though its overall system primarily focuses on light, sweet crude. Okay. Okay, so Delek, not one of the ones that are getting some action like Valero, VLO, and Vistra Energy, and Phillips 66. Okay, Chevron doing well here. Chevron, I believe they have new licenses.
Never quite know what each day will hold, and I assure you, beyond me taking 8 liters Celsius and Red Bull wasn't on my bingo card on Monday morning. Here are a few things I'm pondering today. Taiwan Semiconductor is crushing it. The Mag 7 trade has been weak out of the gate this year, but if you've been bearish on these names, use Taiwan Semi as a fresh reality check. TSMC, as it goes by, said it expects capex of $52 billion to $56 billion this year, up at least a quarter from last year. It also sees revenue growth close to 30%.
Okay, so they're expected to receive an expanded U.S. government license this week, which would build on its existing authorization and allow for increased production, exports, and potentially broader activities in joint venture with Venezuela's state oil company, PDVSA. Produces about 240,000 barrels per day. Eminent expanded license. So that's good for Chevron. Okay, Chevron. That's a longer term. Chevron is a longer term play for me. I will move in and out as it, you know, bases. If it does anything like it did last week on Tuesday, obviously we'll take some profits, look for a dip, um, maybe structure the trade a little differently. I'm not sure what I'm going to do here, but volatility is up, so maybe start selling some premium. I'd like to sell some put premium, but I'm not going to do it when it's at the highs. You need to see a dip like it had a couple of weeks ago, last week, where it pulled back on Tuesday, Wednesday. That would have been a good area to sell some premium. On the reversal on Thursday into Friday. Futures moving back up. Futures, okay, making higher highs and higher lows. Despite the bears protestations, we got buyers at the low of the day turning back up. That looks good. All right, hedge flows. Keep an eye on the hedge flows. Okay, Reddit is pretty cheap here. Reddit. I'll take a look at Reddit. Reddit. Do I want to do something with Reddit or DDT? Not doing much. Okay.
But I think if you're looking to do an entry point as some of the prices have come down, I would look at some of these with lower valuations that have strong balance sheets. So maybe Bank of America might be one that you take a look at, or even Citi. I think those are good opportunities. There's good opportunity for them to move higher and for their balance sheets to continue to improve. And we think the yield curve is going to continue to steepen throughout 2026 for lots of reasons, right? Cutting rates, term premiums going higher.
Okay.
Pushing higher.
Chevron.
Opportunities. So we do think financials are a good place to be. I would look at some of
Micron still just kind of sitting here. Micron. Any minute this thing could take off to the upside. Micron.
Prevent myself from asking about commodities here. I know I'm always asking about gold and silver. Yesterday, Inez, I asked you about tin. I think people are sleeping on Morgan Stanley. I think you see Ted Pickett, Morgan Stanley's getting the job done. You're seeing the trading business. You're seeing investment banking. You're seeing on the top and bottom lines.
Yeah, that's right. In Morgan Stanley, it's debt underwriting scoring 93%. So that's significant.
Okay, I need to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Something interesting that actually Bloomberg had picked up in their presentation. Then talking about momentum to accelerate in 2026, activating a flywheel of activity, with flywheel being that buzzword that we've been hearing more and more about this year. But these stocks are near record highs, certainly the outperformer among the banking stocks.
Brooke, it's been interesting to watch the stock market reaction to these various bank results. I think the stock is going to get dinged or got dinged this week at JP Morgan, but no real major swings up, I would say, despite some very large beats by this group.
Yeah, Brian, I'm looking at the way things interacted all morning long. Over the past year, this entire banking sector has remained in the green. And it's interesting to see how sort of the reaction to these banking earnings has really kicked off the key results here. Well, they've ultimately had this run up over the past year. Right now, in the past few days alone, we have seen some rotation out. JP Morgan, Citi, Bank of America, Wells Fargo moving lower over the past 5 days. And if you take a look at intraday trading, what's moving the most here this morning, Morgan Stanley up more than 3.5%. The open Citigroup up 2.5%. And then we have others like Deutsche Bank and Wells Fargo trying to hold on to some momentum, as well as UBS. But certainly what we've been seeing, even year to date, is this rotation into some of the names like Goldman Sachs, like Morgan Stanley, and UBS, Deutsche Bank year to date, holding on to some momentum so far. But really a mixed picture here to start off this year's trading session, and more so more in the green to kick off today's trading session alone.
Victor, what made me chuckle a bit is how badly Goldman Sachs managed this Apple Card business. I mean, they took almost a $3 billion write-down in the quarter. Now JP Morgan gets out of business. How the hell do you to screw up an Apple Card business. Everybody uses Apple Cards.
IVRX.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it is kind of surprising that they were able to, like you said, mess that up the way that they did. But hey, it's an opportunity for JP Morgan. We saw the write down. It's why they missed on their earnings number. Take that out, and they beat
Chevron, a little profit taking.
SPHL. And when we look at companies, one of the first things we look at is the management component. And JP Morgan is top of the line with that. So I think they're going to take this opportunity, really make it worthwhile for their business, help it be very additive to their earnings as they go forward. But like you said, everyone uses it. I can't think of anyone that doesn't pay with Apple Pay at some point in time and use these Apple cards. So I think it'll be a good opportunity for JP Morgan. Another reason they continue.
All right, let's look at IWM.
All right, from banks to tech, Victoria, I'm going to stick.
Okay, let me take that 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Big guidance. Shouldn't this quarter put to bed the weakness we're seeing in Mag 7 Navigate this year?
You know, it's funny, the questions that have been surrounding the whole AI boom. I think this earnings report, really more than anything, supports the idea that it's going to continue to move forward. And so, yes, it should support some of the Mag 7 names. You saw the support already for the suppliers for TSMC. So we look at ASML, we look at Applied Materials, Lam Research, all of those stocks up in pre-trading because of such strong earnings that we saw here. So I think what it does is this rotation that we have been seeing out of tech, out of Mag 7, especially out of software, and tech, into other areas of the market. Maybe that starts to slow down a little bit as people say, wait a minute, perhaps there are more legs to this than what we were thinking, or they start looking at other components within the AI sector, like maybe some of the supplier names versus some of the Mag 7. But I do think it gives that whole sector a little bit more support, especially when you've got them saying CapEx is going higher, their profit margins are going to go higher, sales are up 20%. Lots of good news here for the AI story.
Right. Victoria makes up a very good point. And TSMC lifting the chip space, but also a lot of the suppliers too.
That's right. And what we're hearing is some of their customers, NVIDIA, Apple, Qualcomm, Broadcom, AMD as well. And I think that to Victoria's point is they sort of solidified their position or their thoughts on where exactly this market is going in the near term. And actually on their call, what they had said, the CEO saying that they talked to several cloud service providers. They showed me the evidence that the AI really does help their business. And that sort of solidified what they said was this lack of risk. They said that they double-checked their financial status. They're very rich. And that sounds much better for the TSMC story. And I think this really just goes to show that this sort of, came in as a vote of confidence for this AI momentum. This came in as a suppressant sort of to that investor fear that we've seen about that AI bubble risk. And certainly that message from the CEO on the call is why we're seeing others move higher this morning as well.
I've said this before, and I still think TSMC needs a better corporate logo. They got updated for this AI era. But look, Inez, now we know why Jensen was wearing that alligator black leather coat at CES. He knew this TSMC quarter was going to be big, and he's probably sitting on a big quarter too.
Yeah, 100%. And look, just taking a look at what some of the Wall Street commentary on this is like, they're looking at that CapEx outlook and saying that this shows that the AI cycle is accelerating. You've got Wedbush that is saying that a beat across the board, gross margins, a major positive surprise there. And also that this company is really firing on all cylinders, that it is competitively, it is the leader here. And you've got Susquehanna saying something similar, that their position is unmatched. And if you take a look at also what the street is looking at for the stock, they're looking at an average of 382 for the stock, 29 buys, 2 holds. So it speaks to momentum in the industry, the AI industry, as Brooke was just mentioning, but also for the leadership of TSMC.
Victoria, last word to you here. I've been tracking these tariffs that have been weighing on the likes of NVIDIA and AMD here. How concerned should investors be about this ongoing unpredictability by the administration? And how do you go about pricing that in?
Yeah, it's difficult to price in things that you don't know. And that's part of what this is. You just don't know from day to day what announcements you're going to get. However, I do think in regards to this 25% tariffs, we knew that when the administration approved the sale of chips to China, there was going to be
payback to come along with that. So I don't think it's a huge surprise that we saw this come through. I think the silver lining in this is that there are so many carve outs to this, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, in regards to if it has to do with data centers and startups and public consumption, if it's for nonprofit, all these different elements get carved out of this. And Howard Lutnick even has the ability, according to the population, that he can add more carve outs to this going forward. So yes, I think NVIDIA is aware that they're going to have this. They're probably expecting to have this. They're still happy that they can sell to China, so they're willing to test this. But you just never know what's coming down the pipe. To price that in, I think you just have to be a little conservative in your allocations, maybe not overweight on some of these names until you have a better feel of what's coming down the pipe.
All right, Victoria Brookenhead, stick with me. Lots more to come here. There is one big tech stock doing absolutely horribly some 15 days into the year. More on this one next.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic recipe makes a smelly mess. Introducing your great garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion, effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grill, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. Your great garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your great garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great your great garlic is. Scan the code on your screen right now to get your free offer from AutoVac, the handheld vacuum for cars and trucks. Keeping your vehicle's interior clean can be such a hassle. Big vacuums on wheels are impossible to use for quick jobs, and professional detailing is time-consuming and expensive. But now, there's the AutoVac, the handheld vacuum for cars and trucks that makes vehicle interior cleanup quick and easy. The AutoVac's powerful suction handles dirt, dust, crumbs, and debris with ease. Even sand and more are no problem for the AutoVac. Plus a small, lightweight design make it the perfect choice for cleanup every time. Scan the code on your screen to get the AutoVac today. But if you order right now, you'll get a second AutoVac absolutely free. Scan the code on your screen to take advantage of this special TV offer. Hurry, this is only available for a limited time. Get your AutoVac today.
The road can be a wild place. There are all kinds of drivers out there. That's why Progressive Snapshot personalizes your insurance rate based on your road. So you're not stuck paying for someone else's mistakes. What? Is there something wrong with my hair?
Friday Night Lights, every night with Wire.
MLEC vaulted to the upside.
Make your home the ultimate fan zone. Tagged out in your team's colors from kickoff to overtime. Pick your team, or simply pick your vibe, and control it all right from your phone.
MLEC.
Wire, where the team spirit meets neighborhood style.
Want to stand out from the pack? At 99 Designs by Vista, it's easy to collaborate with professional designers to make that one brilliant idea a reality. Logos, websites, packaging, and more at 99 Designs.
MLEC.
MLEC.
Not even a tighter relationship between Salesforce co-founder and CEO Mark Benioff with the Trump administration is helping to arrest an ongoing slide in tech giant stock. This is getting straight up ugly for CRM. Shares of Salesforce have plunged about 10% year to date as fears about the likes of OpenAI, ChatGPT crushing software companies continue to drive negative investor sentiment. Stock is the worst performing member of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This following a year where the stock sucked major wind and badly lagged the NASDAQ to 7. Activist investor Jeff Smith of Starboard Value, which increased his position in Salesforce last year, told me at Yahoo Finance Invest he is keeping the figure.
Salesforce is great. Terrific terrific company. I think they're going to be an AI beneficiary. The performance has been much better from the beginning of our engagement to now. The multiple has come down, so it's not an execution issue. It's, as you mentioned, software in general has been more under pressure, especially value software, which are companies that aren't growing 20+%. They're growing double digits, but it's not as high as other people would want.
That said, is it time to try and pick the bottom in Salesforce? Let's take it to the opening bid roundtable. Victoria created from Tom and Esprit. Victoria, coming to you here. So Salesforce, it's this company still growing, top and bottom lines. They came out reasonable guidance in December. Is the street badly mispricing the stock here?
Yeah, well, in your clip, they just talked about the valuations, and you're looking at around 19, 20 times forward earnings. So we've seen that come down pretty significantly. And I think they're right in the sense that the company is not a bad company. They have good, strong balance sheets. Cash flow is good. They're the leader in the CRM business. It's more a question of how are they going to address the need for their software with AI. So, they just had their new version of Slackbot come out this week, and the stock was down 6% on that news. So there's this divergence going on really between the innovative component on the product side and the stock performance. And I think they have to find a way to bring those back together. It's not just Salesforce, it's really the whole software sector. Equal weight software is way underperforming equal weight tech as a whole. So, what are they going to do in order to use AI to the fullest where people still need them? And they're not replacing them. And I think that's the key. If they can figure that out, then this company continues to do great going forward. I'm not ready to just completely throw in the towel. I want to see what Mark Benioff can continue to do. Great leadership there, great minds at work. I think they'll figure something out, but it is taking a little bit of time, and it's in your portfolio, you're taking a little bit of hit on it.
And Brooke, it's not just the Salesforce thing. I know I'm highlighting them as my stock, and Adobe's under pressure, Snowflake's under pressure. I mean, the pressure we're seeing in Salesforce is essentially spread throughout the whole space.
And as Victoria just alluded to, we're seeing a rotation out of software stocks year to date. Salesforce is one of the biggest losers, down about 11% year to date. You can see on the Wyatt Interactive, Okta got a recent upgrade from Stevens. We also have IBM set to come out with their earnings on January 28th, gaining some momentum. And that's really it, as well as Palo Alto seeing some momentum. Electronic Arts trying to hold on to that. So we're seeing across the board.
All right, hedge flow is still rising. Futures about to break out here. Futures are about to break out. S&P looking for more upside. We're trying to take this high. Take out all-time highs would be good.
To 225 sort of stock price, and this is really where we've seen these software stocks sit, especially over the past year. Salesforce has certainly taken one of the biggest hits down, as you can see over here, down nearly 27%, with Adobe just following that.
All right, big thanks to my opening bid roundtable Victoria book, and it is appreciated.
MLEC.
All right, Senate Banking Chair Tim Scott is abandoning plans to hold a vote today on landmark cryptocurrency legislation. That a byproduct of the biggest name in the industry speaking out.
A monumental moment for this industry in build out.
All right, we're breaking out.
These gross margins are still one of the most interesting things that is really unprecedented for a foundry. Again, if you look at traditional economics, historically, that has not been a high margin business. So it's interesting to see.
Here we go. S&P breaking out.
They've had quarters in the 60s before, but a record gross margin, which again, just doubles down on they can directly map CapEx spend to gross margins. And then the dollar shift to HPC and cloud AI, I think, is one of the most significant things as well. Those are more chips per wafer. Those are more expensive wafers, much higher margin products. So as you see the share of HPC as a percentage of the revenue, and then again, the share nodes from the leading edge being 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer and beyond, just continue to capitalize and increase their margins. It's just a very good signal and a long kind of bullish trend for TSMC.
I'm going to come back to margins with you in a moment, Ben. But Kim, I want to talk about this CapEx spend. What does Taiwan Semi's willingness to spend north of $50 billion say about what it's seeing from its customers outside of NVIDIA?
Sure. Well, I think our thoughts all along on AI in particular, while it's interesting that we're going to build all these data centers, I also think that there's a lot of compute that happens away from the data centers and out in the world. And I think that also can benefit, well, everybody that makes a semiconductor, but also Taiwan Semi. And I think they know that, and that the demand for more compute power, whether it's at the data center or out at the nodes, it is big, and they are putting their money where their mouth is.
And Ben, coming back to this gross margins conversation, we saw those hit records. They're guiding for even more expansion there. How much of that is part of the structural shift to AI and HPC versus a cyclical tight supply?
Yeah, I mean, it's all of it. It's largely, again, these are larger, dies per wafer. They can charge more per wafer. While, again, we have to note that each new node jump does cost more, right, in CapEx. So as they move to N2 and B,
Okay, faking out the bulls.
Monetizing that at a very meaningful
Reversing this back in again.
This is not
a little profit taking.
Each node has been bigger. If you just look at, and I've covered this company for almost 20 years, there's always been a debate as to can they really monetize the next node shift, or is the next node going to be bigger than the last one? And this has historically been true since 7 nanometer, 5, 3, 2 will be bigger than 3, and it's because there's more complexity, the CoWoS capacity that they're up against. That's again another factor. CoWoS wafers are again another revenue stream in terms of advanced packaging. So it's across the board.
Chevron going green now.
We see designs for AI and HPC. TSMC is at the heart of that, and this is just to continue being a growth trend for them across all vectors.
And Kim, as I'm looking at the numbers, HPC is now more than half of the revenue for this company. How durable do you think this margin profile
NVIDIA
is as they ramp capacity?
Well, as the analyst that just explained,
NVIDIA
the smaller
back up to the highs.
Expensive they are, and I think that not only is it just higher tech,
NVIDIA. With the Taiwan Semiconductor report, a lot of people are talking about NVIDIA, that their earnings are going to be much better. People were apprehensive, but the Taiwan Semi report shedding light on what we could expect from NVIDIA.
And then with those 2 nanometer chips ramping, how wide do you view their moat right now?
I mean, again, it's pretty significant. I think, coming into this, we have known that there is more demand than TSMC has capacity by magnitudes of maybe 20-25%, possibly more. They're not going to be able to meet capacity for the foreseeable future, which to a degree, I believe, opens up opportunities for the likes of Intel and Samsung. But again, and TSMC is going to remain to have
Up-down volume on the Qs is 4.5, 4.6 now. Up volume on the Qs. Certainly in favor. Dow Industrials is 6-1.
Or AMD. It's also Broadcom. So everybody making custom ASICs is similarly trying to jump on leading edge node. So they will remain capacity constrained, and they will continue to see demand for new nodes, not just 3 but 2 and beyond, outstrip supply. Again, for the foreseeable future.
And Kim, last question to you. Do you view 2026 as what's going to be another breakout year for AI servers? And follow up to that, do you still view Taiwan Semi as one of the cleanest ways to play this theme?
Well, I like semiconductors in general, but if you really want to generalize, go to instead of is it NVIDIA? Is it AMD? Is it somebody else? Broadcom? Go to the people that make the chips. And if you want to go further downstream, maybe look at ASML, which are the people that make the chip making equipment. Because everybody has to use it. And that's kind of the takeaway here. Taiwan Semi, everybody has to use it.
Well, we appreciate you both being with us to walk through those earnings. Taiwan Semi moving up about 6.75% so far this morning on the heels of their earnings. That's Kim Forrest, founder and chief investment officer at Boca Capital Partners, and Ben Bajarin, CEO and principal analyst at Creative Strategies. I also want to thank all of you for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'll be back with Market on Close at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, but stay with us. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals.
In it. I mean, look, there were a lot of people who want to see this bill pass. It has bipartisan support. There were a number of issues. You've seen both banks and the crypto industry really go head to head over this issue of whether crypto exchanges can offer certain rewards that might look like interest. Bank says that that is really going to hurt their deposits, could be billions of dollars that they can't make in loans or give back to the economy. Crypto says they want to be on an even playing field. You have the ethics piece that have turned off a lot of Democrats. They want to see some limits on President Trump, given all of his involvement in crypto. And then you just have a myriad of other issues, from DeFi protections to just exactly how the CFTC and the SEC are going to work together to oversee the crypto industry. So what I was told by lawmakers today is that, look, they are still working on this. This is not the end of the road, but Senator Cynthia Lummis told me that it might be a couple of months before they are able to try this vote again. And certainly in that time, there are a lot of
Palantir for the last 6 days, just kind of hanging out at the 21 day. Palantir.
this earlier, but why does a CEO of Coinbase able to kill a bipartisan bill? You know, Sarah, it's a great question. I think, of course, when Brian Armstrong came out with that tweet, that was a very prolific moment. Obviously, he has been a big player in this debate, but it's also worth noting that in the run-up to this entire markup, we kept talking to senators saying, hey, are you on board? Are you ready to vote for this? Are you feeling good about it? And what we kept hearing back was, hey, we're feeling good, but there's still more issues to resolve. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And I think what you kind of saw was maybe the final nail in the coffin being Armstrong's tweet.
Meta.
There are many other issues in addition to those that Armstrong mentioned.
Okay, Apple's still trying to do something. Apple.
Just a few seconds left, Emily. Is there a sort of deadline by which this needs to get done?
Palantir.
We start talking about
Micron.
terms and retirements and the possibility of this not getting done this session?
I mean, look, it's Congress, so anything could happen. But usually the given wisdom is that by the time you're done,
ASML.
there's no more room for any major legislation because that's
Nice move on ASML. Makes the machines that makes the chips. $350 million machines.
All right, we'll bring it as soon as you get it. Thank you, Emily. Emily Wilkins on Capitol Hill. Nice rally. Thanks in part to AI Trade being back. Taiwan Sunday.
AMD.
With Goldman and Morgan Stanley.
Still very bullish, AMD. Up volume leading.
Some very key earnings reports. Joining me for this hour, we have Jim Leventhal, Malcolm Etheridge, and Bill Baruch. Before we get this conversation started, a very quick check of the market. You're going to see a very different picture than we saw yesterday. Just about 2/3 of 1%. The Dow up just over 370 points. The Nasdaq leading out of the three majors up just about 1%. But you also see the Russell there up about 1 1/4.
Okay, we got some resistance overhead around 69.85. We're just kind of grinding into that area.
They still traded lower today. Very different story. Were the banks just priced to perfection, very similar to what people say about the markets, or were these earnings reports just so good that investors had to go back to financials?
Well, Frank, I think price to perfection was part of it. Obviously,
Futures turning back up.
President Trump on credit cards and limiting it to
All right, NVIDIA about to break out again.
And that actually has some wind behind it by virtue of Senator Warren being involved as well. Most people don't think that's going to come to pass, but it certainly shows that this year leading into a midterm election, the president and his administration have his eyes on affordability, and to the extent that the financial sector doesn't help out, they've got their eyes on it. Now, ultimately, you put that together with a sector that had run a lot, and it's not just year to date. There were massive outperformance last year from companies like Citigroup, which was in the cross
crosshairs yesterday. And if you look at JP Morgan, that's a stock that's had a 5-year run that's just really breathtaking. So there was some price to perfection. However, the earnings reports generally good. They weren't great, by the way. I mean, JP Morgan missed on metrics. Citigroup, which is a favorite of mine, there were some expense issues. I don't want to overstate.
Hedge flows continue to rise.
Greatest quarter. They have a long-term turnaround that is still on track. I'm happily owning the shares, but they weren't perfect earnings reports. So you put all that together, and it wasn't hard to see that some air might come out of the sector as it did yesterday, but the value is there. Hence, there's a rally today.
All right, I want to look at two of these reports today. I know you were kind of going back to yesterday. By the way, you didn't want to overstate about Citi? That's a surprise. You like to talk about Citi.
Oh, I forgot that's our running joke. I'm sorry. I should remember that.
Well, we got to get to the numbers. That's what people are here for. Morgan Stanley, when it came to investment banking, that was up 47% year over year. Also looking at Goldman, equities trading up 25%, investment banking up 25%. And I think these reports, I would think, Malcolm, they led you to two of your first-time buys with Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. Since Morgan Stanley reported today, why don't we start there?
Yeah, so I've been championing those three names, calling them the big three for probably a year now, but I haven't actually had an opportunity to own any. And I think the president's proposal for a 10% cap on interest rate on credit cards gave me an artificial selling period to give me an opportunity to start buying shares. So any pullbacks we get going forward, I intend to keep buying there. I think that IPO activity is going to remain strong. We saw basically twice as many IPOs in 2025 as we did in 2024. There's some really big blockbuster ones that are slated to come this year. And the big three, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs, basically participated on every single, or one of the three of those names, I should say, participated on every single blockbuster M&A transaction last year, and I anticipate that's going to continue this year.
Futures still pushing the highs. Excuse me.
I think don't really net interest margin isn't really the metric that matters as much for those three banks specifically, and so regardless of what interest rates do or how banks
AMD pulling back a bit.
profit from the declining interest rate environment, I think that those three are going to do
S&P
specifically because of all the M&A transactions.
moving higher.
If the catalyst here was the pullback based on the idea of capping credit cards, well, one has the most exposure to credit cards, JP Morgan Chase. The other one has none. Of course, we know the president's going to be in Davos next week. And maybe surprising to some people, he's going to have a domestic-focused speech that he's going to make about affordability. We know that credit card caps might be part of it. We also know Jamie Dimon's going to be there. There's potential, at least, for there to be a lot more rhetoric about credit cards that could impact JP Morgan that hypothetically would kind of obey Morgan Stanley. So
Okay, let's see what's on Flow Patrol today while the markets are moving higher. Okay, we wanted to look at unusual options. Yesterday we had Palo Alto. Okay, let's see. We're going to look for buy to open. Billy's got some activity here. Billy. 17 million in premium. Billy, you got 33,000 contracts being bought to open at the 32 strike. Let's look at Billy. Billy. Okay. XLI Industrials. You can see the industrials with 50,000 contracts bought to open puts. SMR, 20,000 SMR at the 22 strike for January next week, 22 strike. Let's look at SMR. SMR, 22 strike, huh? Bought to open. Bought to open. This could be sold to open. This could be a spread. Looks like a spread. All right, this looks like a credit spread. SMR selling the 123 2050, selling the 2050, buying the 22. All right, looks like a credit spread. Looks like they're looking for it to stay down there. Okay. SMR puts sold to open. Okay, SMR puts being sold to open. 1.32 million in premium. And XLP, we got puts bought to open on the puts, XLP, which had a pretty big move. XLP had a pretty big move. Here's SMR. XLP had a big move. They're looking for these to come back in. So they bought puts to open. Microsoft turning up NVIDIA at the highs. There goes Meta. Meta.
First off, I just want to say a big thank you to
Blah, blah, blah.
historical basis for these banks, but hey, if they're growing into these earnings, that's probably a positive sign.
Meta.
Alex, it's a different day.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon, we have a position in Amazon. That's at the high. Meta looking good. Meta. Meta looking good intraday. However, it's still below the 50-day on the daily, so we could get back to the 50-day. Sliding along the lower Bollinger Band, that's not good. Intraday, we got momentum traders, it looks like, playing Meta. Okay, Apple. Microsoft coming off the low. Microsoft. That's also below the 50 and the 200-day. Tech being sold, except for semiconductors, which are very strong today. Okay, Micron. Amazon looking good, though. Amazon bouncing at the 50-day, just above the 50-day, 21 days coming up. It's like the 9 EMA is probably right in here, not displayed. Broadcom, another chip. Broadcom needs to get above the 50-day. NVIDIA, of course, looking good. NVIDIA above the 50-day. Scuttlebutt is that analysts are expecting better. They're probably going to adjust their numbers on NVIDIA because Taiwan Semi, they relieved a lot of apprehension. Taiwan Semiconductor coming out with decent earnings. TSM. Okay, so TSM beat. Okay. 40% earnings growth, 25% revenue growth. They beat the top estimate. Okay, they came in with 33 billion. So a lot of that's going to be NVIDIA. Year over year, fourth quarter revenue increased 20%. Net income diluted EPS increased 35%. Gross margins of 62%. That's crazy. Operating margin was 54%. Wow.
They can't kind of meet the capacity at this point. So that is a bonus. It's a bad, a bad scenario to have for this company because they've got so much demand. But at the same time, as they increase capacity, once they get some of the domestically based chip plants up and running in the next 2 years, that's going to be
Future's still hanging out. There goes Amazon. Amazon's still working. Palantir turning back up. Don't want to chase anything this time of day during the lunch hour. All right.
Should be allowed to compete and offer loans just like banks.
Okay, Bitcoin did find buyers at the low of the day, Bitcoin, so that's good. We started off the week very strong, Bitcoin, and then we dipped a little bit today. Bitcoin, let's look at the 60-minute. 60-minute. Okay, sitting on top of the 20 minutes. So this is make or break. Needs to follow through, Bitcoin. For the past couple of days, we've been riding the 20 EMA. That looks good. Let's see what IWM is doing. IWM. Okay, consolidating at the highs, IWM.
Yeah, well, I would prefer to have a bill get done. I think it creates clarity that allows this industry to get built in America. But frankly, I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill, right? The current draft text that was shown to us.
Up down volume still very strong.
Kill probably 3 or 4 different.
Up down volume still 4.6, 4.6. Up volume on the Qs. Qs are in favor, obviously. Small caps look good.
Brian, thank you so much. That's Brian Armstrong, Coinbase CEO. Frank, back to you.
Our Emily Wilkins, live at AC with the CEO of Coinbase. Emily, thank you very much. Bill, coming over to you right now. Looking at Coinbase. Coinbase down about 3%. Looking at crypto more broadly. Bitcoin's down about 1%. Ether down about 1.5% again as Coinbase voices their opposition to that bill. You're in on the Bitcoin trade. What's your view of the bill and just the crypto market in recent days?
Yeah, we own Coinbase as well. Our best positions, but we're looking at long term, sized appropriately. But the idea that I think the stablecoin legislation it is a blow here. That we were looking forward to getting something done soon. I am a believer in the fact that this stablecoin legislation is going to come down the road, and it's going to be a tailwind to Coinbase. They do have triple-digit earnings growth. I like the name. There's a lot of support that it's trading into right now, 200 to 240. I don't like the price action this year so far. But what I do like about Bitcoin is tremendous volume as it really started bottoming in 85,000 to 90,000. We've seen it kind of come out.
IWM took some half off of those January 3265s. They're doing good.
Shares down just about 3%. I want to go back to earnings now. Another big earnings story outside the financials is really Taiwan Semi driving the semi space to a new record high. If you look at the SMH, Christina Parts-Nevelis as promised, joining us right now here at Post 9. Christina, looking at this report, is it exciting?
Okay, 20-50-day cross.
Or is it more exciting the fact that this is the company that supplies so many other companies like Nvidia, AMD, and Apple?
That's the second. That's because they have a.
These are stocks crossing the 20-50-day. Let's see if we have the same list here, Corey.
They're pretty much sold out in 2026 at full capacity. Their spending capex has increased to $56 billion just this year, which is a record for them. So that is showing that there is demand for the chips. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to see that these chip companies are going to see a return on investment. And I say that because the CEO of TSMC was asked on the earnings call, is AI demand real? And he responded that he is nervous about it. He used the word nervous, and that he said that with the $56 billion in capex, if they don't spend it correctly, it'll, quote, be a disaster for TSMC. So what he's telling us is that TSMC is growing. Gross margins are intact. They're going to spend over the next 3 years. All of their customers are spending and building chips, but we still don't know necessarily if
20-50-day cross.
Future revenue streams from
Consumer discretionary auto parts. Amphenol from the watch list. Billy, nice. Bitcoin. BWX technology looks good. BWX.
space. And just one more point. Some may argue, but semi-cap equipment companies have really jumped over 15% year to date.
Centrus Energy. Dorian LPG.
It's not as crowded as you think because the semi-cap names have climbed on the memory narrative.
The nuclear NUKZ ETF. Looks good. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Okay, S&P coming back in now. A little bit of a range contraction at the high. This time of day, we wouldn't be surprised to see B and C pivots. Oster, that one's back. Oster. Bullish, looks like that's going to lift off this level. Oster.
One of the risks we were talking about a
year ago we're not talking so much about now is China, at least in my opinion. And I observed that nobody's really talking about it now, and yet there was an IPO not that long ago, I think in the last week, for CMXT. I might have the letter.
OUST.
Right. So one of their semiconductor
Okay.
up-and-coming companies. Other IPOs have come out in the AI space, and I think the concern here, as I see it, is that China really does.
Sunrun. Nah, not interested.
Sell them H200 NVIDIA chips, but they kind of don't want it. We don't know how much of that is negotiation or how much of that is real in terms of China wanting.
Global Artificial Intelligence ETF.
Is that a risk?
Of course it's a risk. The self-sufficiency of China, which is why
Tree, Lending Tree. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Lending Tree, RKT. These are doing well. RKT at the highs. I have RKT. I don't have Tree.
China is moving forward. The goal for them is self-sufficiency. So even if the government or regulators approve the import of some of these H200 chips from NVIDIA, I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis. And I think it's only going to go towards the hyperscalers, the larger ones that are really building out their large language models and need the most advanced chips. But China is capable of taking Huawei chips that are less powerful, I'm making it very simple, pairing them all together using way more power that we would use here in the United States because it's not an inhibitor over there.
Hedge flows turning back down.
Models like DeepSeek and the next iterations of DeepSeek going forward, and Quen and etc. So I think that is the biggest fear, which is why sovereign AI plays such a strong role to offset that weakness that a lot of these firms had from China.
Can I get technical real quick with mentioning NVIDIA being dead money? It's moved up a lot today, and look at for those follow the anchored VWAPs.
NVIDIA, S&P 500.
NVIDIA is actually really exciting to see here. If it can move a little bit higher, it goes above the late December high, and then
JP Morgan,
reverse pretty heavily. 196.
Wells Fargo. Okay. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs, big move on Goldman.
So right now, I'm looking at NVIDIA right now, trading at about 188. So you're saying we're on pace for a record high? It's about 3% right now?
No. We're at 188 right now.
You're saying it's on pace for a record high?
No, we're far away from record high. Record high is what, 210, 220?
No, I'm saying you're saying that's the direction it's going.
That's the direction that we're going. If we get above this resistance, I think we're going to see some solid flows. And let's not forget,
Micron's right here. Micron's right there. Getting expensive.
So I think it's exciting name to keep an eye on right here.
Since you're bringing out the technicals, what's the level of resistance? I'm sure people are like, okay.
Futures turning back up.
193.5 and then 196. 196 was the high of the day after its earnings. So this is shooting through and getting above that anchor VWAP, which a lot of people watch from its closing high. And I think that can start to excite the flows.
All right, Christina, while we have you here, I want to ask you a question because I was talking to Dewarja McNeil from Longview Global earlier today just about the trade tensions between the U.S. and China, and a lot of our allies kind of leaning towards China, not because they love China, just because the U.S. has become more volatile. Is there a chance that China is using the customs rejection of these chips as a bargaining chip? The chips are a big part of the bargaining chip along with the critical minerals and the rare earths. Is there a chance this is just a little bluster, if you will, China pushing back to kind of build up its chips in this negotiation? They really do need them.
ELAB halted to the upside.
At first, I thought you were going to ask me about Canada and the fact that you have so many other countries that are pivoting to China. Yeah, exactly. So on terms of the trade front, we should be maybe a little bit concerned here in the United States. I'm Canadian. That's the reason why I bring it up. But for China, of course, NVIDIA is being used as a play. They went after NVIDIA for Mellanox, an acquisition back in 2020. But they went after NVIDIA several years after the deal went through. Why? They're just trying to nitpick and find issues with the company to use NVIDIA as a poster child, or AMD, or Intel, or Applied Materials. A lot of these names have been caught in the crossfire. And just one final thing, you're talking about just the resistance point at 193. NVIDIA's been stuck in this range for quite some time, and I think that there's been this zero-sum trading game with either software versus the SMH. With NVIDIA, it's just like, how much upside is there? Even if you can argue the valuation.
MACD turning down.
A lot of other chip names. I just wonder, is that enough of an argument? And that's the reason why people stayed on the sidelines for NVIDIA and then moved into the other parts of the play. Chip
Global software has hit pretty hard here to start the year, and that could ask the question: where are?
All right, what's SNDK? Okay, just coming off the low here, SNDK looks like that's going to keep going.
Industrial's doing well, energy doing well, but you know what? I think there's money on the sidelines keeping an eye on some of these ones that can consolidated very well. And let's not forget, this is a big long-term uptrend. The trend is your friend, and we're really seeing this nice consolidate. I think it's going to break it out here.
Are you saying you think software is perhaps an opportunity? Because boy, that's been tough, man. That thing, every time you think it's getting a bid, it just opens a door underneath you.
I was kind of saying the exact opposite.
Okay.
You're seeing the flows out of software. Now, I mean, there are some names to kind of pick through now. Synopsys looks like it's coming alive. There's some spots to look at in software, but I'm not very excited about software. I'm saying that money.
Before we get too far away from chips, we kind of already are. Malcolm, you're also an NVIDIA shareholder. Any thoughts about this read on NVIDIA and maybe some other chip stocks that you may own?
Yeah, Bill took it technical, I'll go fundamental. I'm curious to see what the guidance related to Rubin is going to be in the second half of this year. I think that'll be
Watching SNDK, I'd like to sell some premium. Let's see what SNDK looks like. SNDK.
until probably the second half of this year. So we're kind of just waiting and hoping until we get to that point. So it wouldn't surprise me if NVIDIA stays super range bound until then, because there's no other real catalyst to get us there.
All right. Big thank you to Christina Pratsanopoulos. Thank you very much for your perspective. And the Canadian
SNDK. Okay, so I'm looking at selling 335, 330, 335. That's way down here. There's very little in the way. 335. I might sell some premium down here. 335. 335, 340. It's $1. Sell 10 of those. SNDK. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Starting to turn up. Those are 15 deltas. 2 weeks out.
MLEC may res in 10 seconds. IMSR.
ROLR.
ELAB may resume in less than a minute.
SPHL.
SNDK.
IMSR.
340, 335. Excuse me.
NCGG.
ELAB may res in 10 seconds.
SNDK. I'm thinking about selling some premium. 335 is up here below this wiki candle that we had from the previous week. And we can see it's up here, SNDK.
IBRX. CLSK.
SNDK. It's up here. Pretty expensive. Sell put spreads. Sell put spreads. Looks like they're agreeing with us.
We have some committee moves to hit. We're going to start off with this one. Bill, you sold.
It was in the bottom of the portfolio area. It's not been exciting. I think exciting. The below the 50-day moving average, the capex is going to, I think, could be a problem here as you see competition continue to heat up. We own AT&T as well, and we don't want to own both names, and so I want to put that cash somewhere else.
Did you expect the telecom to be exciting?
Well, look at what AT&T was able to do last year, and really for the last 18 months, before it turned down a bit, it's been really exciting. And T-Mobile's a multi-year compounder, it really has been.
We want to focus more on your buys, though.
Yeah.
What are you buying?
Well, yeah, we're buying LNG.
Tesla looks like it might want to go. Tesla.
Some interesting things take place.
Watch Tesla. We were looking at Tesla this morning regarding its 60-minute. It's right at the 50-day moving average. 60 minutes above the 20 EMA, so it needs to lift off of this level. Watching Tesla right now, squeezing on the Tesla. Tesla trying to break higher. MACD is rising. It's okay. Feeling like I'm trying to put on a trade just to put on a trade, so I'm not going to rush anything. It's a choppy day. Hedge flows, for the most part, have been giving us higher highs and higher lows until a few minutes ago. This started to turn back down.
Signs of an upside move when it comes to natural gas. A lot of traders I talk to, they say that's the widowmaker trade. Yeah, talking about natural gas, very volatile, and you can lose a lot of money.
That's a really great question. So Chenier, really, what U.S. natural gas prices are doing don't impact Chenier. I mean, from the long term, U.S. natural gas prices have. I mean, it's been a pretty heavy reversal out of the mid-December kind of gas for air, and they continue to go lower. It's U.S. natural gas prices, especially this time of year, are going to be matter on weather. And the widowmaker trade is actually a spread between the February and March contracts because that's where the weather really starts to shift. But here's the interesting thing: is Chenier is an exporter. They get paid on volume of exports, and the spread between with European natural gas becoming more, moving higher and more expensive. You're seeing that spread start.
All right, S&P pulling back some.
For demand of exports via Chenier.
All right, Jim, you also own Chenier. Sure, it's down about 7% over the last 2 months. That seems to be kind of the range that we often look at.
Tesla.
The market was kind of not making a lot of moves. This obviously underperforming over that time. Your view on the company and also Bill's buy.
Yeah, well, first off, I like the buy. It's a little bit uncharacteristic of you, as I know you, and I don't want to pigeonhole you, but you're more of a trader mentality. And I look at Chenier and the way you were describing it as an exporter, as this is more of a long-term play. Now, you did bring in the spread between European contracts and American. I get it. But for you to pick this up here, I really compliment you because this is a value play here. This is, hey, wait, there's a business here of exporting natural gas around the world, and Chenier is the key linchpin in that. And I think that the price decline over the past several months, perhaps because of natural gas, as you're pointing out, Frank, is the good entry point. We'll see if you stay with it for a long period of time. I love your ExxonMobil purchase. You said it's breaking out, but as you know, if you look at this over a long period of time, I don't know if the control room can give us a 5-year chart. I mean, a breakout, it is a breakout, but it's tiny in comparison to what it's been doing over the last 5 years. It's a long-term compounder. Thank you for that chart, and it's going to continue to go higher. Consider this: that 5-year chart is twice the return of the S&P 500, and over the last 5 years, crude oil prices have stumbled. But as Bill points out, it's crude oil prices, it's refining, it's marketing, it's distribution. Good on you.
What you calling for a 5-year chart, Jimmy? All right, time now for the headlines with Kate Rooney. Kate.
Hi there, Frank. Federal prosecutors charged 28 people, including 15 former college basketball players, in what they called a betting scheme to rig NCAA and Chinese Basketball Association games. Some of the defendants played as recently as the 2024-2025 season. Prosecutors say a group of, quote, fixers recruited the players in a point-shaving scheme with bribe payments that were between $10,000 to $30,000 per game. The suspects face charges ranging from bribery in sports, wire fraud, and aiding and abetting. Next up, the number 2 official at ICE announced today she is going to be leaving the agency to run for Congress. 28-year-old Madison Sheehan joined the Immigration Enforcement Agency early last year and oversaw day-to-day operations. Sheehan is running for the House in Ohio's 9th District, a seat currently held by Democrat Marcy Kaptur. And finally, Verizon now says it will issue a $20 credit to customers affected by Wednesday's widespread cellular service outage that lasted from about 12 p.m. Eastern to well after 10 p.m. Eastern. Verizon says the credit will cover several days of service.
S&P pulling back. S&P pulling back a bit. All All right.
Industry. Ford with the pivot last year, at the end of the year, kind of going more towards the smaller EVs and E-revs, and that's right, and however you want to say it. What do you think the industry, Ford, even us journalists and Wall Street got wrong about the EV registration, or is it just a delayed?
No, it's not delayed. I think it's actually different. I always portrayed it like a baseball game. We were in the second inning. Most people thought we were in the eighth inning. We're actually in the second inning. We're now going in the third inning. And I think all of us, should be humbled by the fact that we're at the very beginning of this journey. We are not in the middle or the end. Battery tech, infrastructure, it all changed a lot. It took us 100 years to build out the petrol infrastructure. The electric infrastructure is going to take a lot of time. It may not take 100, but it's going to take time. I think what we got wrong, I think what we all got wrong is look, policy has a huge impact. When President Trump says no EPA rules anymore, that is a game changer for the companies. We were artificially
Chevron turning back up. Tesla flat. Palantir flat. A lot of stocks are flattening out right now. S&P hedge flows pulled back.
Anytime a new technology, software-defined vehicles or electrification, both of those are separate, but they're connected. When they rip through a new industry like auto, you got to understand that in the first couple innings, it's going to keep.
Most of the things are still mixed. Amazon off the highs, Nvidia just off the highs. Same with Broadcom and Meta. We're seeing BNC pivots this time of day. BNC. Just watching hedge flows. All right, I'm going to take a few minutes and stick my head outside, get a breath of fresh air. I'll be right back.
I think people will be shocked. It's an all-electric vehicle. It's not a hybrid like the F-150 hybrid. It doesn't have a gas powertrain to drive the wheels. The gas powertrain is an industrial engine to charge the battery. It's a completely different vehicle, but for towing, work use, long distance, it's an electric vehicle that can power itself with gas.
I know you did that EV road trip.
Kind of
curious how that would be with the E-rev, right? Maybe it's a different sort of.
Yeah, I wouldn't stop. I would be stopping at supercharger networks or charging the car. I'd be stopping at gas stations.
Speaking of gas stations, we're in Detroit, the Motor City. You guys have built two cars. There's specific cars, enthusiast cars. The Dark Horse SC sitting right there across the way here. Also the Bronco RTR. They're two different products that targeting enthusiast customers. Why is it important?
That's our whole brand. No more boring cars. What I love about both products is Vaughn is something new for Bronco.
Vaughn Gittin.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. Like his whole DNA was a drifter. So like Ford's working with him on an off-road vehicle, but he's been racing at Baja with us. And he loves off-road racing. And also the SC. It's not Shelby. It's something different. We're going in a different direction now. We really want to connect our vehicles to racing. With the Mustang Challenge and our GT4 and GT3 race cars. We really see Mustang lineup being built out around it as an enthusiast brand. Yes, you could rent one in Florida and drive it down to the Keys as a convertible. But I think, we really feel like Porsche shouldn't be the only brand having fun. And we're going to do it in a Detroit way and differently. We want to make a stick shift affordable V8 coupe, unlike some of our competitors here in Detroit. But we also want to drift the RTR Mustang. We want a supercharged, more affordable version of the GTD. We want a GTD. We want, Bronco to not be just the old style off-road. We want Vaughn Gittin Jr. to remix an off-road category. We are not going to be stale trail people only. That's what's fun about being in the car business. We want to challenge ourselves to reinvent the enthusiast products on and off-road in a way that maybe people didn't expect.
I know you're really hot on Dakar and it's the Bronco there, and then you guys, knock on wood, have a good finish there. I know. I know you want to talk about that, but also we got to mention the race season launched today.
Yeah.
Formula One.
Yeah.
Ford returning to
NVIL.
the top flight of motorsport.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of it's a big deal obviously for American fans and for the F1 in particular. But it's not just a marketing exercise, as many people thought, right? It's beyond that. It's sort of it's engine and DNA, right?
Yeah, we've been working for 4 years. We have lots of engineers in Milton Keynes. It's been a lot of work for 4 years. Today we get to celebrate that, and then we'll be on track to Barcelona and beyond. It's going to be very challenging. We are not like Ferrari and Mercedes have been building a PU for 20 years. The DFE got us to the third most winning brand in Formula One without power unit. But the tech transfer is no longer 4 valves per cylinder and overhead cams. It's now, predictive failure components and software that we can put in the transit van, or, more aero that we can put in the new UEV affordable electric vehicle, or high discharge batteries that we may use in a performance hybrid system, that we can transfer from Formula One. So the tech transfer, and that's kind of our bet in Formula One on the PU side, the power unit, is really to move that tech into our core product, but not in the old school way of powertrain. It'll be in areas like, batteries, software, and aero.
And real quick, so Red Bull basically is leaning on you guys for hybrid tech and things like that, right?
Yes,
More than they thought they would?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've had a lot of surprises the last 4 years. It's been a lot of hard work. We brought a lot to the table. I'm really proud of my team. We've been 3D printing components for the PU and shipping them over there. We have actually engineers flying over to Milton Keynes with prototype parts over the last 4 years, because our 3D printing capability was higher than the Formula One teams. We have a lot of experience with hybrid. We have a lot of experience with control software. And we can bring a lot to the table that even a great Formula One team like Red Bull doesn't have the resources of Ford Motor Company. But in the end, this is a really huge mountain to climb. We're very humbled by this approach. We've been involved we have so many engineers involved in the project. We really know how hard this is. Some of our competitors, even crosstown competitors, are racing, Ferraris and other people's PUs. We're going to do it ourselves. And because it's hard, and there are no guarantees.
It's good that you have a test driver like Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
That's that technology. We'll talk to him later today. But real quick last question. I want to talk about Detroit Auto Show.
Yep.
And Ford, the connection to the city.
Yep.
You guys do a lot. Why is this so important?
Well, because we believe in the rejuvenation of Detroit. It's Henry Ford's home. We invested over $1 billion in the train station.
You're right, yeah.
We're really proud that people can come here and see what Detroit will be now with the tech hub. And we never walked away from the Detroit Motor Show. A lot of our competitors did. When they went bankrupt, they didn't spend money. Last couple of years after COVID, we always had test tracks. We have always had introductions. We love our Detroit Motor Show. It's our home event. And it's also a huge charity event for the community. I think for us, the Carhartt partnership really captures the spirit of the company. Tools for technicians, training to get more technicians in our dealerships, Carhartt stuff for our employees. We love Carhartt. It's older than Ford. It's a Detroit company. It's for people to work with our hands. Other than enthusiast products, what we're really good at is work products. Like Pro, like Transits and Super Duties, and we really love Carhartt as a brand. I can't wait for people to see the Carhartt Super Duty. If they thought the Harley truck was cool a few years ago, they're going to love the Carhartt Super Duty.
Yeah, I saw the reaction with Ford employees at the event, Jerry, and I'm really happy about that. So, Jim, thank you so much for having us. Looking forward to the event tonight.
You're going to have a good time, and have fun with Max. Try to get him to smile. He's a stone cold killer, but underneath there is a human.
I'm going to try. Thank you.
Have fun.
Coming up, we're looking at some of today's trending tickers and top analyst calls. Stay tuned. You're watching Market Catalyst.
Fresh pineapple is delicious, but cutting exact rings is impossible. Now, you can make rings with ease. Introducing the Pineapple Ringmaster. Simply slice the top off a fresh pineapple, then align the Pineapple Ringmaster around the core and twist. With each turn, the rings are cut in a spiral, right down to the base. Keep it full, and you're a ringmaster. Plus, you've got a perfect pineapple cone you're serving your favorite tropical drink. Scan the code on your screen now and get your pineapple ringmaster today.
You know how we were talking about kitchen gadgets that make life easier? Well, have you seen that ad for the Cobb Gobbler?
I think so. What is it, like a blender?
No, it's for taking corn off the cob, like stripping it.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
But this, well, let me tell you, this thing's a game changer. Like, I actually think it's a must-have.
Yeah.
First of all, the design,
It's so simple.
but it's really clever. So in the video, they show how it works. You run it down the cob, and boom, the kernels come right out.
No more mess all over the counter.
Exactly. And right now, you can get it for steal.
Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, especially if you eat a lot of corn on the cob.
And you can order it so easily with a QR code.
Right.
So really, like,
What are you waiting for?
what are you waiting for?
Go get your cob gobbler.
Is this the future of corn?
I think it might be.
Are we all going to be having cob gobblers?
I'm gonna get one.
Are we going to be having cob gobbler parties? I'm into it. This is the future.
I think so.
Scan the code.
20% off.
Limited time offer. If you're tired of fighting with those kernels and making a mess, this is the answer.
Olukai slippers bring the comfort of walking barefoot on wet sand to any occasion. So every get-together feels just right.
CGT now.
Because the comfort of Aloha is something that always feels like home. Say aloha to Olukai. Anywhere comfort, anywhere aloha.
Welcome back to Yahoo Finance. I'm Brooke DePalma, live at the NASDAQ here in Times Square. Let's turn now to some of today's top analyst calls on Wall Street. We're watching Dell, Intel, as well as DraftKings this morning. First up, Dell, Barclays upgraded the stock from equal weight to overweight. The analyst said it's now more positive on the company because AI server orders are strong, its profit margins in AI are stable, and there are more opportunities in servers and storage. Plus, the firm views Dell as, quote, best in class in managing expenses. The street is pretty bullish on the name with 24 buys, 5 holds, and 1 sell rating on the street right now. Next up, Intel City upgraded the chipmaker to neutral from sell. The analyst said it should benefit from advanced packaging supply tightness and TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor. The analyst said Intel has a unique window of opportunity to attract foundry wafer customers. The street is mostly on the sidelines with this one with 8 buys, 36 holds, and 8 sells. Lastly, DraftKings, Wells Fargo upgraded the sports betting platform to overweight from equal weight. It expects DraftKings to exceed the implied high end of its fourth quarter guidance of $273 million to $287 million. There are now 31 buys, 8 holds, and no sells in the street. Pretty bullish view on DraftKings. Keep it right here on Yahoo Finance, always tracking all the market moves and top calls throughout the session. Now time for some of today's trending tickers. We are watching oil stocks, Talon Energy, and Bitmine Emergent Tech. Market data editor Jared McCree is joining me now to chat about these. So first of all, we got to look at what's going on with oil stocks as we are watching underlying oil prices as well. ExxonMobil, Chevron, ConocoPhillips are pulling back as Iran tensions appear to be cooling. President Trump is seemingly backing away from threats of military action against Iran. So again, we've got those underlying oil prices lower, and then the oil stocks are following suit, Jared.
Yeah, let's start with the chart here. Let's go to the Wi-Fi Interactive where we're taking a look at our mostly large cap energy heat map here. You see a lot of red. You mentioned the majors. A few green spots. One of them is Talon Energy. We're going to be talking about that in a minute here. Another is BKR is Baker Hughes Company. I'll just show you the one-year chart on that real quick, and you can see up about 12%. But this is kind of a lowering of that geopolitical risk premium. And I'm going to go now to a chart of WTI crude oil, which trades pretty much in lockstep with Brent. This is what's happening today, down 4.5%. Biggest downdraft in about 2 months. I was just checking. Here's the 5-year chart. And we're pretty close to 4 or 5-year lows right now. I'm trying to draw that line there. But if you want to see what real geopolitical risk looks like, okay, this was the original invasion of the Ukraine by Russia way back in 2022. And that's when the oil price shot up to $130 intraday per barrel. And so we are just at the lower end of that. And so we are in an environment now where there are a lot more bearish forces than bullish, which is good for consumers. The U.S. energy
U.S. Energy Administration expects global inventories to build 2.8 billion barrels per day in 2026. So kind of bloodish talk here, and it's going to take a lot more than the current situation in Venezuela, Iran, Black Sea, any kind of hiccups there to really shoot the price of oil higher. You really, unless something threatens the Straits of Hormuz, and that's that really narrow channel in the Middle East where all that oil flows, there's something big like that, another huge invasion. I just don't see the price of oil really getting above $70 per barrel.
Yeah, I mean, you could have events in Iran affecting things on the margin eventually. But as it was, even with the rhetoric starting to heat up, there was no actual disruption to supplies at this point. And there were still a lot of questions about, even if there was regime change in Iran, and all of that was highly speculative, again, what effect would it have on the actual supply? But now President Trump seems to be backing away and saying that he's been assured that the Iranian government is going to no longer be killing protesters. They called off an execution reportedly. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Talon Energy, you mentioned that one. It is continuing to expand its portfolio. The power producer is adding on natural gas generation capacity through the acquisition of natural gas assets from Energy Capital Partners. Now, this is not like an energy company like a big oil company. This is more like a power company or a utility company, right? And we have seen a lot of those companies really fly over the past couple of years because they've been providing power to data centers. Yes.
They're so thirsty for that electricity, those data centers. And you put that very well. So I'll just go over some of the deal basics here. $2.5 billion in cash plus $900 million in stock. And that cash is going to be financed by the bond market, most likely. This will add 2.6 gigawatts in Ohio and Indiana. There is some regulatory risk. They're going to have to clear what's called the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. I had to look that up. That's a Federal Trade Commission rule. They're also going to have to clear FERC, that's Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and the state of Indiana. Sorry, let's go back to the Wi-Fi Interactive there. I'm going to pull up Talon Energy. That was that big green spot. I'm going to show you the last year. They've been flying high. You know, this was the time when all the utilities, all those boring utility companies, energy companies, were catching a bid. And you can see it's actually kind of flatlined over the last few months. Got a bit of a bid today. That's up 10%. So whenever you see a stock going through an M&A or kind of a deal transaction where it's going to cost a lot of money, but the stock is up anyway, that just means they're going to benefit from a lot of synergy. Going back to our heat map real quickly, let's put the 1 year on.
All right. Took a walk around the block. Very nice out. 50 degrees. A little breezy, but sunny. Get a little exercise. Got to get out of my chair every lunchtime around this time. We don't do much trading during 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock period anyway. Okay. So anyway, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, January 15th. Markets trying to bottom and make some higher highs, higher lows. Hedge flows. Okay, Tesla watching. Meta's trying to push higher. Meta. It's got a lot of work to do, Meta. It's got to get above the 50-day. It's been running the lower Bollinger Band, dropped below the 50-day on Tuesday. So a lot of work to get back above the 50-day. Banks, Wells Fargo, those that have reported, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan with the 3-candle reversal. Morningstar Doji, hopefully we'll see a follow through here. Energy stocks, Chevron, inside day. The refiners like Phillips 66, Valero, Vistra Energy. Vistra looking better above the 200-day. The red line on the right is the 200-day. 50-day is the blue line. So Vistra turning, trailing some of the other names, but back above the 50 and 200-day. Bitcoin bounced. Bitcoin had a little pullback this morning. Okay, you can see buyers have stepped up at the low of the day, like yesterday. Big bullish day on Tuesday into Wednesday. Okay, we're looking for Bitcoin to continue higher towards 100,000. At least I am anyway. So stocks like Coinbase, MSTR, watching these, MSTR, trying to break out. The critical metals and associated stocks inside day, top of the price action from yesterday. Upper half looks okay. USAR did pull back again today. Inside day. Micron looks like it might do something here. Micron starting to tick higher. Micron. Okay, I might try something on Micron. MU. Okay, Micron on the move right here. Micron, we were looking for it to base up here. I was drawing on the chart yesterday, showing you what I was thinking. It's managing to stay in the upper part of the current range. So base up here at the highs. That's showing strength. Okay, Micron on the move right now. Spending most of the day down here. Micron is now turning back up. Micron.
So we can make space for what truly matters. Vitamix, only the essential.
Hey, did you know that companies pay hundreds to gamers for playing and testing their games? Yes.
Micron just added to the 350, 360 for April. 350, 360. Those filled at $4.
It's a flexible insert that stops everything from falling into that annoying seat gap. Scan the code on your screen now and get a console catcher today. And stop feeding the seat gap monster.
MLEC.
MLEC halted to the upside.
All right.
Intel shares hit 52-week highs on Thursday with enthusiasm over the chipmaker's sold-out AI CPU capacity and reports of a potential partnership with Apple. But at CES, Intel took a more back-to-basics approach, focusing on how its new chip will perform rather than touting its AI features. Yahoo Finance tech editor Dan Howley was there at CES watching all of
Okay, RZLV. That's one that Grover mentioned. Okay, looks like it's going to break higher. RZLV.
Mostly because this is their first chip that they're
Had the 450 call.
platform. This has been their kind of long gestating technology that they've been working on, and it's important in that this is key to their turnaround effort. I got to see the chip itself, also in Lego form. It's pretty cool, and see it running on these different devices. And so, they're saying 27 hours of battery life. That would be better than what you get from a MacBook Air or a MacBook Pro. And Apple really kind of went ahead with this kind of idea of performance and long-lasting battery life, and that's really been a boon for it. AMD did the same thing. Intel was kind of left in the dust. Qualcomm's come in and said, "Hey, we can do that." Now Intel is getting that together, and so I didn't get to try out the battery life on these things, but
I will say
RZLV,
some games, which is a
cheap stock,
estimator of how
trying to break out here. RZLV.
I was blown away. I mean, this is stuff that you wouldn't see from Intel or any other chip really, as far as capabilities go. And so that I think is something that was really worth noting. That they just kept talking about 27 hours of battery life, the NPU that they have, which run the AI apps. I think the reality is most people still use AI in the cloud. They don't necessarily use it on device. And while Intel is still talking about the AI PC that Microsoft likes to plug, that Copilot plus PC, I do think that generally the overall vibe was, hey, we have a great chip now. And
Excuse me.
And so that's what I think the big takeaway was. And
Okay, Riot.
like Intel is this 180 go from oh, we got chips to hey, we have a great chip coming out and we're going to be building on that. I think was really huge.
Well, and now there's
Riot turning back up. Riot with Bitcoin.
regaining them maybe as a customer. What do we know about that? What should we be looking for?
Yeah, this is a report a while back that well before CES, and then the other day,
Futures still chopping around. Hedge flows drifting a bit lower now. Okay, S&P pulling back a bit more.
Helping Intel with Apple, so that could lend to the idea that perhaps this deal that was originally reported is coming to fruition. Regardless, it would be incredibly interesting. Just from a technology,
Low tick alert minus 800.
Low tick alert.
Intel was originally in Apple's MacBooks. Right. Didn't do that well. If Apple wanted more control of the design, now they're potentially saying we'll go back to Intel.
Right, or maybe even invest in Intel in some way.
I mean, that would be
unclear what it is, but we'll be watching it. Thanks so much, Shan. Yes. All right, that's it for Market Catalyst. I'm Julie Hyman. Thanks for watching. More Young Finance coming up.
RZLV, Resolve AI, looking pretty strong. Got an upgrade. RZLV, 60-minute. Bullish. RZLV, breaking trend, breaking the downtrend, following through. Volume, MACD stochastics, caught some upgrades. Okay, Q's had about 4-to-1 up volume. It's down to 1.5. So this time of day, people taking profits. BNC pivots, looking for end of day run maybe.
Thanks to our local direct sourcing and in-house manufacturing, you get diamond stud earrings for just $99. Go to shoplc.com to experience the brilliance of lab-grown diamonds. Shop LC, shop low cost.
See their first steps, meet their new friends, and they're a part of every moment in between. So stop by our showroom and pick out the
All right.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. U.S. stocks jumping in midday action with tech leading the way.
Fortune semi-names today after Taiwan Semi reported that 35% jump in fourth quarter profit. Those record gains are thanks to strong demand for the company's AI chips, although it comes a day after China said it'll restrict the purchase of NVIDIA's H200 chips. Let's bring in Aaron Rakers. He's a senior equity analyst at Wells Fargo. He just made some moves across his coverage universe, including upping the price target on several names. Aaron, welcome to you. This is very similar to what we saw last week. You get a strong overseas report, the chip space lifts. That was more in the memory space, but what does this tell you?
think, Kelly, it talks to the strength that we continue to see in the AI infrastructure build out. So, we forecasted this morning that the semiconductor industry could grow to $1 trillion plus in revenue or in sales this year. That's up 29% year over year, and we're forecasting another, double-digit growth into 2027. So I think we're moving from heavy AI training investment cycle to
Still chop. We got a nice little bounce on the S&P now. S&P bounce. Okay, it does look like a descending pattern. For now.
Which was an uptick from their prior outlook. So I think it's broad-based strength. We did move to overweight on Broadcom this morning, and we put AMD as our top pick.
Is NVIDIA in there?
I'm sorry.
NVIDIA, is that in there as well?
Yeah, so we've been consistently overweight NVIDIA. I think they're going to have a good print this next cycle. We came out of meeting with the company last week at CES, and demand.
MACD turning up.
We think that they are playing a different ballgame, right? This notion of extreme co-design up and down the stack, I think makes them a clear differentiated platform provider. So we continue to like that name as well.
So we want to stay above 6890, 6900. We're well above those levels now.
Inference workloads moving, but eventually to physical AI, it's all about token generation. So one of the things that we put in our note today was, talking about token supply and how that might drive just this continued intensity of compute needs over time. Specific to Broadcom, I would say it this way. I think the stock has underperformed since they reported in December, trades at a low 20 multiple on our updated estimate. And as they diversify their custom AI base of business as we move forward. Obviously, a lot of that today is driven by Google's TPU, but you've got opportunities with Anthropic, OpenAI, Meta, and others.
S&P driving a little bit higher now inside of this descending pattern. Watching hedge flows. Price action staying between these large nodes, these purple zones here, above and below. So we're just staying inside the range for now. Palantir. What do I want to do with Palantir? Palo Alto. Looking better. MSTX. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semiconductor.
Yeah, so let's bring this then back to the kind of bread and butter for investors who are figuring out whether to stay in the NVIDIA trade. As you suggest, sure they can. You'd like at Broadcom, you've upped a range of names here. And you mentioned the AI infrastructure. So the sophistication that they're going to use. We, at the same time, get these reports about, a new AI model that was trained on lower level chips. And does any of that eat away at this story on the margin?
Yeah, we think we're still early innings of seeing what the true inference workload looks like. So we don't.
All right, SNDK.
There's news this week of NVIDIA's ability to sell back into China with the H200. We've estimated that could be 25 to 30 billion of incremental revenue for the company over time. And then I think the other way to look at it is you do have the other names, right? You've got the intensity around memory. We do like Micron, for example. In this regard, and just the overall data demand driving what we've seen very strong results and what we still think is upward trends in the hard disk drive names, Western Digital and Seagate.
All right, and that is a banner today. So, Aaron, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. The Dow's up more than 400 points. That strength in the AI trade is helping the broader market recover from 2 days of losses. But it raises the question once again of whether we need the trade to keep making new highs. Here to answer that is Jared Woodard. He's head of the Research Investment Committee at BofA Securities. And Jared, I'll note everything was down yesterday except the Russells. What do you make of that?
Hey, Kelly, it's good to be with you. I think the first thing to make of it is that the trade that so many investors were hoping for in years past, that earnings and even returns would broaden out across the market. They gave up on last year. That was one of the big outflows. I think that trade is back. It's part of our forecast at BofA Research that we expect success and strength in the market to be a much broader story in 2026 than it was in 2025. And so far, the evidence supports that.
Yeah. But so to those who have been burned
Micron pushing a bit higher. Micron chips strong today. Okay, I did sell some SNDK premium. I'll share this here.
Well, we're very bullish on small caps for this year, but I think the key point is that the strength in artificial intelligence and broader industrial growth is something that affects almost every sector of the market now. I mean, of course, AI is concentrated in some tech stocks, but there's a very real and legitimate sense in which, some metals and mining companies, uranium miners, utilities, real estate, it's hard to think of a sector in which artificial intelligence isn't now a very relevant and key part of the business model or expectations for the future. We're seeing expansion in the U.S. economy across every component of GDP, from consumption, corporate investment, government investment is growing in key sectors, and even trade, which has been such a sour note in the economy for so long, as most investors know now, was at the narrowest trade deficit since 2009 recently. So there's a very broad and real sense in which the hard economic data, real figures, not surveys, are showing profound strength. We have an analysis that we do on this measure, and of course the survey data is quite poor in many areas, but that hasn't been a good predictor of market returns in recent years. What's been a much better predictor is the real economic data.
Okay, I'll share this in the room here shortly. SNDK.
Precious metals up 9%, small caps up 6%, emerging markets ex China up 5%, convertible bonds if you want to go there. And so you're kind of saying all of the components of this are in place. You're not warning about an AI bubble. You're not saying we need it all. We probably, obviously, it's got to be part of the story. But you're just saying go to lesser owned corners of the market.
Okay.
Some of those, that's why we were starting with small caps. Maybe Japan, if I'm getting this right, quality and value in the U.S. You mentioned gold, although that seems, very well owned at this point, some trending commodities. So where else would you kind of be pointing people to? And do you think that what we've started the year off of becomes the trend for the duration of 26?
I think the start for this year is a very interesting tell. I think the most important thing to focus on is where companies are investing, where we see strength in the consumer, and where we have policy support. A lot of investors are concerned about valuations in AI and about the incredible returns and whether they can continue. Our analysis suggests that the analogies people like to draw with past bubbles and past...
Okay, so I sold the...
may not be a good indicator for today. You're not seeing divergence, for example...
340, 335.
And the profits that they're earning, they're actually moving well in line.
340.
It wasn't true in the dot-com era. Typically, bubbles in the market burst when central banks are raising interest rates, not cutting them here and around the world, as we expect for 2026. And even the investment plans of companies, which have become so massive in recent years, even becoming a point of concern, really pale in comparison to the kinds of capex that was necessary, say in the dot-com era, which was almost double the kinds of investment that you're seeing today. I think one reason for this broadening that might be underappreciated by investors is that the tech companies realize that if they don't bring the rest of the economy along with them when it comes to utilities and transmission and scaling up industry, there are going to be some pressure points and some backlash. You've seen some deals even in recent days where companies have been willing to pay a higher price maybe for electricity or for components that they otherwise might have done in years past. I think because they recognize that using their fortress balance sheets to bring the rest of the suppliers and the industrials along is going to be a long-term winning trade.
Oh, 100%. And it's encouraging that they realize this now so we don't have to have, awful fights about it.
Okay, what's the deltas here? I think it was a 15.
Jared, thanks so much. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Jared Woodard with BofA Securities. Coming up, the crypto names are in the red today after Coinbase pulled its support for...
Stock's not moving very much right now, so no hurry. Sold a 17 Delta.
Watching shares of Sony popping after announcing it struck an exclusive multi-year deal with Netflix to stream feature films worldwide. This follows their full theatrical and home entertainment windows. Sony shares up about 0.5%. More after this.
Okay, another $1,000 premium trade on SNDK. 17 Deltas this time for 2 weeks out. Okay. All right, I'll post these. Okay.
RKLB.
CGTL.
MLEC halted down. RKLX.
SPHL.
Okay, let's see.
RKLB.
VRMA.
Okay, so I sold another credit spread on SNDK. The strength, you see muscle. This is just continuing. Chips are strong. Almost 80 points away.
ROLR. VRMA.
The Senate Banking Committee is now delaying its crypto market structure bill after Coinbase pulled its backing last night. CEO Brian Armstrong told us his issues with the bill just a short while ago.
Frankly, I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill, right? The current draft text that was shown to us earlier this week, for instance, would kill probably 3 or 4 different product lines that we have already in market. And so if this is going to be a giveaway to the banks, I'd rather just stick with Genius, which is already in law, and we're able to operate our business just fine in that environment.
Although my next guest says this bill would have provided a firm regulatory for the industry. He calls the delay a setback, but it's
Slow day.
It can get done soon. Let's bring in Hunter Horsley. He's the CEO of Bitwise Asset Management. Why do you think this bill was necessary, Hunter? Welcome.
Palantir off the high. Chevron.
In general, it's always helpful for investors and for a space becoming more mainstream to have clarity. So
Chevron trying to move back up to the high. Futures just kind of sitting here doing nothing. It looks like another rejection. MACD crossing.
making progress regardless. So if there's an opportunity to enhance clarity, that would be good. And I think that we will get there.
What needs to be enhanced? What's unclear right now?
So some of the things that I think would give large institutions like our clients, banks, wealth management firms, hedge funds, clarity would be more specific language around the treatment of DeFi, for instance. There are a lot of firms that want to tokenize securities, equities. You've heard that from some of the world's largest asset managers. They want to, if possible, know clearly what the rules of the road are. So I think that those are the benefits that can come from a great version of this bill.
But the bill was saying it would not allow tokenization. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So I think that's I think both sides have a lot of goodwill and good faith here. But the draft that was circulated really killed rewards on stablecoins, put a ban on tokenizing securities, which contradicts the message from Chair Atkins of the SEC, who believes that traditional assets should come on chain, and makes writing software, DeFi, very difficult. So I don't think it's coming from a place of attempting to be counterproductive. I think the reality is that these are complex issues and there's a lot of voices. Yeah. And so what we heard from Senator Scott is they need more time. And that's really the development this week.
It sounds to me like post Genius, the industry felt like it has a stable enough regulatory framework to operate with the banking system and so forth. Like I'm not sure it needs much further on that front. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Bitcoin pulling back down towards the lows. Bitcoin turning back down towards the morning lows. So taking a break after 2 huge days. The lower half of the range anyway. We're off the lows of the day. But Bitcoin had 2 big days, so I'm not surprised to see a little consolidation today. S&P, again, let's go take a look at the S&P 500. Equal weight. S&P 500 equal weight looks just fine to me. S&P equal weight, 60-minute time frame, pushing off, expanding away. New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange doing the same thing. 22,846. The IWM, small caps. Okay, flagging away from the 20 EMA, 60 minutes. So this is bullish. The Qs were the strongest today. That still has to break out above 630. 630. Junk bonds. Junk bonds.
Yesterday, they put 1% of clients' assets into Bitcoin this week. So all we see is continued adoption and demand in the space, and I think prices are headed higher against that.
I love those anecdotes. I also love your point that Bitcoin may be less volatile than Nvidia. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I think there's some, even the bulls would kind of like to see it swinging wildly like it did in its youth. But you're talking about big banks getting involved, so I think its youth days are past. Hunter, thanks for your time today. Good to see you. Hunter Horsley with Bitwise Asset Management. Coming up is the software space facing an existential crisis. The IGB ETF dramatically underperforming the rest of the market in the past few months.
Wow. Microsoft's not doing that good, so I'm not surprised there, Kelly. Kelly.
SPHL. CJMB.
RKLB.
You're going to be able to realize some gains in some of these stocks that provide the launches.
You mentioned Constellation as a name, an energy provider, did well in 2025, and the utility trade did pretty well because it became an AI offshoot. What are the prospects for the AI trade in terms of utilities in 2026? Is that another example of a bifurcated market where you have some winners and some haves and some have-nots? How are you picking them?
So interestingly, in the utility space, you really need to go project by project and analyze which companies have still capacity that they can build on top of. So a lot of it, for example, Constellation operates the largest nuclear fleet in the US. So they have several plants where they can add incremental capacity on the existing site, which, as you would imagine, would be much easier to do than going to a completely new one where the surrounding community, they're not familiar with nuclear. So that's really the biggest bottleneck for nuclear in the US, and that's why we like Constellation. We really also like the Bitcoin miners that securing energy capacity for the purposes of Bitcoin mining, but now they're realizing, hey, we can actually use this for data centers. Exactly. And their business model is changing dramatically, right? Because you're going from being exposed to a commodity that nobody can really predict to a business model where they're locking in the supply cost, they're locking in the contract. So it's really becoming a very stable, almost like a REIT business model. So I think if they can execute on this well and build on top of what they already have, there could be significant upside, both on earnings, but also on the multiple side.
What are the specific names within that
MLEC.
AI plays?
So some of
Okay, what are we trying to do here? Anything?
those are the ones we all
Not going to get excited unless we start to see this trending forcefully higher.
So in that space, the key is to find the management team that is able to execute with limited risk. So that's what we're looking for. Companies that already have a pipeline and not necessarily building ahead without contracts. They have like good visibility into securing contracts. So that's kind of how we are assessing the space. That it's not just being able to hit the headline that you're in the business, but actually having the actual fundamental backup.
Excellent. Well, it's time to go back to space because now we've got a market take on a classic Hollywood gap show staple, Who Wore It Better? And today's runway is all about the next big thing in data centers. On the left catwalk struts
Welcome back to Market with Gaining and Splitting, all thanks to Taiwan Semi. Some strong investment bank results as well. That's helping the Dow with Goldman in it. It's at 418 points right now. And here are some of the other movers this hour. BlackRock is up 5% after better than expected results, and it now tops 14 trillion in assets under management. I remember we talked about 4 and 5 being a big deal. The shares are having their best day since April of nearly 6%. And Shake Shack is now on pace for its 11th straight day of gains. If you're keeping score at home, that's a 25% jump, and it's enjoying its longest win streak since a 12-day rally back in May. So not that uncommon. Let's get to Kate Rooney now for the CNBC News update. Hi, Kate.
Hi there, Kelly. A federal judge today allowed construction to resume for an offshore wind project in New York. The judge, a Trump appointee, said the Empire Wind Project could restart while he considers the government's arguments. Another developer won a similar reprieve earlier this week. Last month, the Trump administration froze 5 big offshore wind projects, citing national security concerns. Developers and states sued to block the order. Meanwhile, a federal appeals court today reversed a lower court decision that released Mahmoud Khalil from an immigration jail. He is the Palestinian activist and Columbia graduate student who was arrested by ICE last year. The 3-judge panel ruled that the lower court didn't have jurisdiction over the matter. And finally, federal prosecutors charged 20 people, including 15 former college basketball players, in what they call a point-shaving scheme to rig NCAA and Chinese Basketball Association games. Prosecutors say the group of, quote, fixers recruited the players with bribes between $10,000 to $30,000 per game, Kelly. Back over to you.
It's so infuriating. It's awful. It's so pervasive. It's happening so much at every level. It's horrible. We'll move on. Kate, thank you. In fact, we're going to stick with sports because Wells Fargo is upgrading DraftKings to overweight and downgrading FanDuel parent Flutter to equal weight today.
S&P just sitting here.
DraftKings does imply about 40%.
I'm just sitting here.
And they say the gambling platform could get a boost from its new event contracts business. A total addressable market.
Stocks aren't moving.
There, they estimate. DraftKings and FanDuel are just 2 of the many companies getting into these prediction markets. Contessa Brewer is here with more. Contessa?
So let me just say, Kelly, on that front about the point shaving scandal, the NCAA head Charlie Baker has gone out and he has asked that federal sports books stop offering college player props, and he's asked the CFTC to crack down on college sports offers in these prediction markets until appropriate safeguards are in place. He just says it is unregulated gambling on college games. His concern may not just be for the integrity of college sports, which is clearly under threat. But Truist analyst Barry Jonas wrote this week that 18 to 20-year-olds who are too young to gamble legally in most states are contributing significantly to the growth of these prediction markets. He writes Kalshi specifically needs to figure out how to broaden its base beyond those youngest adults. Now, Kalshi and CNBC have a business relationship. Data from Crunch, which is an analytics company, shows that Kalshi is getting more trades on college been shifting in that direction since October. That the enthusiasm around college sports is fueling prediction markets growth.
Which is fascinating. You know, I'm such a nerd that I was so excited for prediction markets as from a news point of view, right? It's almost like live polling, gives you a sense, you know, a way of interpreting the information into markets that could kind of tell us whether to anticipate certain events. And yet, here we are, and what a mess this has kind of made. And the question, I guess, now is who's going to act on that? And to your point, we're now seeing more calls for people to really crack down here.
And the other thing that you're going to see is state regulators looking at whether they should offer sports gambling or should they change the rules around sports gambling. You have states like Nebraska considering it once again. Should we authorize sports gambling? Because what's happening is states where sports gambling isn't legal are seeing the growth of prediction markets. JuiceReel, which is this app that tracks wagers, that allows gamblers to track their wagers and it offers analysis, says its customers from California, 9% of them have prediction markets accounts. In Texas, 6% of them have prediction markets accounts. What is not available in California or Texas? Legal sports gambling. And so you can see the propensity for betting is there. They're using offshore accounts, they're using daily fantasy, they're using sweeps. And by the way, in New York, they're doing that too. New York is losing a lot of state tax revenue from these offshore predictions accounts and the like. And part of that is because DraftKings and FanDuel won't let what they call sharps, you know, these guys who really know what they're doing, right? They don't let them on the platform. They limit them because it eats into the profit.
Right. Well, I have to imagine, you know, once you say that the state revenue is at stake, then maybe we'll get some action.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Contessa, thanks very much. We appreciate it today. Contessa Brewer reporting. Coming up, just when we thought the inflation threat was in the rearview mirror, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee tells CNBC it could come roaring back if the White House isn't careful. We'll have this.
MLGO. Okay. You looking at MLGO? Thank you, Cayman. MLGO. MLGO. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, MLGO looks good.
PTHL. SPHL.
MLEC may rise in 10 seconds.
PTHL. CJMB. PTHL.
SOC. RKLX. IBRX. ASTX. RKLX. PL. RCAT.
CJMB.
IBRX. RKLX. SOC. RKLX. IBRX.
Okay, we're starting to push a bit higher.
SOC. RCAT.
S&P turning back up.
IBRX. SOC. RCAT. MLEC may resume in less than a minute. IBRX. SOC. NEBX. RCAT. MLEC may res in 10 seconds. RCAT.
PTHL.
NEBX.
MLEC. PTHL.
NEBX. ETHL.
MLEC.
RCAT.
PTHL.
S&P 500 continues to move higher. Okay. We got a bid in the markets for the most part. NVIDIA is at the high of the day right now. NVIDIA looking better. Okay. Micron back down a little bit.
MLEC. PTHL.
SOC.
MLEC.
All right, it's fading back down into the range.
MLEC.
SOC.
Now, does it exist? Is it trading?
It's not trading yet. We were approved by the SEC as the
MLEC
18th
halted to the
registered
upside.
National Securities Exchange.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And we plan to launch trading next summer, which means we will be up and running. We'll be just like New York and NASDAQ and all the other exchanges. We will trade the full list, and we'll start to dually list companies.
So, okay, that was my next question, that people understand. So dually list, meaning companies that are listed on the New York or listed on NASDAQ can then dually list on the Green Impact Exchange. And they're gonna be, I'm assuming, they're gonna only be able to list there if they meet a number of criteria that you have set up. Correct.
NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA looking pretty good. High of the day. NVIDIA with the Taiwan Semiconductor earnings. Most likely we'll see much higher sales and earnings for NVIDIA. That's what the markets are pricing in as we move higher, I would imagine. Broadcom pulling back a little bit right here. Same thing with Snowflake. NVIDIA.
Meet that questionnaire, then they're not eligible to list on your exchange.
They'll lose their alpha listings.
Right.
For SEC and fair access reasons, we have to let them list at a basic tier, but they won't get the green marker.
So if I were an investor and I wanted to buy, I don't know, throw a name up. Well, let's just say XYZ.
Sure.
I want to buy XYZ. And if it's listed as an alpha tier stock on the Green Impact Exchange, that's going to tell me.
NVIDIA cruising higher.
That's going to tell you that their board has made a commitment to sustainability as a long-term shareholder value proposition. The board is committed to robust oversight. It's not just, Kenny's our board, our green guy, and once a year we hear from him at the annual meeting. There's a regular cadence of oversight. And then it's management saying, here's how we're going to get there, and here's the interim goals you should measure us on.
Okay, so if company ABC doesn't have that little green X next to it, they're just the standard listing.
Right.
That tells you that they're not as committed.
It tells you that they have not made the commitment to actually doing the governance work.
Okay.
All right, I added to 190, the 190 calls I have NVIDIA for February.
So what's really interesting is that I would say probably 80% of companies are doing something right when it comes to sustainability. Right. And I just want your viewers to understand, GIX is really about environmental sustainability. The S and the G are very important, and they're part of the whole ESG movement.
Yeah.
But we're really laser focused on the environmental piece because, frankly, if you try to talk about E and S and G in one sentence,
right, it gets lost. Right. Okay. So the environmental part is where the carbon credits.
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, and let's talk about what you're looking for in a company that. What do they need to be doing with their carbon credit?
So the carbon credit product, what we're looking for is to take the carbon markets, which are functionally not working, right? It's an over-the-counter market. It's more like a e-commerce model. You do a project, you develop carbon credits. You now put them on a website, and I can say, click on Kenny's credits, put them in my basket. There's no price discovery, there's no liquidity, there's no marketing. None of the things that you and I would recognize as market structure.
And the reason you want to buy my friend.
All right, so we're coming back in. NVIDIA at the highs.
I'm flying planes, and as much as I am a sustainable company, planes take carbon to fly, right? So Delta will reduce as much as it can, and then on top of that, we'll buy offsets from someone who is right, so that they can be carbon neutral.
Right, hold that thought 1 minute, because I'm going to take a break. Come right back.
Your floors see their first steps, meet their new friends, and are a part of every moment in between. So stop by our showroom and pick out the foundation of your memories that will stand up to the test of time at Flooring Plus.
Okay, Riot. Trying to push higher. Riot.
Several $1,000s. Give me 30 seconds, and I'll show you exactly how. It's a side hustle you can do whenever you are free. So it's perfect for
LLDC may rise in 10 seconds.
after the kids go to sleep or during a lunch break. All you need is a phone and Wi-Fi. You can eat up to $500 in this app. No money needed to start, no withdrawal limits, cash out instantly to your bank account. Try it now.
With its powerful telescopic zoom, the Flash Force tactical flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen and order right now, we'll send you a second Flash Force tactical flashlight absolutely free. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
Friday Night Lights, every night with Wire. Makes your home the ultimate fan zone. Decked out in your team's colors from kickoff to overtime. Pick your team, or simply pick your vibe, and control it all right from your phone. Wire, where the team spirit meets neighborhood style.
S&P 500. Okay, trying to make higher highs and higher lows. S&P.
Passport is very exciting. This could ruin our trip. Rush my passport? Expediting is super easy. We can get a passport that actually looks like that. You're welcome. Get started online at rushmypassport.com or by visiting your nearest FedEx office location.
DTHL. CGTL.
IBRX. ASTX. RCLB.
Now we're back at this whole carbon neutral thing. So it was a very fascinating conversation. I'm interested to see now as we move forward how these listed companies, because I suppose what you're going to do is you're going to reach out to all the listed companies that show NASDAQ in New York and present them with the Green Impact Exchange. Here are the qualifications. See who wants to be part of that movement. Am I right?
Yeah. Who wants to be valued that way?
Who wants to be valued that way?
I say with the word movement, but
No,
that suggests.
yeah, you're right. It wasn't about that. No, you're right. But I would suspect that companies that big market cap companies that come to list there and get the green check mark, that has to be a positive for that in terms of investor perception.
Not only investor perception, but actual results.
Results.
I'm going to throw some stats at you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So every dollar that is invested in sustainability returns $21 in value. Okay, that's CBP, Carbon Development Project, right? CBRE, the real estate folks say that
Meta pushing the highs again. NVIDIA is at the high of the day as well. Tesla trying to turn back up.
increases shareholder returns by 6%. B2B and B2C sales up 20%. Employee engagement up 57%. Right? Those are things that you want as a company.
They're real things.
They're they're real value.
And I would imagine as an investor, if you're looking at it and you see that that company is doing that, that only endears you more. If you like the story to begin with, that would only endear you more to a company.
Right. Especially if you are in a Gen Z or millennial generation. Right. Like Morgan Stanley did a survey. 99% of Gen Z and 97% of millennials said they look at sustainability as a factor in their investment.
Right, and we know that. We hear it all the time, right? Look, and I suppose, what's after Gen Z? The Alpha generation?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure they're going to look at it the same way, right? Because that's kind of going to be the way that they're educated about it. And it's all good. I'm not saying it's negative. I think it's great. So let's talk about why market structure matters, right? The green economy, it's massive already, the green economy. But what breaks when trading infrastructure lags the growth? So talk about that.
Well, for one thing, the politics of it, you're seeing a lot of backlash against ESG, which means that institutional investors are being told you're not allowed to think about these things, or we're going to come after you think about these things. Well, that's not good for value, right?
Right.
Second
but
thing,
isn't that more about social than it is about environmental?
It is mostly.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with ESG. If you don't like one thing on the social side, you can use it to bash
may rest in 10 seconds.
Hedge flows grinding sideways over the last hour.
And you wouldn't trust me to design a carbon credit. I can design a market that trades like carbon credits are more like a commodity. They should behave like a commodity, right? You need market makers, you need institutional investors, you need speculators, you need all the people who are in the market to be there, but they're not. It's very, very hard to buy a carbon credit right now. So what we're doing is taking those carbon credits and making an equity wrapper, putting that around it, trading like an exchange traded fund.
Wells Fargo.
That holds a carbon credit. Now you can buy it as an institutional investor. Somebody else can buy it as a speculator. Retail investors can buy it, etc.
Would that be proprietary to your exchange, or would you be able to buy that on the New York as well?
It would be a listed product. So it's a listed ETP product, so you can trade it on New York or NASDAQ. But
it would be the primary market. It's the same way the New York Stock Exchange is the primary market for all those other companies.
Right. All the ETPs and ETFs are listed on ARCA. ARCA can trade everywhere, but they're ARCA listed.
Right. Okay. So let's solve the trust problem, right? How does the exchange level kind of verification change how investors price green companies? I mean, does it make it? Do they have to price them differently as a result?
Well, for one thing, having a listing, having a green marker next to your stock ticker matters because it's a quick signal to investors.
Is that like having the blue check on my Twitter account?
It is, except it's harder to get.
Okay, fair enough.
If you want to pay me $8, I'll take it.
Yeah, right.
MLDC.
So that's one thing. And the second thing is that there's a regulator who's looking over this, who's back checking this. And then the third thing is that I'll tell you, as a new CEO of a company, when I have to sign my name on something that has regulatory implications, I pay more attention.
Right.
So that we think that helps.
Well, I would imagine it helps. Yeah, I would imagine it helps too. And I would imagine that once investors kind of understanding,
You can see markets are just kind of sideways.
it'll change.
Hedge flows up and down, up and down. They're not trending. They're not trending. People are selling calls right now, but it's basically just kind of flat.
Might cause other companies that maybe haven't been paying that much attention to something to start paying attention, right?
I think when companies understand that there's a value proposition at play, that you can improve all those stats I gave you before.
Yeah.
When you're looking at how do I juice growth, how do I improve my engagement, how do I retain customers, that starts when people start paying attention.
Do you think that'll become part of an earnings call? Can they somehow define that?
Well, I think they can define the value connection. I think one of the problems with ESG was that you didn't make the connection between we're doing this thing and here's why it matters to shareholders.
Right.
And I think that there are
SNDK.
We reduced our carbon by X percentage. Right. We reduced our risk by X percentage. That has a follow-on cost and value. And they should be.
Well, they should be connected. I hear you. I think that would be great if they were able to do it and actually show investors what their efforts have yielded, right?
Yeah. Well, again, all this stuff, like I can show you my sales went up by X percentage because I was able to tap into the sustainable market. Those are metrics you can measure, and we should be measuring.
And we should be measuring, and they should be public. People should know that, right?
Right.
Okay, great. So what does Safe Trust do to make carbon credits tradable and then transparent?
So for your viewers, a Safe Trust is it's a simple asset financialization ETP. It's a brilliant name that I came up with.
Oh, you came up with that name.
Simple asset financialization easy. So you're taking something that's not a security,
Right.
carbon credit. Carbon credit is a thing,
ASTX.
right? And you're putting it into a wrapper, a security wrapper.
All right. So we're just kind of sitting here sideways. Decent amount of industrials. Industrials got some interesting trades today. Caterpillar following through. Caterpillar. KLAC leading 8.77%. Applied Materials. Vistra Energy following through. VST. Vistra Energy. VLO. Chevron.
A molecule of carbon was taken out of the atmosphere. It was put away
IWM.
for some period of time. Right?
Back up to the highs. IWM.
How long is it put away? That's the tenor. And how sure.
Okay, New York Stock Exchange.
So what we're doing is we're basically saying if your project has a 20% risk of failure. My project has a 10% risk of failure. Now do a future value calculation. Let's say Kenny's going to deliver 100 tons of carbon in 3 years. How many credits do you have to put away now? 120. So you have a 20% risk that it's not going to deliver.
Right.
I only have to put away 110.
Right.
Right. So once we make that permanence adjustment, now we're talking about a standardized unit that you and I can both value. We can put that into a product. We can make yield curves on those things. We can do all the things you can do with different dated bonds. We can now do that with carbon credits.
Carbon credits. So let's talk about where tokenization, that's another new word that we're going to hear all kinds of things about, 2026 and beyond. What their role is in this, right? How tokenized real world assets are going to fit into this regulated market.
So tokenization has two components. So one is there's the fad. Everything needs to be tokenized. Tokenize my pillow or something. We're talking about taking things that have economic value and tracking them in a way that we can then transfer them with minimal friction. Right. So like take equity shares. Right. Right now, you and I, you have to go through a broker. Go to DTC, there's a whole process. A tokenized share should have atomic settlement. You should be able to settle it person to person immediately.
Right.
So that's one aspect of what we're talking about, because in exchange, we have to be focused on what's the future of stock trading.
Right.
But the other thing is,
and the future of stock trading is going to be tokenization.
I think if
you pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, it may take 10 years.
Right.
But it's inevitable. And frankly, we built a whole book accounting system for back office over the last 50 years. Banks are not going to give that up easily. Right. But when they do, look out.
Right.
But the second piece is tokenization is just another way of saying fancy database. It's if you take a ledger and you put something in that ledger, and then you can track it. And the thing that you're tracking is the token. So a carbon credit, right? A token can contain all the information about where was it created, who created it, when was it created, what was the method it was used, all of that stuff. And then I can trade that to you. And now it tells you Dan created it, Ken bought it. Right, and then you trade it to somebody else, and now it says Dan created it, Kenny bought it, Kenny sold it, and now we can start to create an ecosystem of traders.
Right.
So a token is a nice way of saying we're going to make something standard, we're going to put it in a package, we're going to sell that.
And that's true of tokenization for anything.
Anything.
Right. Right.
Real estate, cars, whatever you want.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to say. Let's say that.
No. Yeah. No. Listen, I could sit and talk about this all day, and in fact, I should have you come back. We should talk about it again. We've run out of time. But in the meantime, I want to, as I always do, I end the podcast with a dish. And so today I'm going to give you the feta shrimp, which is a crazy easy dish to make. It is a Christmas favorite in my house. But I'll just give you a little sense that the dish, it was born on a Greek island, right? Really shaped by the wind and the water and the salt water, right? A place where the white stone buildings on the cliffs of the Greek island holds the heat of the day, and the sea decides what we're going to have for dinner. The shrimp arrives from the boats at dawn. It's still tasting of salt. The garlic is sliced without even counting how many you're using. Time is kept by the light.
RKLX.
The butter now meets the olive oil in the hot pan. The garlic softens still in the air even before it can darken. The shrimp are then laid down carefully. You're going to sear it really quickly. They turn pink. And then you pour a little bit of wine in, it flashes in the pan. And it brings the sea and the heat together. Then you add some sliced tomatoes on top so they collapse into sweetness. And then you cover it all with feta cheese. Oh my God, it's so delicious. It all comes melting together. and it binds everything together without surrendering anything. Now, you can serve this over 40-50 pasta or just in a bowl with toasted garlic bread. In any event, you are not going to go wrong. You can scan the QR code on the screen for the full recipe, and trust me, you can thank me later. That's a wrap for today's Trader Talk, but the conversation continues. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you get your podcast. If you got questions or topics you want covered, email us at tradertalk@yahooinc.com because we're always listening. Until the next time, stay sharp, stay disciplined, stay in touch, and take good care.
MLBC. This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
Are you prepared? Scan the code on your screen now and never be in the dark again with the Rescue Volt 7-in-1 power station.
It can charge my phone, right?
The Rescue Volt is a USB power bank, plus a flashlight, AM/FM, and weather-band emergency radio.
That's great and all, but I just wanted to make sure it will charge my phone.
It powers up 3 ways, with built-in USB, solar panel, even a hand crank.
So you mean our phones will always be charged, so we can still doom scroll in a power outage?
The Rescue Volt 7-in-1 power station is travel-sized and ready for any emergency. And yes, it charges your phone too.
Okay, great, because I gotta post to my socials.
It makes a great gift. Order now and get 50% off plus free shipping. Scan the code on your screen and get your Rescue Volt 7-in-1 power station today.
Stronger than scale. Lighter than aluminum. Trusted in aerospace. And now, redefining the way we prepare for the world. Resists corrosion. Never absorbs oils. And remains flawlessly food safe without ever breaking down into harmful microplastics. Titanium Edge. Now available through this exclusive television offer.
Hi, this is Daniel Morgan. You gonna help keep my walks smelling? Yep. Not listening. Yeah, I'm all about that. It's like a casino. The multi-side game, everything gets your ride. Looks like a non-stop fun. Tight spins and boom.
IREX.
But that's not it. And with so many thrilling slide choices, you'll never run out of chances to spin and win big. You know those games they drown you in ads and never get back? Not for me. Rolex Slot Casino, no ads, and of course, instant cash. Download that Slot Casino and tap them up now.
My cleaning routine just got really crazy. I got this new thing that makes it less lazy. With 5 different heads, so it's really versatile. I can recharge its electrical. Come on,
MLBC.
cleaning tool. Spinny scrub.
Scan the code on your screen now and get the Spinny Scrub for 50% off plus free shipping. Come on, what are you waiting for?
It's that spinny scrub.
Another fade. Market's not doing much. Equal weight looks good. You know, it's just the New York Fangs are holding things back. The equal weight index looks fine. S&P, because of the, I mean, it's a doji. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. It's just not doing much at the moment. So it's not a drag on the markets.
to the Opening Day Unfiltered podcast. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this podcast will make you a smarter investor. And full disclosure, I am coming to you from my kitchen counter. Now, I've not taped from home in some time. For those of you who are watching this on video, I've got my Christmas tree behind me, but I decided to get what's popping up, and I get home, take care of a few things. So I'm very lucky that my next guest will continue to do this is Thur, the CEO of SailGP. I've been following. Russ, first of all, good to see you. Thank you for doing this. I've been following the company's story since you launched in 2019 with the help of Oracle CEO and founder Larry Ellison. You guys have just made tremendous progress. Take us through SailGP. What does the operation look like?
Well, thanks, Brian. I think we've had some amazing growth with SailGP over these last years. So the operation's going well. We've expanded from 6 teams in season 1 to now 12 teams in season 5, about to become 13 in season 6. So we've gone from 5 venues in season 5 to now 12 venues. Sorry, 5 venues in season 1 to 12 venues in season 5, and about to extend that further in season 6. So the growth from that perspective has been amazing. The broadcast is also been a highlight in terms of growth. We're now up over 200 million cumulative dedicated viewership, so over 18 million viewers per event. We had quite a highlight actually in our most recent program where we had 23 million dedicated viewers, which was a new record for us. The previous best was at 21.5 million viewers in Sydney. And just to highlight some of the domestic viewership in terms of your US audience, we had just under 3.5 million live viewers for our last program on CBS in the US. A new record, I think, for Australian property. I think the previous record was just over 3.2 million way back in 1992. So we're making headway.
So my son took profits on NVIDIA just a couple of minutes ago. I'm just talking to him right now, texting. Okay, so we had a nice profit. He bought less week over here underneath the 50 days, so he's taking profits here. Nice job. Okay, S&P turning back down now. S&P just choppy. Doesn't look that great on the intraday chart, but daily we got a spinning top, so we can go either way.
I think some of the things that come naturally to a top athlete or a part of the ethos is, I think the work ethic is one that I brought to the league, but also things like persistence.
Okay, so it doesn't look that intraday is one thing, but if you look at the 60-minute NVIDIA is starting to climb.
Most new companies don't survive beyond 3 years, and so the fact that we've persevered and done something that nobody else has managed to do in sailing before, where we're reaching, I think, a much broader audience than just the average fan. And that's, I think, something to be proud of, and I think just that. I think the dedication, the work ethic, and I think the pursuit of getting better every day is something that a top sports person would bring into business, and they're all great attributes to have in business.
Has it, is it also, when you look at this is your athletic background, that's your secret weapon. I talk to a lot of public company CEOs. A lot of them never want to win the gold medals. In their minds, they think they're athletes, but they're not. I imagine that has really helped you. It's been able to, I think, help you see the world a little differently.
and helped you, I think, spin this up a lot quicker than would otherwise be normal.
Well, yeah, I think that comes from God from every day.
Okay. All right. So we got the 60-minute NVIDIA, the S&P Equal Weight Index, the junk bonds, trending, high yield corporate, trending, advanced decline. Advanced decline is bullish. Okay, S&P, you can see, if we just remove the weight of those 20 stock or 10, 15 stocks that make up over 33% of the weight of the S&P, you can see that would even make this a bit more bullish looking. So S&P advanced decline percent looks good. All of these are bullish. Tick cumulative is bullish. So other than the fact that we have no momentum and it's a very sloppy back and forth kind of day, you know, everything looks fine, really. IWM is at highs. Okay, this is not something to be concerned about at the moment. NYA, New York Stock Exchange. Okay, so just stick with your longs that you already have. Looks good. Looks good. Next dip to the 9 EMA, we can buy again. So just hold anything you've bought over the last 7 trading days should be looking just fine. Chevron's turning back up for an example. Chevron. Okay, and Chevron, we turned last week on Wednesday. We moved above the 60-day, 60-minute. On Wednesday, Thursday, we moved above. We added to our position right in here. And this just keeps moving. All right, so that looks good. Freeport McMoran. Trending. Freeport's trending. Okay, live screen. Freeport McMoran looking good. We just dipped down this morning. We dipped down to the 20 EMA. Buyers stepped up. This looks good. I love this strategy. This is one of my favorites, aside from selling premium. What does the 20 EMA say? Are we above it? Or are we below it? Is it rising or dropping? All that makes a big difference. Okay, let's look at just some random stocks. Let's look at SNDK at the highs. Texas Instruments, 20 EMA, good. CLAC, KLAC has been leading on a NASDAQ 100 today. Applied Materials, AMAT. Okay, they're a little extended right now. Could come back in a little bit. All right, Baker Hughes on the NASDAQ 100. Pulling away. This is really nice. Nice looking chart. Baker Hughes on the daily. You got a 20 EMA, 20 cross coming up through the 50-day here shortly. Triple top breakout. BKR. Triple top breakout. Weekly, daily, 60-minute, all bullish with stocks in the group. Baker Hughes. I know energy stocks aren't that exciting.
We're also skewing younger than the traditional silent property. So,
good point.
but I believe
Yeah, that's a good point. Pretty much no more sellers.
under 35 demographic, under 36 demographic, should I say? So the 18 to 36 is obviously a real focus for us. and typically a selling property would be 25%. So we're upwards of 10 or 11% higher in terms of that demographic. We're also skewing higher in terms of male female. So up over 40%. Some of the events, like the event in New York, was 50-50 male female. So that's also encouraging as well.
It's really, I can't think of the way to put it, but I watch the broadcast and I follow you all on social, and it's very sexy to watch. I mean, obviously the mechanisms in the water.
Okay, Baker Hughes looking really good. I'm tempted to take on some more of these energy stocks because they're going to do well.
I think it's visually very grabbing. When people come along to see our events, they're surprised, even shocked at how extreme and visually impressive the product is. People traditionally picture white triangles on a blue background with sailing. There's nothing like that.
Baker Hughes.
This year was 104 kilometers per hour, so up over 62 miles per hour.
Drilling, completion, production, intervention, subsea systems, industrial energy, and technology.
Kilometers per hour on land. So those sort of speeds are visually, I think, impactful. And I think people can also see one of the advantages that we've got is that all of the data is central. So
okay, it's just now breaking out Baker Hughes, so that looks good. Let's see what these look like. Okay, energy. Okay, Baker Hughes. We have Baker Hughes on here? No, I don't think so. BKR. BKR. That's over here. It's getting a little expensive because it's breaking out right now, Baker Hughes. Buying put spreads or selling calls premium. Let's see. BKR. Baker Hughes. Actually, let's keep an eye on this here. Baker Hughes. 45 and 50, 45 and 50. Big strike here at 50. Are we breaking above that? Oh, we're breaking above that. Oh, that's the call wall. We're above the call wall. Baker Hughes.
Some of the other more traditionally organized sports.
All right, stay with us, Russell. We're going for a very short break. We'll be right back. I'm opening bid.
Stop by and see the biggest showroom of our lift chairs. Our walls are full and any type of brace you may need for those annoying aches and pains. And don't forget about our medical grade compression stockings. We have what you need.
Baker Hughes.
Great locations in the Lowe's Home Improvement Shopping Plaza by Aldi's and behind Chick-fil-A at Frozen. Come see us at our new North Myrtle Beach location and let us get you going again.
How does Freshpet make healthy food for dogs? The same way you make healthy food for people. Start here.
Farms like mine.
Plant seeds, tend the soil, feed the animals. Harvest fresh, ship it fresh, and craft it.
Baker Hughes. The 50 is the call wall. Okay. SKU rank 95%. Right now, we're at 10th percentile. Sell the February's. Oh, Baker Hughes looking good. There's a little bit of trading going on here.
Welcome back to Opening Bid Unfiltered. Having a great chat with SailGP CEO Sir Russell Coutts. I'm just fascinated by SailGP. You mentioned the speed on the boats. Is sailboats boats? Like how should I think about it? I know when I talk to my person, a boat with wheels and shit, Brian. Yeah, these boats are okay. Boats. They hydrofoil above the water. They go fast. SCRB. Can they go fast at 64 miles an hour?
SSI.
How much can you push it?
IREX.
Well, we'll just put new rubber foils on the boats, and they will increase the speed. So we'll probably see 110 kilometers per hour. I'm too slow to do that conversion to miles per hour, but it's going to be up over probably 65 miles. Yes, something like that on water. And you think about that, that's powered by the wind. So they go 4 times the speed of the wind, which is amazing because people think of the wind pushing a sailboat along. These things go 4 times faster than the wind. So yeah, it's incredible technology.
June 5560.
Is the sport hindered by
5560 call.
wind is not there? What happens to a race?
Yeah, if there's no wind, obviously, we can't race. But the boats actually need very little wind to race. So they need about 6 or 7 miles per hour wind speed to get up on the hydrofoils. And once they get up on the hydrofoils, they're doing 4 times the wind speed. So you're up and running. And that movement on screen is really critical to making this.
Our max profits at 60 on Baker Hughes. Just took a little trade there. I'm gonna scale in.
Yes, we are. In fact, we've just sold team 14. So these are national teams, and they each represent a country. And
Okay. All right. So that looks fine.
But our intention is to grow it to 20 teams. And we'll expand the number of events accordingly as well.
Well, you certainly have the space. I mean, you're on the water, so you certainly have 22. I imagine. What's the criteria to have it to? If I wanted to, how does that process work?
From the value of the teams, we've been selling those teams now. The value's climbed. We started off at around the cost of operating the team, so $10 million, and now the price is up around the $70 million for the most recent team. So that value's been climbing faster as the property's been growing, and we expect it to grow further in the future.
So is there what's the highest value team? Is there one team valued at $100 million?
All right, Chevron doing well.
There's just some markets have more commercial opportunity and so forth, and some markets have more avid fans at this stage. So all the teams are trying to grow that fandom within their market, working with the league, and each of the teams broadcast revenue as well. Of course, we're not really creating significant revenue over the broadcast yet. It's all about audience growth, but in time, that will become a significant factor in the commercial performance of each of the teams.
I'm a little bit on a journey, no pun intended, with folks that are leading emerging sports. So I talked to the founder of Savannah Bananas. They're an interesting sports league in the U.S. baseball league. Founder and CEO of High Rocks, like a kind of a CrossFit competition. They're already at $100 million. both told me that they might still be in their infancy, but there's stars starting to emerge in their sport. I mean, do you have like a set of stars starting to bust out that we all might know at some point?
Yeah, absolutely. So the athletes are incredible athletes. They've got there's not only the athletic performance, of racing one of these boats. There's also the decision making at high speed and the teamwork. When you maneuver an F50, which is what we call the boats that the teams race, when you maneuver an F50, it takes 32 actions from the 6 crew members to perform them perfect timing. If they're half a second out on any one of those 32 actions, the boat will go wildly out of balance. So it really is a team sport, and the precision that's required to race these boats is I think right up there with the top motor racing sports in the world. So yeah, it's an incredible.
S&P just kind of hanging out here.
So it's very high tech. The boats are extremely fast, extremely
Trying to hold this level.
Each of the teams race with identical equipment, so it really comes down to the skill of the athletes as to who wins.
I imagine, I just spent 2026 games.
Another little descending pattern.
That's good for you to see, but it's the big unlock, the big focus for you next year in broadcast to get more of those broadcast revenues.
Well, not revenues so much. Of course, nice to have the.
Okay, futures just sitting here. So it's individual stocks, stock pickers market at the moment.
We're focused on promotion and scheduling, getting the races in the right time slots is a key. And it's interesting. Some of our big growth markets like China, like South America, like Italy, Germany. You can look at those markets and it's really interesting to see that, as I was saying earlier, the racing fans so we've got a tremendous opportunity to grow that fan base over the next years. And I think once that is central to, of course, growing the team valuations and the league valuations as well, and making it worthwhile for our, not worthwhile, creating a better return on investment for our partners. So we're already delivering, at 7 times at least minimum return on investment for our partners, and we've got I would say a fantastic lineup of premium brands. Rolex, of course, being our title partner, so it's the Rolex SailGP Championship. But we've also got.
All right, we're making a test of this low right now. Okay, earlier we were down here, so it's probably going to head down to this level. Looks like from earlier. All right, we're on that move. We're moving lower now.
So far we're really tracking well in terms of our sponsorship revenue, which really makes.
All right, S&P dropping off pretty quickly now.
Lastly, it's not often talk about get access to an Olympic champion. I mean, talking to amazing people on the podcast, right? You're very unique. I'd love to get a little bit of leadership wisdom before you go. What, that training for the Olympics, what have you taken from that experience and how have you applied it to essentially what has been a startup business?
Well, I think just the attention to detail, constant growth, constant performance improvement. Every day when we walk into SailGP, there's a buzz where people are trying to just get the product better and better, just improve our events. Each event we go past, and there's that real.
All right, Baker Hughes.
If you don't do that, you're going to get overtaken. And I think you see that in business as well. We can have the best product in the world one day.
Micron. All right.
And You can have the best product in the world, and if you can price it, and you certainly can't afford to do that in sports. When you're competing in top sports, you simply cannot afford to be complacent. You've got to just keep striving for better performance each day.
That is amazing wisdom. It was a real treat to spend some time with you at this critical juncture for Sales GP. Sir Russell Coutts, thank you for joining Opening Bid Unfiltered. Look forward to staying in touch. Thank you, Braun. All right, that's it for the latest episode of Opening Bid Unfiltered. Please continue to hit us with all the love on social media and YouTube. I'd love all the feedback. It makes me better at doing these interviews. And yes, I will be back in the studio for my next interview. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, we continue to move lower at the moment. Hedge flows turning decisively lower. We got support right down below. So we'll probably stop right around this level, around 69.50. Stupid commercials. Hedge flows turning back down. LAES on the move. LAES. Rob, I know you have LAES. I just heard some alerts there. LAES. LAES. LAES is on the move, Rob. LAES.
Well, first of all, insurance itself is so broad. Yeah. But we're seeing a lot of movement by, especially in the mergers, the acquisition strategies. We're seeing movement into registered investment advisors, professional employment organizations, PEOs, where people are starting to realize, investors are starting to realize that, the person who's buying his car insurance, house insurance, jewelry store insurance, workers' comp for his employees, that's not four clients. That's one client.
All right, puts are dropping. Puts are rallying here. All right.
Providing those services to them. So we're seeing a convergence of a lot of different aspects of insurance. So that's huge.
And you said technology is sort of driving some of the activity too. How so?
Where it was once a plus, now it's a necessity. So insurance AI.
Low tick alert -800.
But AI specifically as a subset of technology, because I don't want to rule out, and I just leave it to AI.
Okay.
Will be transformative. I'm looking to have a career that has spanned from a time where spreadsheets were pencil and paper, and they became electronic, and there was email and internet and so on. AI will transform not only my business, but my client's business, the insurance industry or financial services, where there's that much data and correlations that can be derived from that data and so on, where it's become very efficient. That will change everything, and already has. It's changed the way I work. It's made me a lot faster and smarter. And for an old guy, that's for me to embrace technology, where every appliance in my apartment blinks 12 is unbelievable. So we do use it a lot, and so do our clients.
Do you think this could be an IPO super cycle this year?
I hope so. I think that a lot of our private equity roll-ups are right to do so.
Baker Hughes, you're asking me, Corey?
Last year we saw,
I believe it was June, right?
We saw March.
Baker Hughes, that is June.
And I was looking here, you're mentioning AI, so I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about some of the IPOs that are coming. OpenAI, SpaceX, also Anthropic, right? Claude, right? Databricks, Cerebras, XAI, those are all strong contenders, they say.
S&P dropping right through previous lows.
Are you excited for any of these names in particular?
I'm excited. Well, I'm excited for only because I use most of that AI for ourselves and so do our clients.
All right, so we got a pretty decent drop there. Volume.
Different ones as they have strengths in different places. So I'd be very excited about any of those going public. I'd be cautious too. I don't know what will happen in the end. I'm sort of agnostic to that as well because, I would not necessarily invest in, but I would insist that my clients do embrace that to help their chances of success in an M&A deal.
When we talk about insurance, and that seems to be your real niche, right? That's your real niche.
Love it.
Those names, when we think about Chubb and Travelers,
Hedge flow still dropping off. We got support in this area. Let's see if we get a bounce.
I like the big insurers. So you say Chubb, Travelers, Progressive. Those are great names and great investments.
and great investments.
Great investments. On the distribution side, when you look at Marsh, Aon, Brown & Brown, those are my favorite because insurance distribution, the agents and brokers, is a sector that you just can't move off their target. It's recurring income. It's high margins. There's a lot of efficiencies. There's going to be a lot of efficiencies because of embedded technology. So I think those are the places to look. They're really hard, and we see it at the lowest level. We'll see transactions happen at $5 or $10 million.
All right, it's starting to bounce.
Transactions, and they really do. They're really robust, and they are hard to
Hard bounce here.
hard to room. I've had clients who tried. Right, I spoke with someone. I said, Art, you're trying to mess up your father's business, but for 15 years you need to sell. All right, and it's hard. It's just that recurring. That's sticky.
Yeah.
So I love that sector.
And what about names like Allstate or AIG?
Okay, LS.
I want to produce more of that, try to do it more so.
Okay, looks like we're going to roll over.
More capex going into the space, and that's been lifting the trade. So, does anything stop that narrative?
I don't think anything does. At least not in the next year or two. Since I cover the companies that are spending.
All right, looks like another bear flag.
Now on capex, a lot of that driven by AI. I think that demand for these companies to continue to invest. This is not going to be the peak investment year in AI and AI capex. This is not going to be. It's going to continue to rise next year. Maybe at a more moderate pace, but it's going to continue to rise because I think these companies, quite rightly, are seeing very good ROIs or ROAIs on their spend. So yeah, this is all feeding the narrative that we're in a capex cycle. We're in a new industrial tech cycle. It's called AI, and I think there's a lot of companies, increasing number of companies that are going to benefit from that.
Yeah. So, what is your playbook then? Is it there are a few names in kind of the Mag 7 trade that didn't have as good of a 2025. Amazon, for instance, comes to mind. So let's not confuse kind of the semis or even the AI trade.
Looks like they're going to bounce this.
Right now, and what's your guess on that?
Yeah. So look, my top pick at the beginning of last year was Uber. Then I switched to Google. So I made plenty of bad calls, but I got those 2 calls right. And my top pick right now is Amazon. In part because there's a little bit of a reversion to the mean. It was the worst performing Mag 7 last year. I think valuation's very reasonable. But I love the setup on Amazon right here, right now. I think you're going to have accelerating AWS growth as we go through the year. I think there's just a sector-wide, industry-wide, economy-wide in investing in cloud services, AI-enabled cloud services. And
Let's see if we rally this here.
One of the biggest wins off that. And then you've got this.
Let's see if we're going to rally here.
It's going to actually surprise people with accelerating growth. There's the big, beautiful, bill benefits that'll help all retail, including Amazon.
Still a bear flag.
Faster delivery. You've got Rufus. You got agentic commerce functionality. It's making online retail better.
Watch your MACD.
And I love this kind of fresh produce, this perishable checkout offering that they have. And with retail accelerating, so will advertising. So you got accelerating story. You're going to have a prime price increase coming up. All of that's going to flow to the bottom line too. Margins are going up too. I love Amazon right here.
All right. Well, let me just ask then a larger question. As I think
Looking like a bullish bounce here.
And some of the news flow, we just heard the Kansas City Fed president, who's not a voting member right now and always hawkish, but say that they don't think rates should be lowered this year. But JP Morgan has also said that. you know, traditionally when we talk about a looser Fed, we're talking about
MACD trying to cross.
coming down, you know, your sector's right in leadership. What if we're not talking about that anymore?
Well, you're taking me now a little bit out of my power alley, but I'm going to give you a few thoughts. Look, at just reacting to the recent news. Love it as an average citizen. Love it when tariffs come down. More manufacturing in this country is a good thing, and you know, there's going to be more manufacturing around the globe to support this AI boom. If more of that occurs cost efficiently in the U.S., I think that's great. And then in terms of
but on the Fed front, I think my question is, you know, traditionally a looser Fed, you often see, which, you know, they're lowering rates. That's been underpinning the whole rally, but especially tech stocks, right?
Yes.
If we now are talking about a Fed on the margin that, you know, we have JP Morgan saying they might hike rates next year. We're starting to say, is inflation staying a little too sticky? Is GDP a little too strong? Is that a threat for what otherwise seems to be a sector with, you know, plenty of tailwinds?
So sorry, now I get your question, Kelly. Absolutely, it is. I don't know that that's going to play out, but that's a growflation scenario that you're rolling out there. I just trademarked that term.
I like that.
You know, that would be, you know, if the growth in this year and the stimulus, and I think we lived through this less than 2 years ago. If we're going to stimulate our way out and we're going to have inflation again, you know, the thing that cracked the tech.
Okay, we need to see some volume come through here. It looks like they're going to sell a little bit more here on this bounce.
And what started a 3.5-year bull market in
Hedge flows need to turn up. Hedge flows are turning up.
was when interest rates stopped going up and started fading down. My assumption is that they continue to fade down.
Okay, we come down to this level here and bounced for now. So people will take profits like Nick, who took the puts earlier, and Cayman will take some profits off. If they're 0 day, I didn't catch if they were 0 day or not.
Yeah, but you know, that's not our firm's forecast. You know, and it's not my personal one for what that's worth. I just assume that interest rates are going down. I think just stable to lowering interest rates is good enough for the market, good enough for tech stocks. But having said all that, look, we are 3.5 years into a bull market. We've had valuations that are pretty robust and full now. So there's greater openness or whatever. Exposure to external shocks, and you know those come from time.
I understand.
So I'm just a little bit more cautious going into the year. I'll stick with my Amazon across the space. I just don't have a lot of great, cheap, dislocated, high quality names now. So I'm going to be very selective.
Okay, more volume coming in. We got a MACD cross. More volume, MACD cross. Looking pretty good here.
Mark, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Kelly. Mark Mahaney with Evercore. Let's get some more reaction to the Commerce Secretary's remarks about
hedge flows
and interest rates. Joining us now to talk more about Powell and the future of the Fed is Dennis Lockhart. He's the former Atlanta Fed president. It's great to have you here. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Kelly.
What would you like to address? You know, there's a couple of different aspects here. One is that growth has been better than expected. Even the labor market jobless claims data was pretty strong. What do you think is appropriate Fed policy for a moment like this? And what do you expect?
This horizontal was earlier lows. We went through it, took some stops out, and reversed. All right, this looks like a nice CT silver bullet.
First, the economic situation is pretty strong growth in the fourth quarter, at least as indicated by some of the early calls. For example, the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta's GDP Now indicator, 5.3% annualized real growth in the fourth quarter. That's carried over. It looks to me like the economy at the moment is running pretty hot. I think the committee is likely to interpret all that as a good time to wait and see how things develop over the coming weeks and even conceivably the coming months. So I think the action taken by the Department of Justice is very well backed.
Let's see how far they go with this.
Actually create a longer process of transition to the new chair, conceivably. And certainly the committee is going to focus on its assigned.
Okay, they're going to bear flag this, it looks like.
Affect its decision making.
Somebody taking some profits.
The Commerce Secretary just said on the air, do you think we can get 5% GDP growth this year? Well, I was listening to that. Of course, you know, with my background at the Fed, I have to ask the question, is he talking about real growth or nominal growth? Is he talking about an annualized number, or is he talking about
a 5% jump in the first quarter of the year. I doubt that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about a run rate of 5% annualized. That is the run rate suggested by GDP now going into the year. I doubt that that will hold, but I think we will see a better than trend rate growth rate for the year, above 2%, conceivably above 3%. So, the run rate then, asking for a friend. The run rate then would be not a calendar year 5%, January to December 31st, but sort of a rolling 12-month period.
CGT now.
Well, that's the way to think about a run rate. I use that just to emphasize that the growth rate that is talked about often without mentioning that it's annualized is an annual number. It's a 12-month.
All right, we got an hour and 16 minutes to go. We're going to get this rally. Is this going to be a silver bullet reversal, or are we going to roll this over like a bear flag and go lower? Looks like we're going to go lower.
Well, inflation is not easily measured, but I think now that we have the government data back, we can look at the inflation picture and say it's elevated above the 2% target, and depending on which measure you focus on, it's probably running about 2.7% or more. That's a problem. That's something the committee really has to address, and I think the hot nature of how this economy is running at the moment.
The S&P equal weight and the New York Stock Exchange, IWM, all of those making highs. Junk bonds looking fine. What they're doing intraday is another story on the S&P.
Markets can get tight. So, I think this kind of pretty aggressive top-line run rate suggests that inflation is not easily going to begin to disinflate.
Yeah. So while we debate, kind of what's happening with the economy and with inflation, what do you think about just the sheer kind of fact of the Fed chair getting the subpoena? What do you think the impact of that is going to be, both in a policy sense and in terms of the independence question?
Well, the near term, I don't think it's going to have any effect on the policy front, and I think as you've seen in the markets, where after the initial reaction on Monday morning, the markets have sort of settled into a range. I think the market's interpretation is that, first of all, this particular action could very well play out similar to James Comey or Letitia James.
Okay, just watching closely.
Maybe not run the full cycle to the end of a criminal indictment process. And secondly, it's not going to affect policy. The committee's going to focus on the data and make the best decision. Jay Powell will be in every way a part of that decision that is focused on the job of the Fed. So I think the markets have it right.
We're going to bear flag here, or what are we going to do?
It's a longer-term issue of, as Jamie Dimon says, sort of chipping away at the independence of the Fed with one move after another move that begins to make first the new chair.
Looks like a bear flag at the moment.
The institution less constant or less perceived as constant in its purpose.
Understood. And I think that's where and I can't help but watch bond yields, as this process plays out, new chair is named, and then they get in there to see if that concern is being expressed already in the markets.
Higher low for now, or bear flag? Higher low or bear flag? Let's see if we can get going here.
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado said her meeting with President Trump at the White House went very well. It came after administration officials said the president's previous assessment that Machado does not have the support to govern Venezuela following the U.S. ouster of President Nicolas Maduro still stands. Machado is scheduled to meet lawmakers on the Hill this afternoon. New York's Attorney General sued the former head of Emergent Biosolutions today for insider trading. She says the company signed a $261 million deal in 2020 to produce AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine, but later learned that large amounts of the vaccines it produced were contaminated. The lawsuit claims former CEO Robert Kramer sold his stock and made more than $10 million before the company disclosed the issue to the public. And Spotify is raising its subscription prices in the U.S. next month. The company says individual premium plans and student plans will increase by $1, while the two-person and family plans will increase $2 each to $18.99 a month and $21.99 a month, respectively. This is Spotify's third price hike in 4 years. Brian, back over to you.
Prices keep going up, but then again, that's called inflation. Kate Rogers, thank you. Very quickly before.
Okay, looks like we're going to roll over.
Verizon outage. I know. This is like if you have a Verizon phone, last night was a problem.
I went to pull up the map to drive home. Now I know how to drive, but I checked.
5, 15, 30, 60 are on cell signals for now.
Waze or Apple Maps or Google Maps?
Google Maps.
Okay. Waze has got weird.
It is, yes.
Right? It's got like takes you.
I never liked it. You know what they do? They help communities route you around traffic jams. So if you want to go crazy,
That's why 700 cars all take the same randomly small exit and start weaving through residential neighborhoods.
And I appreciate that Verizon is going to give customers a comp on this. I would just love a little bit more information about what happened and to make sure a 10-hour outage doesn't. I thought to myself, if I were to get in a wreck on my way home, would anybody know where I am?
I'm going to tell you this much, and I was working last night, and I'm old. Thank God we had a landline.
Right, exactly.
I was working last night, and my cell phone didn't work, but we had a landline.
Yeah.
Which I never used, but it worked. Coming up, your market navigator. There's 2 high-quality brands that he says you could scoop up on the cheap. Right, just so cheap. We're back right after this.
All right.
Paying, saving, spending, or even retiring. You can count on Schwab. Market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
MLBC.
Welcome back to the watch list. Want to dive into the bank earnings that we got thus far. There's more to come even tomorrow. Some of the regional banks will be coming in.
Threatening a bear flag or a higher low. We're just watching the S&P right here. Hedge flows trying to turn. We're sitting on top of some support area. Starting to turn up now. Chopping up traders at the moment. Okay, starting to turn back up now. Oh boy. No follow through yet. No follow through yet. All right, we got an hour and 8 minutes left. Wow, we haven't moved. We haven't moved in the last 20 minutes. 5, 15, 30 are still on sell signals. So is the 60-minute. Tick cumulative has been moving sideways. It was green earlier. That said, the S&P equal weight, the New York Stock Exchange composite, IWM all trading at highs. So the S&P mostly thanks to a mixed bag from the New York FANG components. Apple is down, Microsoft is down, Nvidia's off the high of the day, Tesla pulling back, Tesla no follow through, Meta pulling back from the highs, Google not following through. All right, we're starting to lose this little range here. We're going to go lower. Looks like it. Looks like they're about to push this lower. Hedge flows turning back down. Okay, what are we going to do here? All right, we're rolling over.
It's pretty complicated, ramifications for the overall industry. I think it's good to see if we can find some relief from
60-minute looks a little heavy on the futures.
component of just capping at 10% certainly doesn't seem reasonable in terms of some of the dynamics around the insurance and credit and so on, and availability if that were to be the case. So I think it's a work in progress. It's nice that there's attention to the space and trying to help consumers, and I think a lot of the big banks have the leadership to kind of work with the government as well to sort of figure out stuff as we go into trying to improve affordability for the consumer and also make sure there's enough credit as well.
Okay, we're dropping off now. Back down to the low. Silver. Silver starting to fade from the high. Okay, here we go. Futures turning. Futures turning back down.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Won the highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you.
All right, so we're at the lows of the day, trying to reverse this. Shorts covering at the moment. Looks like MACD has rolled over. Market's looking weak. Hedge flows turning down. Hedge flows turning down.
MLEC.
Another bear flag, maybe. We're at the low of the day. At the low of the day. Okay, hedge flows continue to ramp lower. Stocks, for the most part, hanging in there.
MLEC.
Okay. Baker Hughes at the highs. VST. 60-minute looks pretty ugly on the S&P futures.
UMAC.
OLB.
LAES back up to the highs. Okay, futures going back down. Moving to the lows, futures. Okay, we continue to drop off here. S&P continues to drop off. We got yesterday's lows, yesterday levels. All right, we're heading down through the gap at this point. Still up over 20 handles.
SEHL may resume in less than a minute.
That's where we begin. With that breaking news, Taiwan will invest $250 billion in U.S. chip making under a new trade agreement. Of course, Netherlands is here with me at Post 9 for more on that.
And we just had a great interview in the last hour with Howard Butnick, joining CNBC just some moments ago to break down the details. In his words, semiconductor manufacturing is coming home. Listen in.
Trying to bounce.
We're going to have hundreds of companies coming here. We're going to build giant semiconductor industrial parks in America, and we are going to bring semiconductors home to America. That's what this is. This is a $500 billion down payment on let's bring those semiconductors home.
And he's saying $500 $100 billion because 250 is supposed to come from the Taiwanese firms, 250 from the Taiwanese government, two smaller firms. But from Taiwan comes really on the heels of a blowout quarter for Taiwan Semi. The company is known for being very conservative with its guidance and earnings. So when the company raises capex to a record nearly $56 billion,
Looking for another bear flag.
will exceed the last 3 years combined. Investors take notice. This is the world's largest chip contract manufacturer, making chips for some of the biggest names in technology, including Apple, NVIDIA, the likes. And customer engagement timelines are really now stretching beyond 2 to 3 years out for said customers like NVIDIA, AMD, underscoring just how tight supply remains. That massive capex chip equipment, makers like ASML hitting $500 billion in market cap today, while Lam Research, Onto Innovation, Applied Materials, Lab, Terra, the list continues, all moving higher. And while the CEO did say he is, quote, nervous about how real AI demand is and how it'll be in the longer term, he did emphasize that customers have the financial firepower to sustain spending over the next 2 to 3 years, which was seen as a bullish signal for the market.
I was going to say that it really is the time factor that seems like the swing in terms of whether you think things are overdone, underplayed, still room to run. The $500 billion, I mean, I guess it's just hard to slow down. What's being included in here, over what period of time, how much we already knew about, how much we don't. I guess directionally, though, everything we're hearing is this has a long way to go.
Yeah, the $500 billion, to your point, is I'm wondering if is it double counting 250 coming from the Taiwanese government, 250 from the companies. TSMC has already promised 165 billion to spend here. But to your point, long term, it's at least giving us visibility into at least the next 3 years. And these equipment deliveries don't happen overnight, right? So they would actually utilize that equipment even beyond that, which is quite a bullish signal.
Yeah, obviously, and that market.
All right. I'll fade.
All right, joining me now to discuss it all is Doug Clinton, Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO. Taiwan Semi is one of his top holdings. Doug, good to see you. So how does this all fit into and inform what you've been thinking about?
Hedge flows continue to drop. We're trying to bottom here. We're right at this level at 69.50, trading 69.52. There's a lot of positive gamma here. We could bounce, watching for a bounce, or if we lose this level, just drop off and fill the gap. Okay, we're still up over 20 handles, so a little bit lower wouldn't be surprising. Okay, we got 52, a little bit less than 53 minutes to go, 52 minutes, 40 seconds.
bunch of software, enterprise software, and all the rest. You want to talk about unusual to see, Amazon at a mid-20s multiple. How about Salesforce at 18?
Feels like Salesforce doesn't know how to go up. Stock's always red. I think this is the benefit, actually, Mike, of kind of using AI to do some of our stock work, because it makes you feel a little bit sick to buy software right here, which might actually be exactly what you should do. And our models have been gravitating a little bit more towards software. Unfortunately, I think they were early. We do own names like Adobe, ServiceNow, GitLab. But the story is this. If you look at just the first couple of weeks of this year trading, the delta of performance between chip stocks and software stocks is about 10% already. It was around 35% last year. So we're already seeing a continuation of this trend. Investors don't want to own software. They do want to own chips. I do think over time, the value of some of these companies will become hard to ignore. And I also think the narrative could shift in terms of AI not being as bad as investors think for some of these names, but it might take another month or two, a little bit longer than maybe our models have thought.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, maybe your models are, they follow that advice. You can predict the price or a time, but not both, right? When something's going to come about. Doug, really appreciate the time today. Thanks for weighing in.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in our panel. CNBC contributor Hightower Stephanie Link, Wells Fargo's Daryl Kronk, and Crossmark's Victoria Fernandez. Steph.
Hi, Mike.
Hello. So we have this new push in semicap and semiconductors. Feels very 2025, but up to this point, it's been a little bit of a different tone over the past few months. You tracked it, right? The cyclical's doing well. Some of the laggard groups of last year doing well, and then we have the reaction to earnings. So far, it's early. Where does that bring you? What do you think is the key?
Market's just sitting here for the last few minutes.
Well, earnings season is always silly season, right? And so we've had a great run across the spectrum, a lot of different sectors, not just tech. And so expectations are high. And so
Still feels heavy.
if they don't beat and raise by a mile, the stocks sell off. But you have to look at the underlying fundamentals. And so far, at least at the banks, the big six, they've been really very, very good. Even not the banks, even Delta, for example, right? They have very good demand trends. So I look at the overall economy, Mike, is running at about yesterday, the Atlanta Fed tracker at 5.3% before the data today.
Right, for the fourth quarter.
Right, and so for the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But before the data today, and the data today was actually quite good with regards to the 4-week moving average and weekly jobless claims, the lowest in 2 years. You have the Empire State and the Philly Fed, the manufacturing reports that came in, orders and shipments and prices paid all going in the right direction. And of course, the consumer continues to consume. Yesterday's retail sales was certainly a good number and encouraging. And by the way, even the banks talked about the consumer, how they have been very surprised at how resilient the consumer has been. And so that has been a big driver. So a lot of people say that this growth is coming from AI and AI only. It's not. It's consumer and it's AI, and that's a great combination.
It has worked. And Daryl, I mean, it's really interesting because it reminds me of, if you go back to September or October of this year, Fed resumes cutting rates, and everybody decided that what we were in for was a reaccelerating economy with the Fed easing into it, and then you had positive seasonals for the fourth quarter.
Okay, we're testing the lows again.
For all intents and purposes, at the index level at the end of October. So I wonder how you think it's either different this time or if we just reloaded that same trade.
SPHL.
Well, it's a great point, Mike, and it's spot on because we actually downgraded tech on exactly October 30th in our portfolios. Better to sometimes be lucky than good, right? It is spot on at the time. And it's basically traded sideways ever since. In fact, to what we were just talking about, if you look at the two sectors that even sitting here today, 10 trading days into the year, are flat to down of the 11 S&P GIG sectors, it's financials and it's tech, right? What's leading is materials, energy, industrials, right? So as that broadening out happens, which it is happening, right, that pro-cyclical element is really taking hold. Look no further than small caps besting the S&P by 6 to almost 700 basis points, value outperforming growth, international still besting domestic. So there's a lot of those trends that are kind of the counter-cyclical trends that are taking hold here in January.
Victoria, all of that makes sense. I guess maybe I'm a little skeptical of the idea that the year flips to a new number, and all of a sudden it's a new story, and that's going to tell us how the entire year is going to play out. I mean, I guess it tells us some
looking at the economy a little bit through rose-colored glasses, I agree with the fact that we're seeing this rotation, that there is positivity in the market because earnings are doing well. I mean, we just started this quarter's earnings season, but the last couple quarters have been really strong. Profitability is strong. These are all really good things. Consumer continues to spend. But I do think we have to take a look at some of the warning signs that are out there. We actually heard Brian Moynihan was talking about there are some risks ahead. Jamie Dimon was talking about some hazards in the economy. I mean, we have some things that could happen. The labor market could weaken some more. We could see inflation be sticky. I'm not saying it's going to go a lot higher, but not get down to that 2% level. It's not going to allow Fed to cut as many times as perhaps the market thinks. We could get a government shutdown. There's different elements that are out there that I think we have to really pay attention to. And I think labor is really driving a lot of that. Look at the labor differential that we're seeing. Look at margin debt, Mike. We have margin debt up 37% year over year. And I'm not saying that's a signal that there's a recession or a pullback, but it tends to go along with some of those elements when you have other catalysts in the market. So yes, be in the market, but I think be choosy of where you're putting that money to work. Look at these rotations. Look at the sectors that have uptrends. And when there's a pullback within that uptrend.
All right, looking weak. We're looking weak. All right.
Throughout this year and solid balance sheets, good earnings. I think that's an area you could add to.
You know, Steph, it's interesting. Sometimes I have to tell myself.
Okay, we're dropping now.
Good things are going to happen. Doesn't mean they're not going to happen because I do have that instinct. But I'm looking at micro caps. The micro cap ETF's up 9% year to date. It's up 20% in 2 months.
Just keep in mind, if you're nervous about the markets pulling back, I wouldn't be that concerned because it's mostly the New York Fangs pulling things down because everything else looks pretty good for the most part. S&P equal weight is at highs. All right. IWM, I certainly don't see a reason to be concerned about the markets right now. IWM at highs. Junk bonds look good. Junk bonds trending. All right, so intraday, maybe we fill the gap down here. It looks like we're heading that direction. S&P heading in that direction. Got 44 minutes to go. 44 minutes to go. All right, let's just get it over with. Let's just drop. We're still up 18 handles, giving it back.
Hey, Mike, yeah, that was the perfect segue from Steph there. A very solid quarter, sending shares of both Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs higher today. Morgan Stanley notching record revenue in 2025, and Goldman had a record in their global banking and markets business, which houses investment banking and trading on the Wall Street side. There is a bit of concern, though, about whether or not this is the peak.
All right, we'll continue to drop off here.
On these calls about what inning these firms are in as it pertains to the capital markets upswing. I had a chance to speak with Morgan Stanley CFO.
All right, dropping off some more.
Capital markets are open and that the backlog for IPOs is higher than a year ago at this time. And on the advisory and debt underwriting side, she said they're seeing a running out of deal flow in the pipeline. In response to a similar question on the analyst call, Goldman Sachs' David Solomon said, quote, I would bet you that 2021 is not the ceiling. He's referring there to the pandemic era surge in deals. Solomon said, quote, I think the world is set up at the moment to be incredibly constructive in 2026 for M&A and capital markets activity, noting, of course, that some sort of exogenous or macro event could always change sentiment, Mike.
Yes, could change sentiment, could change reality. We'll have to see. And that's
All right, we'll continue to drop off now.
Leslie, thank you very much. Dale, you mentioned mentioned financials. I wonder where within that
Still up 16 handles.
yesterday there was a kind of typical sell the news response in the big banks, but the regionals actually got a bit.
Most stocks are holding up fairly well. It's just the index. Let's look at advanced decline percent. Yeah, this still looks fine. NASDAQ is where the weakness is.
We've seen in probably 5 years running, even to David Sullivan's point, if you include 2021, that steps us off into next year, or into this year, I should say, in a really good spot. And then you throw into this idea that you're sitting on basically all-time highs with stock prices, which is what firms use to monetize an M&A deal, right? As they use their stock price as the currency to do that. It's, you know, all the
Bear flag. All right, here we go. We're dropping pretty fast now. Dropping off 13 handles. We're still up 13 handles. We're losing most of today's gains, obviously. Stocks are holding up fairly well. It's just the index, the S&P 500 pulling back. Hedge flows continue to drop pretty quickly. We're dropping through this area.
Continue to get growth, and we know we've got a lot of stimulus coming in the first half of this year from the One Big Beautiful Bill, from the Fed increasing its balance sheet. Even though we understand why they did that, you still are adding liquidity to the market, and so I think there's a lot of pushes here that are coming that are going to support this economy, along with decent earnings and profitability and margin growth, that the Fed really doesn't need to go in and do anything at this point in time.
I guess the question, Steph, is, you know, is the market good to wait, right? If that's what we get, right? The economy still continues to hold up. The Fed feels like there's no risk in just staying on hold. Is the market going to act up if that's the case?
Okay, we get a little bit of short covering down here, maybe. But we're still dropping.
That is a big driver. That's what the growth in the economy will be. So I don't think that they need to cut per se, and I think that the growth is fine in the meantime while we wait.
Futures continue to slide. Futures. We're getting extended now. Futures still sliding. Hedge flows trying to turn. We're at some levels down here where we might see some short covering.
Yeah, it's a psychological level, obviously, but if you look at some of the technical indicators, the breadth is widening out. The S&P is sitting above the 20-day, above the 50-day, an upward sloping 200-day. You know, shortly till we break through that 7,000 number. Our midpoint, Scott, for year-end 26 is 7,500. So some nice upside yet with, you know, the dividend. But it is noteworthy that the S&P is one of the laggards for the indices this year from a performance standpoint. I mentioned smalls earlier. I mentioned international, right?
Let's see if we get another bear flag. Got plenty of time to fill this gap.
hasn't been the case the last couple of years. So we'll see how it plays out in the rest of the year.
It's a give back, and it's a be careful what you wish for if you want a broader market. If you only that's right. Has been the thing for a little while. Well, we're gonna leave it there. Thank you very much, Steph, Daryl, and Victoria. Talk to y'all again soon. We are just getting started. Up next, a chorus of Fed speakers, what they're signaling about their next move. We are live in the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
All right, all the New York fangs pulled back. My son's going to be happy that he sold when he did. NVIDIA, he sold. So he'll be happy about that. Okay, let's see what we're going to do here. We're going to keep going. Are we going to keep going? What are we going to do here? Feels heavy. Markets feel heavy. We are a little bit extended, though. I will say that. We're at almost second standard deviation VWAP. Okay. Looks like we're going to move a bit lower.
QBTZ.
All right, we continue to move lower. We're going to go red to green. Green to red, sorry. Green to red. Looks like.
MLEC may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, we continue to move lower. The Bears have got it for now. The Bears got it. We had a nice rally yesterday off the low, so we know where the range is. It looks like we're keeping everything under the 7,000 level for OPEX this week, and then we could break higher later. Breadth has been good all day, so not that big a deal. If you're trading intraday and you're in a S&P puts, you're pretty happy, I guess.
RGTZ. UBIX. QBTZ.
Welcome back. Let's head over to Christina for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Christina.
I have a theme, and it's about healthcare. Some shares of some of the biggest healthcare insurance providers are higher after President Trump rolled out a framework that the White House claims will lower drug prices and insurance premiums, which we would all benefit. It proposes sending money directly to consumers, and the debate over extending the ACA's enhanced premium subsidies. Humana, Cigna, you can see on your screen, United Health, about 1%.
Merck. Merck looks good. It's continuing. Merck 110, 115. Those calls are working.
Expedited review by the Trump administration last year, so that delay is causing shares to drop. And you can see the news came out just in the afternoon, down 4%. And last but not least, shares of Boston Scientific are sliding after it reached an agreement to buy med tech company Penumbra in a $14.5 billion cash deal. The move is set to help Boston's cardiovascular portfolio, and that's why you're seeing Penumbra shares up about 12%, Boston down almost. Mike.
All right, Christina, thank you. A ton of Fed speak today, including some coming from Philly Fed President Adam Paulson, our CBC senior economics correspondent Steve Leisman joins us now to wrap it all up. Hi, Steve. Hey, Mike, you have three Fed speakers today, all affirming the market expectations which you were just talking about for no near-term cuts, but holding out the possibility that those cuts resume later this year. Philly Fed President Anna Paulson, she will vote this year, including at the upcoming January meeting, telling the Wall Street Journal in a just-released interview that rate cuts can wait. He favors modest cuts perhaps later this year, and she called Fed Chair Powell's statement this past Sunday, quote, strong. Kansas City President Jeff Schmidt.
All right, we got 31 minutes to go. A little bit more than 31 minutes to go.
CNBC interviewed Chicago's Austin Goolsbee, also a voter last year and a dissenter, said, take care of inflation now for rate cuts later this year.
The most important thing facing us is we've got to get inflation back to 2%. Everywhere I'm going, out here in the 7th District, you're hearing about cost, you're hearing about affordability, you're hearing it on the business side and on the personal side. And so let's just make sure we're on path back to 2%.
Pretty much what these Fed officials were saying. Powell won't be cutting much anymore while he's in office. Got a sub 50% probability on rate cuts for January through April. No cuts priced in until the new Fed chair comes along in June. Of course, in just the past hour on CNBC, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, he called for the Fed to keep cutting rates, saying high rates were holding back the economy. And you can see from the comments I just gave you, Fed officials do not appear to share that concern. Mike? No, it does not appear that way, Steve. And, you know, I wondered in the last several days if we've had this new kind of perceived threat to Fed independence and all the rest. The way the bond market has been very placid about it. And maybe it comes down to, at least in the immediate horizon, what the market cares about, there really isn't that much space between sort of the median hawk and the median dove. I mean, nobody really here seems to think there's a lot of urgency or necessity to do a lot on rates in the next several months. You know, Mike, I think you make a great point, but I will make this point, which is I went away for a few days and the whole operation went to heck, as you can imagine. It's true. Put up that chart, guys, if you could, the last one you put up. I'm fascinated by what happened to the end there. The March and April percentages, they have come right off, and that seems to be a direct result of the Fed's challenge to the Fed chair and these subpoenas that were out there. I don't know that maybe I missed some data. The inflation data came out. Everybody said it was relatively benign, but that's not the way the bond market took it. So I see what you're saying about January, but it's fascinating to me.
Bear flag.
Two things. One is that these rate probabilities have
Breath has been pretty good today. So with the S&P pulling back, it's mostly the fault of the New York FANG components. Those are all trailing off. All of them. So no relief there. So if you remove the weight of those New York FANG components, the S&P equal weight looks fine. Breath looks fine. New York Stock Exchange looks fine. Small caps look fine. So there you go. You can thank the New York FANG components. Almost filling the gap. 12 handles, 11 handles to go. Just flush it. Let's get it over with. Just flush it. Yeah, we forgot all about New York, Taiwan Semi. The chips looking good. The chips still look really good on the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ Composite looks fine. NASDAQ 100, sorry. Composite looks okay too.
What we see is the participants in the bubble, and maybe the most important participant, saying this thing is going to go on for a long time and they're going to spend money to make sure that this happens. You know, at Epistrophe, we cover the 50 most important companies in technology. And so I get to say that a lot. I'm used to saying that, but I have to say that you can make the argument that Taiwan Semiconductor is the singular most important company in all of technology.
market, for that matter, of ASML. But without
Hedge flows are trying to turn up.
AI, we wouldn't have the boom that we're having here. We wouldn't have the technological sort of creation that's happening both technologically and economically, and yes, for investors in the marketplace.
27 minutes to go.
The numbers, Corey. Obviously, we got that 35% as far as the profit is concerned. I mean, that record revenue, it was the capex that caught a lot of attention today.
27 minutes to go.
52 to 56 billion compared to the 46 billion estimates. I mean, what was the most important number that we heard from that company when they reported?
I would say the capex, except that all these things go together, right? The fact that we got such amazing gross margins, 62.3% margins, are just fantastic for this company. I mean, look at the revenue number of $33 billion. This is a company that did $12 billion in the fourth quarter just in December 2020. I mean, the notion that in December 2020 they could somehow add, another 21 billion to fourth quarter revenues in a few years is just an amazing thing. And I think it shows you that even as big as that is, the company says it's going to get bigger by reference of the capex number, but also telling us that the
Futures just holding in a bear flag holding pattern.
technologically that will let them expand into 3 nanometer and even into 2 nanometer, which normally when you move into those more and more difficult processes, whatever they are, going back decades, that usually means a decline in gross margins until they build up the kind of the efficiency of the process as well as fill those factories. They say that's not an issue right here, that they are going to power ahead with high gross margins, which means high utilization and a great success in terms of the technological difficulty of these.
Bear flag. We've got a MACD cross trying to turn back up.
Bring up the advanced chips. They're now, I think, according to the report, 77% of their overall wafer revenue. How big of a competitive moat does that give TSMC versus other foundries?
Oh, it's such a great question because we got news last week that Intel is going to be out with their a process which kind of competes with the 2 nanometer process, and Intel's doing it only for their own chips at this point. But Intel has struggled so mightily. Intel once the leader in technology in terms of chip manufacturing and scale. I have some chips out there shows there is a little bit of competition finally for Taiwan Semi. Now the market takes for granted that Taiwan Semi is going to do what it says.
Can we get a rally back up?
Take for granted that Intel will. I think that's why you've seen some speculation in the share price of Intel with the notion of, hey, maybe they finally figured some things out. We will see. Perhaps they will. What's the expression? Chuck a wobbly to the market. Sam, what you said that with the last guest, and I was really confused about chucking a wobbly. I learned so much on this show, but I have no idea what chucking a wobbly. Chuck a wobbly? What is that?
I was laughing with the producer in the break about that, going, did you guys know what I meant? Look,
Okay, looking for a bounce. Looks like we might get a bounce here. Okay, can we get back to 60? Can we rally back up? All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday. Dealers, it looks like dealers have closed quite a few positions here. Okay, and put on a few new ones. That wasn't there a few minutes ago. This wasn't here. All right, so they're building these positions right now. They're shorting. These are longer dated options. That's not 0 day. 0 day, pretty much gone. All the 0 day options have gone. Okay. Okay. No pop. No pop. Okay. So they're going to keep this below 7,000 for this OPEX, and then next OPEX, we can start to cruise a bit higher maybe. Volume picking up. The Bulls just don't seem to be interested at the moment. Bulls don't seem to be interested. We're going to drop off here. Okay. Okay. Looks like another bear flag. What's JP Morgan doing there? JP Morgan's okay. Wells Fargo spinning top. Banks, Goldman Sachs did good today, so that's helping out the financials.
$12 billion. That's the amount individual investors poured into equities this week alone, the most since post-Liberation Day sell-off last year.
Wow, 12 billion.
Breaks down what they're buying. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Mike. Yes, so it is the largest weekly inflows in more than a year from individual traders. That's according to JP Morgan. As you mentioned, another $12 billion in equity buys. That's near those levels of historic dip buying that we saw last year around some of the tariff turmoil. Analysts say the surge is being driven by a rise in single stock picking. So single stock purchases hit a 9-month high this week. There's been a refocus on tech. So the Mag 7's on net buying across all the usual suspects, except for Apple. That was the only of that group with net outflows. JP Morgan also points to what they call selective dip buying of banks following. And then there's silver. So Vanda Research, meanwhile, points to the heaviest buying in history for silver-linked ETFs. The SLV on day 169 of positive inflows. That's the second largest day, at least this week, that they saw in that fund's history. Vanda calls silver the most crowded commodity trade on the market. And it might feel like sort of a meme stock situation and moment, but Vanda says, unlike the social media-driven frenzy we saw back in 2021, today's activity suggests silver's macro trading asset. Some seasonality baked in here because of the past 5 years. Most aggressively early in the year, and then around mid-February, we seem to see more of a pause.
That's true. What meme stocks don't have is when the price gets high enough, people don't bring, meme stock jewelry and forks and knives.
Oh my goodness, the markets are just sitting here torturing us.
It's interesting because we heard that about retail investors, obviously pretty enthusiastic to put money into this market at the start of the year. It's a very generous liquidity situation. The basic fundamentals in terms of economic growth and earnings growth seem in place, and yet we have to absorb these policy volleys from time to time. So where does that leave you in terms of what's going to most influence this market for now?
AHMA.
The tug of war this year so far has been the macro versus the micro, and those are around 3 issues, which are geopolitical, Fed tensions, and of course earnings. So we actually settle on earnings. We expect over 10% earnings growth in 2026, and that should be what supports the market going forward. But we do have to acknowledge that.
All right, shorts covering still.
Do, and I wonder what you're thinking about the composition of that earnings growth, because really for over a year there's been this vigil for when earnings growth will broaden out to the majority of stocks as opposed to really being unduly driven by the very largest stocks. We now have a situation where we can see that potentially happening late this year, but still the best growth, certainly in aggregate dollars added, is in the large tech stocks. So how does that inform your view?
Well, that's been an ongoing battle for a few months now, which is tech versus the rest. So the Mag 7 versus the S&P 493. But taking a look at the data, tech earnings should be 2x S&P 500 earnings this year. So I follow the data. Tech earnings still look strong. Question mark around them, of course, is of this AI spend will turn into productivity?
SPHL.
That is a question mark. There could be somewhat of a lull between how much we spent on artificial intelligence and when that turns into real productivity.
All right, trying to turn up.
But it will do that. And the earnings growth is
Market's trying to turn up right now. Looks like shorts covering. It's been a pretty decent day for the shorts. Just another repeat. Breath has been pretty decent today. It's been bullish. New York FANG components are what's pulling the markets lower with its heavy weight on the S&P 500. Equal weight, S&P equal weight index is fine. Trading at highs. And the New York Stock Exchange trading at highs, IWM trading at highs. Looks like we might break down here, actually.
from the White House is going to mean for companies? There's going to be continuing noise around policy for the markets, and what we can and can't ignore is going to be crucial in terms of volatility. Three themes for this year, though: affordability, deregulation, some tax relief are going to be positive. So we've been dealing with this K-shaped.
Got 15 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
Those will be the longer term themes, but I do think that within that we're going to get a lot of noise and volatility that not only around policy but geopolitical issues. We're watching the Middle East closely to see what happens there, as well as other areas where there's continuing conflicts like Russia, Ukraine, and of course watching the U.S.-China relationship very closely.
For sure. Who knows? We might get a tariff ruling at some point and all the rest of it as well. Apart from that, if I look at parts of the market that have seemed to be priced at a little bit of a discount, or at least are less aggressively owned and loved, things like quality, things like defensive, things like low volatility and staples and such as that have definitely screened out that way. Are they cheaper for a reason, or do you think they're worth having?
We'll follow the earnings growth. We start with tech leading the pack for this year. Secondarily, where I would look is materials and industrials, which also has strong earnings growth. Staples tend to look cheap, but they tend not to have the earnings growth to go with them unless you're in a very recessionary environment. The economic data is not pointing to that. Another area, though, that tends to be defensive is utilities. There's a company we like there, iSource, which is an Indiana-based utility that's very strong customer growth, building up AI data centers are going to be beneficial for them. That's the Midwest is strong for utilities. That's a defensive stock that we like. I'd be a little more careful on consumer staples because they tend to just leave when markets are afraid. And the economy and earnings are telling you that the markets likely will have a lot of support from fundamentals this year.
Kind of boring, right? Markets aren't doing anything.
We're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Christina, standing by with those.
Mike, one Wall Street upgrade sending shares of a gaming giant higher, while the crypto platform's opposition to new legislation is dragging it lower. We'll have those names and more right after this break.
TTWO Electronic Arts. So who could it be, Christina? Electronic Arts, gaming giant? Don't know what she's talking about. I don't see Electronic Arts or Take-Two doing anything. GameStop. A little bit higher. GameStop off the low. All right. S&P still sitting here at the low. Dealers waiting to see what's going to happen. They probably closed a lot of these positions with 12 minutes to go. Looking at the hedge flows, the sell algo has basically shut off, it looks like. Prices are just sitting here doing nothing. Okay, we got a little bit down here. 0-day left, 69.35. Futures tickling the low right here. Futures 5, 15, 30, 60 are on sell signals. Tick cumulative, while it has crossed lower again, it's been flat for the last few days. Hasn't gone anywhere. So I'm not surprised to see the S&P 500 just sitting here in a range. Okay, we really haven't gone anywhere. S&P. You know, you have to look at the equal weight. That's making new highs. So you have 490 stocks, for the most part, looking good. A solid breath. You have 10 stocks out of those in the New York Fangs that are pulling the markets S&P lower. But New York Stock Exchange also looking good at highs, IWM. All right, so I don't see much to be worried about. Looking for a quick drop here in the markets into the close. Looks like we're going to test the low again. We are still up 11 handles. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. It is January 15th, Thursday, and kind of a boring fade, unless you're bearish and you had puts, kind of a boring fade on the S&P. Everything else looking fine.
It's low fees. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Barnes, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Quantum Computing and Rigetti both getting positive analyst calls from Rosenblatt Securities today. That is the subject of today's overlooked stock. So I'm joined by George Siller, senior market correspondent. So what went into these calls by Rosenblatt? Because it seems they've initiated coverage of both names. Tell us why, George.
Well, this is, interesting. I think, quantum computing is a technology we have to certainly.
All right, nice little bounce.
Going forward, everything from, it being largely experimental in many regards to.
Okay, so we got some positions closing, got a nice little bounce out of it, shorts covering, volume coming in.
So that's, again, the theme that's been going on behind the scenes with many of these companies that are sort of up-and-coming names. That includes, QUBT or quantum computing, Rigetti computing as well. Some of the larger players in this technology stack include names we've heard of, Google and IBM, so that's something to be mindful of. I think if you look at some of these names,
Chevron turning back up, Chevron.
including QUBT, it's down about 50%.
Bitcoin did give back a lot of yesterday's gains. Bitcoin. It's not going to be a straight shot to the highs.
Data authentication, cryptographic technologies, and also data encryption, which are again part of this whole concept of high performance computing, artificial intelligence, but also cryptocurrencies. Now Rosenblatt is looking at some of these names, and they actually brought forth a price target of $22 and a buy rating on QUBT. They actually see the company as a legitimate business associated with.
All right, that looks like dealers closing positions. Now we're resuming the weakness.
They also upgraded Rigetti as well with a $40 price target. But focusing on QUBT, valuable going forward. And this is important because if you look at sales last year for Quantum, they only had about 500,000 or 500,000 in sales. Now they're estimated for this full fiscal year 800,000, and next year around $2.8 million. But irrespective of that, stock is still trading around 2.8 billion in equity, so it's trading at 100 times next year's sales. So they're looking at this as more of a value aspect in the assets versus more income generation going forward because they're still expected to lose money. But the other thing I noticed is if you look at the reported cash on the balance sheet as of last quarter, Q3, they had about 550 million, and Rosenblatt brought forth the cash now on a dynamic basis since last reported earnings at 1.6 billion, which suggests to me that in the last quarter, or at least since they last reported earnings, they've issued an additional $1.1 billion in stock, and that's how showing up the cash position, which also may explain why the stock is down at least.
All right, 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes. Market's not doing anything, just sitting here at the lows.
Looking at a chart of both of these names, Rigetti and also Qubit, and they have come off quite a bit since October, and then sort of trading sideways, you could say, since then. I mean, what's the story here? Because I know for most of 2025 there was a case of, a lot of investors sort of pumping capital.
Who's got earnings tonight? I'm not going to take a trade. I'm just interested. Tomorrow, earnings tomorrow. Taiwan Semi, RF. Let's see what their chart looks like. RF. Regions financials.
Deployment. That's essentially the question. You have to consider there's a lot of money moving into advanced technologies, whether it's high performance computing or quantum computing. The challenge is deciphering.
Yeah, there's no premium in these. No premium.
Quantum computing is essentially largely experimental still, but it's ongoing in terms of R&D.
All right. S&P turning back up.
Qubit is one of these names, but there's only 44 employees of this business. Market cap at 2.8 billion.
Trying to hold on to the gains. 14 handles. We still got 14 handles. Hedge flows turning up.
There's a lot of hype. Retail gets latched onto these themes, and they take off. And if you look at the stock in the last 5 years, it was a sub $1 stock and it ramped up to $24 last year. So again, that's the theme. The challenge is right now, and this is why the stocks have been down since October, is dilution. Because these companies are burning cash, a lot of cash, they're diluting shareholders through share issuances. So they're raising cash, and that's why, if you look at Rosenblatt, they got a price target of 22. They may be underwriting. I'm not suggesting they are some of these shares, then offering a stock target based on that underwriting effect. So they are raising cash. They have $1.6 billion in cash on $2.8 billion in equity. If you look at the cash burn last year, about $68 million on 500,000 in sales. So if you do the math there, it's a cash burning machine. But they did raise equity, so there may be some stabilization now in a trading range around that $12 area that it's at right now.
Gotcha. Understood. Thanks so much for that, Georgia, breaking down some of those names in the quantum computing space for us today. I'll send things back over to Marlene in Chicago for now.
Thanks so much to Sam and George for that. We are nearing the end of our session, less than 5 minutes away. We'll be bringing in Kevin Green to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500, as well as today's action. Plus, we'll have JB Hunt's earnings out after the bell. Stay with us.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Yep, we're just going to sit here and die. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Kind of a boring day. Chart's not very inspiring. while the S&P equal weight, IWM, and New York Stock Exchange all look good.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
We are back here on Market on Close. I'm Savannah on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Molly Katie in our Chicago headquarters. With just a few minutes left in today's session, so let's welcome in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, to help close out the day. So, KG, what levels are you looking at?
1 minute 30. 1 minute 30 to go.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a pullback, especially in information technology, giving back around 1% or so here. We are trading at around the 69.40-ish area. I think that's going to be a key area for us to be able to hold. If you're looking at the options positioning, especially from this morning, the 69.30 was the negative gamma area that we kind of highlighted here. So we're about 10 points higher than that at this point in time here. We may have some pen risk at around 69.50. I mean, overall, it was a decent day. If you're looking at the market, we were able to recover some of the losses that we had yesterday.
All right, Generac.
Weaker close than what you would have liked to see. I'm not sure if that.
So Taiwan Semiconductor reported Q4 25 net revs of 26%, 33 billion, looks good. 57% of institutions hold Taiwan Semiconductor, looking for a follow through. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I got a hard stop. I got a hard stop at the close. So I'll bid you guys adieu. I hope you have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of the day. And that's a wrap. Take care. Have a great one. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe a better one for the Bulls tomorrow. Take care. See you tomorrow. Ciao.